Pirates, being an intern on Red Hare's ship. Chapter 1: The Terrifying Genius in Ben Beckman's Eyes. New World. On the high-raised sail, a hideous skull is particularly eye-catching, and 2 red marks slide across the black eyes of the skull. On the deck of the ship, Lun slowly put away the samurai sword in his hand, looking at the busy people in front of him, with a sigh. It has been about 2 weeks since I came to this world. That's right. Lun is a traverser, and he has a system. A system called card picking system, which can randomly pick up attribute cards dropped by others from others. The stronger the person, the higher the level of the card he can pick up, and the higher the attribute he gets. From strength cards, to speed cards, to domineering cards, etc., the attributes of the cards picked up are all kinds of strange. The levels range from white cards, to blue cards, purple, red, and gold. Gold is the highest level card. It's a pity. The system has been activated for 2 weeks. Not only can Lun not even touch the shadow of the golden card, but even so far, the highest level card he has picked up is only a purple level card. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is, Lun wants to pick up the highest level card. After thinking it over and over again, he finally stepped onto the ship of the 4 Emperors Red Hare Pirates without hesitation and became a trainee at the lowest level on the ship. Yes. The ship where Lun is standing now. That is the Red Fours, the ship of the 4 Emperors Red Hare Pirates, which is famous in the New World. I thought I could pick up the golden card dropped from Red Hare. But in fact, in the past 2 weeks, not even a hair on Red Hare fell off. On the contrary, I have picked up a lot of attribute cards dropped from other crew members. Among them, the only purple card picked up was the attribute card that Lun picked up from the Deputy Captain Ben Beckman, which increased his own strength. This really discouraged Lun. Could it be? Is his face really that dark? In general, this is a system that purely looks at the face. So, Lun gradually began to learn to be a lazy person. Anyway, there would not be any big dangers on Red Hare's ship, and it was not his turn as an intern to worry about any dangers. As one of the 4 Emperors, the Red Hare Pirates, sailing in the New World is relatively safe. Except for occasional collisions with the other 4 Emperors, no small pirate group dared to provoke. The reputation of the 4 Emperors is not covered. Boy, how is it, are you used to it? A tall and thin man with scars on his face, with a long gun on his waist and a cigarette in his right hand, was walking step by step to Lun's side. Not bad. Lun stretched his arms and spoke in a flat tone. Although he knew that the person standing next to him was Ben Beckman, the vice-captain of the Red Hare Pirates. A terrifying monster with strength comparable to Red Hare. Lun was able to set foot in the Red Hare Pirates because of Ben Beckman's recruitment. I really don't understand. You said that a kid who hasn't even grown all his hair would actually choose to go out to sea as a pirate? I remember that you should not have any bounties from the Navy, right? This sea is very dangerous. Even if you are on the ship of the 4 Emperors, a kid like you who is powerless may still be buried in this sea at any time. Are you ready to be buried in the sea at any time? Ben Beckman blew a puff of smoke. In his eyes, Lun is indeed a kid who is powerless. Although, after accumulating attribute cards picked up in the past 2 weeks, Lun's strength is close to a pirate with 100 million berries. But even so, on the ship of the 4 Emperors, this strength is still insignificant. A pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries? Sorry. Pirates of this level can be seen everywhere on this ship. Moreover, most pirates with a bounty of 100 million berries can only be regarded as interns at most, and they are just the bottom-level staff on this ship. The average combat power of the Red Hare Pirates is quite high. Vice-Captain, I'm really not weak. Lun couldn't help but said helplessly. Well, you're not weak. A Sea King almost swallowed you 2 days ago. Ben Beckman laughed and walked away step by step. Boy, work harder, you are very talented. I can feel that your strength has improved terribly in the past 2 weeks. Indeed. 2 weeks ago, when he just stepped into the Red Hair Pirates, Lun was a real weakling. Even the posture of holding a knife was full of loopholes. Until now. After 2 weeks of picking up attribute cards, although his face has always been dark, he has never picked up gold or even red level cards. But it is undeniable. In these 2 weeks, Lun's strength has made a qualitative leap. However, it is only because he is in the Red Hair Pirates that all this seems insignificant. But different the thing is. Ben Beckman has always been very concerned about Lun, and only then did he realize Lun's monster-like strength improvement. In Ben Beckman's eyes, Lun is a genius, a very terrifying genius. Otherwise, why does he, the deputy captain, pay so much attention to Lun? All this is based on the fact that Lun himself is unusual. After Ben Beckman left, he met Red Hair. Red Hair asked, "Go find that kid again." Red Hair, you may not know that this kid is a genius, a real genius. Ben Beckman held a cigarette, his eyes sparkling, and said excitedly, "I have been observing for 2 weeks. His progress is incredible. At first, from a newcomer whose knife-holding posture was full of loopholes, he gradually grew to be able to fight against sea kings alone. This speed of progress is like a monster. If he is given a little more time to grow, I have a hunch that in the future, you, Red Hair, may be defeated by his knife." Red Hair smiled and disagreed. "Defeat me? This is really exciting. Who is he?" "He is the 4 Emperors Red Hair Shanks. There is no one in this sea area who can defeat him alone. But he is so highly regarded and recognized as a genius by his own vice-captain. He really needs to pay more attention to him. You know. In Red Hair's cognition, Ben Beckman has a very high vision. A genius that can catch his eye. There must be something extraordinary. Lun. This kid seems to be about the same age as Luffy. If it's true what Ben Beckman said, I think Luffy will be beaten by Lun in terms of talent. If the two of them meet, what kind of sparks will be produced?" The red-haired man smiled with great anticipation. This sea is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 2: The Golden Light That Blinds the Eyes. Watching Ben Beckman leave, many pirates passing by smiled at Lun. "Lun, what did the deputy captain say to you?" "Nothing, the deputy captain just said that I am a rare genius," Lun said with a smile. "What a narcissistic kid." "That's right, Lun, next time before you attack the Sea King, tell us. Otherwise, you will die in the belly of the Sea King." A group of pirates are having fun. Although they seemed to be indifferent, their words still showed their concern for Lun. They treated Lun, who had just boarded the ship, as their own and did not reject him. Even though Lun was a weakling when he first boarded the ship. But they did not look down on him or belittle him. That was why Lun really regarded himself as a member of the ship. Although, he was just a small intern. "You talk too much." Lun waved his hand and scolded with an impatient smile. "Well, it seems that this kid has to suffer a little." A group of pirates were each engaged in their own affairs. At this time, a man with a red hedgehog head walked to Lun's side, with a sense of scrutiny in his eyes. "With you, why can the deputy captain pay so much attention to you?" "Lockstar, you don't understand this, geniuses are always different." Lun smiled. Rockstar, that is, the man with a red hedgehog head in front of him. Like Lun, he is a trainee who has just stepped onto the Red Hair pirate ship. Besides, unlike Lun, Rockstar is a pirate. He claims to be a great pirate with a bounty of 94 million. And this has always been Rockstar's capital to show off in front of Lun. Unfortunately, Rockstar doesn't know that, to be honest, Lun doesn't even care about his so-called bounty of 94 million. Compared with the rest of the pirates on the ship, Rockstar's bounty of 94 million is really the best among the best. However, Rockstar himself doesn't know that he boasts about his bounty of 94 million every day and thinks that he is indeed a great pirate. 2 weeks ago, you were just a young boy. Rockstar looked suspicious. People always have to improve themselves. Do you think I am the same as you? Lun couldn't help laughing. Now with his strength, he is really not inferior to Rockstar. Guessing. He was confident that he could defeat Rockstar within 20 moves. The attribute cards he had picked up in the past 2 weeks were not to be underestimated. Although he had not picked up higher level attribute cards, he was in the Red Hair Pirates, so he could naturally pick up a lot of cards. A match. Rockstar was eager to try. Okay. Lun narrowed his eyes slightly. Just right. I can give it a try, and see the progress I have made in the past 2 weeks. I have always been fighting with Sea Kings. Lun didn't even know what it was like to fight with others. Although his strength was close to the stage of 100 million berries, Lun had no tendency to self-abuse, so he naturally couldn't ask for a match with other people on the ship. On this ship, everyone was as strong as a monster. With the strength of 100 million berries, he wanted to challenge others. I'm afraid he didn't know how to write the word death. Let's go to the deck. Rockstar looked impatient. Following the former, Lun was unhurried, holding the samurai sword in his hand, and rushed to the deck. At this time, around the deck, the rest of the Red Hair Pirates had already gathered. They were laughing and talking, and watching Rockstar and Lun with great interest. The battle between the two trainees is really rare. I remember that the guy with the red hedgehog head was called Rockstar. A bounty hunter. A guy with nearly 100 million berries should not be too bad. As for the young man in white, he looks a little unfamiliar. Oh, you mean him? 2 weeks ago, the vice-captain recruited a newcomer to the ship. It seems that there is no bounty, so I don't know how strong he is. No bounty? This is really surprising. The atmosphere on the scene became lively. Located in the center of the deck, which is where everyone's vision is focused, Lun held a samurai sword and looked at Rockstar calmly. Then, feeling the lively atmosphere around him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised an arc. Ding! Detect that there are white cards falling around the host. Do you want to pick them up? Pick them up. Pick up successfully. White card is attribute strength +1, do you want to absorb it? Absorb. Then, a warm current flowed into the body. The feeling of comfort made Lun close his eyes slightly. He could clearly feel that his physical strength had increased a lot. Call up the physical attribute panel. Host, Lun. Strength, 105. Speed, 103. Physical strength, 101. Instinct reaction, 87. Skills, basic swordplay leave 11, swordplay swallow return leave 4, boxing leave 2. Attribute points, 0. Take the physical attribute panel into your eyes. Lun moved his eyes away, holding a samurai sword, facing Rockstar in front of him. At this time, Rockstar, also holding a saber, was staring at Lun aggressively. Boy, let me weigh your progress in the past 2 weeks. He was ready to attack. Suddenly, the crowd around was noisy. From the crowd, walked out of the red hair, Ben Beckman and many cotters. The boss is here too. Boss, the battle between 2 interns is rare. The other pirates laughed. Lun, Rockstar. Red Hair looked at the 2 figures on the deck in surprise, then turned his head and asked Ben Beckman, who do you think will win between the 2 of them? Lun. Ben Beckman said bluntly. Beside Red Hair and Ben Beckman stood the sharpshooter Jesus Bouletin and the fat man Lucky Lou. At this moment, Lucky Lou was holding barbecue, his mouth was full of light, and his eyes with small sunglasses were curiously looking at Lun in front. Is this the boy named Lun? He looks quite capable, Jesus said with a smile. At the same time, being in the sight of everyone, Lun only felt that from the crowd, there came a shining and dazzling golden halo, which almost covered all the vision of his own eyes. He swore. This is definitely the most beautiful color he has ever seen in his life. The noisy atmosphere around seemed to solidify at this moment. 2 weeks. Finally flashed. This golden light made every cell in Lun's body excited. It's a golden card. Lun's throat was dry, and he stared at the direction of the red-haired man. He had waited for 2 weeks. The golden card finally fell from the red-haired man. Chapter 3 Domineering Haki, Awakened. It's green. After waiting for 2 weeks, it's finally green. Gu Tian. No. The red-haired man turned green. No, that's not right. The most beautiful color Lun had ever seen in his life was the dazzling golden light in front of him, shining in his eyes, so beautiful and gorgeous. I don't know why. Feeling the look Lun was giving him, the red-haired man felt a chill all over his body and became unnatural. He coughed dryly. Do you think that this kid's eyes are not right? Perhaps, this kid admires you. The boss, very much. When he saw you in person, he was so excited, which is reasonable. Jesus Bulletin had a strange look on his face. Adoration. The redhead opened his mouth. This eager, urgent, and excited look? That's called worship? The redhead seemed a little confused. Boy, are you ready? Krosta stared at Lun. He noticed that the latter seemed to be a little indecisive, which made him a little angry. Dare to be so indifferent when fighting with him? He made up his mind that he must teach the other party a lesson later. At this time, Lun came back to his senses and exhaled heavily. He ignored Krosta in front of him, but was immersed in the wonderful sound coming from the system. Ding! Detection of golden cards falling around the host. Do you want to pick them up? Pick up. Lun did not hesitate at all, and was even a little eager. What can the golden card reveal this time? This made him look forward to it. Picked up successfully, the golden card is the awakening of the Conqueror Haki. Do you want to absorb it? Conqueror Haki. Lun was excited. He never expected it. It turned out to be Conqueror Haki. These 2 weeks of waiting were really worth it. Conqueror Haki. This is the potential of a king that only exists in one person among a million people. Take a deep breath. Lun calmed down. Absorb. Then, a warm current began to flow through the body, and the golden card turned into a special force, flowing directly into Lun's body and integrating into every cell. At the same time, Lun could deeply feel. The body had an innate instinct. Everything seemed to be familiar and self-taught. It was like, suddenly I had an epiphany. All the methods of controlling the domineering color domineering and exerting the domineering color domineering appeared in Lun's mind one after another. Lun couldn't describe this feeling in words. It was like a crawling baby suddenly found the feeling of walking and learned to walk without any signs. For the domineering color domineering the use of the king's haki, this feeling was deeply imprinted in Lun's mind. Call up the body attribute panel. P-host, Lun. Strength, 105. Speed, 103. Physical strength, 101. Instinct reaction, 87. Skills, basic swordplay leave 11, swordplay swallow return leave 4, boxing leave 2, king's haki leave 1. Attribute points, 0. I can't believe it. The first haki I mastered was not observation haki, nor armament haki, but the most difficult to master among the 3 colors of haki. Lun was very excited. Sure enough. Just as the system said. The stronger the person, the higher the level of the attribute card dropped from him. The higher the level of the attribute card, the better things you can get. It seems that my face is not as dark as I imagined. The system is not deceiving me. Lun took a deep breath, and his eyes gradually focused on Rockstar in front. Rockstar, who was held in the palm of Lun's hand, looked suspicious. He didn't know why. He always felt that Lun in front of him seemed to be a little different from before. But he couldn't tell exactly where the difference was. Whatever the difference is, kid, let me teach you a lesson. I am a pirate with 94 million. How can an intern like you fight against me? Rockstar clenched the saber in his hand and thought. The surrounding noise was rising. Many members of the Red Hair Pirates gathered on the deck. Among them, including Red Hair, Ben Beckman, and others, they all looked at the competition with interest. This kid. It seems that you have realized something just now. A ray of brilliance flashed in the red-haired eyes. Boss. Rockstar turned his head and looked at the red-haired man, and shouted, "Swords have no eyes, we are all brothers, I don't want to kill this kid by mistake in the fight. So, please stop me at the critical moment, don't let me miss. It's a small problem, you can fight as much as you want." The red-haired man smiled. With his guarantee, Rockstar was satisfied and put on a confident smile. What an arrogant kid! Ben Beckman blew a puff of smoke and spoke slowly. Standing beside the red-haired man and Ben Beckman, Jesus Bulletin, Lakilu, and the other cotters all showed some smiles. Let's start. Rockstar stared at Lun. Then let me see a famous pirate. What is the difference between him and a newcomer like me? Lun held a samurai sword and did not take the initiative to attack. Let me make the first move? Boy, you are so arrogant. If so, I will take the lead. I will make you deeply feel the gap between you and me. Witnessing Lun's behavior, Rockstar's momentum rose steadily and became extremely fierce. Arrogant. Lun shook his head and said seriously, I'm just afraid that I will kill you in one shot. Chapter 4 The King's color shocked the whole audience. Red Hair was shocked. Kill me in 1 second. Rockstar laughed in anger. He is a pirate with a bounty of 94 million. Killed in 1 second? This is something he has never thought of. Off the court. Red Hair asked with a strange look on his face, is this kid always so arrogant? Ahem. Ben Beckman coughed dryly and shook his head, no, this kid is usually quite calm. He thinks Lun can win. But he doesn't think that Lun can kill Rockstar in 1 second. At least. Rockstar's bounty is close to 100 million berries, and his strength is there. Although he is not up to par, in his eyes, Lun can't kill him in a second. Perhaps, this kid will give us a surprise. The red-haired man laughed. On the deck, Rockstar raised his saber, took steady steps, and stared at Lun. Suddenly, he moved. Bang! A light sound. Rockstar stomped his feet hard, and the whole person rushed towards Lun swiftly. He raised his saber without hesitation, cut through the air and slashed fiercely. It started. The whole audience was in an uproar, concentrating. Facing Rockstar's knife. Lun was unmoved, raised the samurai sword in his hand, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Bang! A huge force came from the samurai sword, spreading to his arm, the palm of his hand shook slightly, and a tingling sensation spread all over his palm. Lun couldn't help but take a half step back. Come again. Rockstar laughed loudly, and his emotions became more and more excited when he saw Lun retreating. Fighting with people is indeed different from fighting with sea kings. Lun laughed. Fighting with sea kings is about absolute strength. But fighting with people is not only about strength, but also about combat thinking, and you need to deal with the enemy's flexible and changeable tactics all the time. This kind of battle is the real battle. It can show all aspects of ability to the fullest. With my current strength, I have a high chance of winning in a fierce battle with Rockstar. But even if I defeat Rockstar, I won't have much physical strength left. So, I can defeat Rockstar, but I will eventually become a spent force. After all, my strength is still too weak. While dealing with Rockstar's swift attack, Lun fell into thinking. Although Rockstar's strength belongs to the bottom class on the ship, but his strength is definitely not a show-off. 94 million berries, Rockstar's strength is definitely worthy of this bounty. Even if Lun faces him, he won't be able to deal with it too easily. However, Lun forgot. His current strength was only obtained after spending 2 weeks. And Rockstar has undoubtedly gone through several years or even more than 10 years of training to achieve his current strength. The two are not the same kind of people in essence. I can't believe it. The red-haired man sighed. 2 weeks ago, a weak and helpless boy who had just stepped onto the ship can now fight with pirates with nearly 100 million berries without losing at all. The progress in 2 weeks is terrifying. Ben Beckman said seriously. This kid is also a freak. Jesus Bulletin and Lachilo nodded in agreement. In 2 weeks, he grew from a weak person to where he is now. The speed of growth is so fast that it is terrifying. This kid is very strong. He just got on the ship 2 weeks ago, but now he can be on par with Rockstar. The speed of growth of this kid's strength seems to be a bit too fast. However, with this strength, it is too arrogant to mention that he can kill Rockstar in seconds. The pirates around the deck talked about it. Bang! Rockstar was forced back several meters, staring at Lun with a serious face. He admitted. He underestimated the enemy. However, next, he will go all out and will not hold back. Boy, you are very strong, you can force me to be serious. Rockstar said. You, be careful. Lun's mouth moved slightly, with a meaningful smile on his face. What do you mean? Rockstar's pupils shrank, and he was ready to deal with Lun's attack in all aspects. But the next second, he saw it. Lun slowly put down the samurai sword in his hand. This action made Rockstar look confused. What's going on? Could it be? Want to fight him with bare hands? What a joke. This kid. Red Hair and Ben Beckman were confused. Why are you giving up your weapons for no reason? Is this the rhythm of admitting defeat? That's not right, the two are evenly matched, why do you want to admit defeat? Everyone talked and the noise filled the entire deck. Boy, you. Rockstar opened his mouth. At this time, Lun's eyes were fixed on Rockstar. Domineering haki. The instinct of his body made him very skilled in controlling the domineering haki. Everything seemed to be a natural result. It was like using some kind of instinct. Buzz. A faint momentum gradually spread with Lun as the center. In an instant, the momentum became turbulent. The majestic domineering haki swept wildly in all directions, like a transparent circle, completely enveloping everyone on the ship. Hundreds of people on the ship. There was no exception. All of them were enveloped by the domineering haki emitted by Lun. You. Rockstar's face turned pale, cold sweat fell from his forehead, his lips trembled slightly, and his eyes were filled with deep fear, staring at Lun in a daze. He could feel it. A terrifying and majestic pressure squeezed every opponent in his body. It made his spirit become a little scattered, and he almost fell to the side. What kind of trick is this? Rockstar's mind was blank, his body was slightly shaking and tilted, and he seemed to be shaky. His face was pale and bloodless, and the saber in his hand slipped and fell on the deck at his feet. Plop! Rockstar was paralyzed. He lay quietly on the ground, panting wildly, holding the deck with both hands, enduring the strong discomfort, gritting his teeth and insisting on resisting the oppression of the omnipresent terrifying momentum. All around, the originally noisy and lively atmosphere became silent. Silence. Gurgle. The many crew members who were watching the battle with great interest fixed their eyes on the young figure in white clothes, and swallowed their saliva involuntarily, their lips trembling, unable to speak. The red-haired man was stunned. Ben Beckman was also stunned. Jesus Bulletin's eyes widened. The barbecue in the hands of the fat man Lakilo slipped off the deck. Many cotters on the ship remained motionless. At this moment, their expressions were exactly the same, and they were frozen in place with deep shock, staring at Lun in a daze, looking particularly absent-minded. The scene looked very strange. After a while, the red-haired man couldn't help but open his mouth. This is Domineering Haki. Chapter 5: An intern who awakens the domineering Haki. Splash! The sea water rippled, and a crisp and pleasant sound came out. A breeze blew. Ripples rose on the sea surface, spreading in all directions, and occasionally a black figure of a sea king could be seen swimming through it. On the deck of the Red Force, all members of the Red Hair Pirates gathered here, and the lively and noisy atmosphere had become silent at this moment. Everyone in the audience fell into a daze. Silence. Domineering Haki. Ben Beckman opened his mouth and stared blankly at the white-clothed figure in front of him. The terrifying aura and pressure just now. With his knowledge, it is not difficult to judge. This must be the domineering Haki without a doubt. What shocked him was not the strength of this domineering Haki, but the source of the domineering Haki. 2 weeks ago, the other party was absorbed into the Red Hair Pirates by him. In 2 weeks, the other party's growth rate is terrifying. Now, even the other party can mobilize the domineering Haki. This really makes Ben Beckman unbelievable. How can a person's growth rate be so amazing? Boss, am I right? Jesus Bulletin couldn't help turning his head to look at Red Hair. Standing next to him, the fat man Lakilo was also confused. You feel right, it is indeed domineering Haki. Red Hair spoke. After the words fell, the whole audience fell silent again. The king's Haki is said to be rare. Among 1,000,000 people, only one person has the potential to be a king. It can be seen. This kind of talent is so rare. How rare? Red Hair has the domineering color of the king, and it is the highest level of the domineering color. But the problem is, they actually felt this domineering color from an intern who had just stepped onto the ship for less than 2 weeks. All of this made them feel terrified. This kid, actually awakened the domineering color. Jesus Bulletin's eyes widened, staring blankly at Lun in the center of the deck. At this moment, Lun alone has become the focus of everyone's eyes. The reason is nothing else. The domineering color that just shocked the whole audience has already enveloped everyone present. Although no one fainted, many weaker people began to feel unwell one after another. Domineering color. Rockstar, who was paralyzed on the deck, trembled with his lips, and looked at Lun in front of him with horror. He had never seen the domineering color of the king, but he had definitely heard similar introductions. Only 1 in 1,000,000 people can awaken the domineering color. This is the rarity of the domineering color. He never expected it. Lun, the intern who just came on board 2 weeks ago, actually awakened such a rare talent. That oppressive aura that made me feel like I couldn't disobey, is it the legendary domineering Haki? I didn't expect that today, I would experience it myself. The feeling of being baptized by domineering Haki is really too embarrassing. Rockstar smiled helplessly. He still has no strength to stand up until now. He was oppressed by domineering Haki, and when he recalled the feeling at that time, fear still grew in his heart. He was convinced. Completely convinced. A newcomer actually awakened such a rare domineering Haki. Although he is just an intern, Rockstar admits that the opponent's strength is now superior to his. As for the future, he is even more far behind. Recalling the appearance of Lun's fledgling calf 2 weeks ago. Feel it again. The fierce confrontation just now. Rockstar was helpless. Is this a genius? That's too much. In 2 weeks, he has equaled his strength after more than 10 years of training. No. It's better than his strength after more than 10 years of training. I lost. Rockstar supported the deck with both hands, tried to stand up from the deck, looked in the direction of Lun, and exhaled heavily, as if a huge stone in his heart was unloaded. This battle made him realize deeply his own shortcomings. The bounty, 94 million, doesn't seem to be anything great. Even an intern easily defeated him. What capital does he have to be proud of? Thank you. Lun said slowly with a smile on his face. Turning his head, he saw the many eyes gathered around him. When did your domineering color awaken? The red-haired man couldn't help but walk to Lun's side. Just now. Lun didn't explain too much. Indeed. His domineering color awakened just now. If he hadn't picked up a golden attribute card from the red-haired man, he wouldn't have been able to awaken the Conqueror Haki. In the final analysis, the credit was at least half of the red-haired man's. Conqueror Haki. The red-haired man sighed. Then he stared at Lun suspiciously. This kid really has the potential? Why does he feel that something seems to be wrong? Can I use this Conqueror Haki at any time? Ben Beckman came over and asked. Yes. Lun nodded. Although the use of Conqueror Haki consumes a lot of physical strength and requires a period of time. But the way to use Conqueror Haki is completely integrated into Lun's physical instincts. After awakening the Conqueror Haki, can you control it immediately? The red-haired man looked weird. If this is true, then even he had to admit it. This kid might really be a monster. He had never seen anyone who could control and use Conqueror Haki immediately after awakening it. Even he himself, when he awakened the Conqueror's Haki. It took a period of precipitation and self-exploration before he finally mastered the method of using Conqueror's Haki. But Lun was confused by the red hair. I can only say, if he is not a genius, then he is a monster. Good boy. Ben Beckman's serious face could not help but smile. I knew that your talent was not simple. But I still didn't expect that you could awaken and control the Conqueror's Haki. It's just luck. Lun smiled. Luck. Jesus Buletin and Lakilu, who were standing aside, looked at each other with strange expressions. If it was luck, why didn't they have the luck to awaken the Conqueror's Haki? Let's all disperse. Red Hair gave an order. Many crew members left in shock. However, today's battle was deeply imprinted in their minds. The whole ship, except for Red Hair, the second person with Conqueror Haki was born. Moreover, the person who awakened Conqueror Haki was just an intern who had been on board for less than 2 weeks. This is naturally memorable. P.S. Readers passing by, please vote for this book with flowers, evaluation tickets, and monthly tickets. The author is begging for flowers here. Evaluation tickets. Monthly tickets. Oh thank you all. Chapter 6. You brought a monster back to our ship. This battle ended with Lun as the winner. But the process of this battle was deeply imprinted in the minds of the spectators, leaving them with a deep memory, and they could not forget what happened today in a short time. Among them, including Red Hair, Ben Beckman, and Jesus Buletin and other codders, they were all shocked by the horror shown by Lun. The talent was shocking. Domineering Haki, it is not so easy to awaken. Moreover, if you don't have such a talent, it is impossible to awaken the domineering Haki anyway. The trainee on our ship has awakened the Conqueror's Haki. This is really unexpected. Yes, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't dare to imagine it. Who can believe that when this kid stepped on our ship 2 weeks ago, he was really just a powerless rookie? In just 2 weeks, he has grown to such a level. This kid is very talented. At first, Only the red-haired boss on our entire ship mastered the Conqueror's haki. And now, there will be another one. Did you know that among a million people, only one person has the potential to awaken the Conqueror's haki? This means that people with this talent may not necessarily be able to awaken, but just have such a talent. It is conceivable that there are very few people who can awaken and use Conqueror's haki in this sea. I never thought that an intern would actually be ahead of us. I have a hunch that this kid will become very strong. The entire ship. There are countless people who discuss Lun. In addition, they also gave Lun a nickname. It's called Haughty Boy. A rookie who has mastered the domineering color domineering. Lun's strength is naturally not in their eyes. But the domineering color domineering that Lun awakened, they have to pay attention to it. At this time, the deck. Red Hair, Ben Beckman, Jesus Bulletin, Lakilu and several other cotters, all did not leave, but stayed where they were. Rockstar stood aside with a stiff face. In addition to them, there is Lun. Among these big guys, Lun did not feel nervous or too many strange emotional fluctuations, but seemed very natural. Red Hair Boss. Rockstar lowered his head, looking uneasy. Your strength still needs to be tempered. Red Hair said slowly. This defeat has made Rockstar deeply aware of his own shortcomings. Red Hair Boss, don't worry, I will definitely work harder to hone. Rockstar nodded firmly. Okay, you go first. We need to talk to him about something. Yes, boss. Rockstar left quickly. Here. Except for the cotters. Only Lun is left. Being looked at with strange eyes by everyone made Lun feel uncomfortable, so, Captain, can you tell me what's going on? Nothing, I'm just curious, how did you awaken the Conqueror's haki? Red Hair asked curiously. Is there any trace of this? Lun also looked strange. That's right. Red Hair nodded with deep sympathy. The awakening of Conqueror's haki is indeed difficult to guess. Some people need to go through some stimulating things to stimulate the potential of the human body so that the Conqueror's haki suddenly awakens. And some people awaken the Conqueror's haki inexplicably. In general, there are many people who awaken the Conqueror's haki, and the way each person awakens is also somewhat different, and it is impossible to unify a specific and accurate detailed standard. Okay, you can go. Red Hair waved his hand. Okay. Lun did not stay too long and gradually left the deck. After Lun left, Red Hair, Ben Beckman and others started talking. Watching Lun leave, Ben Beckman said with emotion, at first, I didn't know that this kid's talent was so terrifying. It was really a lucky thing to be able to pull him on board. Are you sure that he was just an ordinary person when he first stepped on the ship? Red Hair thought for a while and asked. I can be sure. Ben Beckman said bluntly, no matter from the posture of holding the sword, his steps and breathing rhythm, he behaved like an ordinary person at that time. Red Hair opened his mouth, so, in just 2 weeks, he has grown from an ordinary person to such a level, and he has successfully awakened the Conqueror's color and even controlled the Conqueror's color. 2 weeks, how short is it? But put it on Lun. But so many incredible things have been shown. Although it's hard to imagine, it's true. Ben Beckman blew a puff of smoke. This kid is really a freak. Jesus Bulletin couldn't help but say. On the side, Lakilu, who was holding a barbecue, also nodded in agreement, this kid's growth rate is too amazing. In addition, he has awakened the Conqueror's haki, which proves that he also has an extraordinary and terrifying talent. Give him more time, it's not difficult to imagine that this kid will become a very scary strong man. There should be no doubt about this. Fortunately, before this kid grew up, he was absorbed by our pirate group. Otherwise, if he fell into the other 4 emperors' pirate groups, I have a hunch that in the future, he will definitely become our rival. After the words fell, The other cotters nodded in agreement. Lun's growth rate really made them feel terrified. Moreover, Lun has awakened the Conqueror's haki. All of this shows that Lun himself is extraordinary. If such a monster becomes a rival, how uneasy is this? Red Hair looked at Ben Beckman, and said in a serious tone and with a sigh on his face, "You gave us a ship and brought back a terrible monster." Chapter 7. Have you ever seen a true genius? Deck. Jesus Bulletin, Lakilu, and the rest of the cotters have left. Only Red Hair and Ben Beckman are left. Still staying where they are. What are your plans? Ben Beckman held a cigarette and looked at the sea in the distance. This kid quietly awakened the Conqueror haki, which surprised me. But in this case, we can only arrange personnel and teach him both the observation haki and the armament haki, so as not to die prematurely on the road to growth. Red Hair smiled. A person who has awakened the Conqueror haki has undoubtedly terrifying potential. Since the other party appeared in the Red Hair Pirates. As the boss of the pirate group, Red Hair naturally does not allow such a talented person to die prematurely. Teach observation haki and armament haki? Let me do it. Ben Beckman showed an expectant look. There are few things that make you so excited. This kid is blessed. Red Hair can already imagine it. The scene of Lun being taught by Ben Beckman. You know, Ben Beckman is quite harsh and strict in teaching. Red Hair could already foresee that Lun, who was taught by Ben Beckman, would suffer. Didn't you say that you would send someone to Whitebeard to deliver the letter? Ben Beckman changed the subject. Hearing this, Red Hair's eyes flickered, and his expression changed slightly. Do you mean that you want this kid to help me deliver the letter to Whitebeard? It's possible. Ben Beckman said. We'll talk about this later. Now, I'm more looking forward to seeing you teach this kid the double-color domineering scene. Red Hair laughed and left. The next day. Red Force, deck. Lun holding a samurai sword. Ben Beckman stood in front of him, looking at him with a serious face. Today, I will formally teach you how to use the two-color haki. First, you need to understand the nature of observation haki and armament haki, as well as their characteristics and functions. Observation haki, in short, is an ability to detect the breath and emotional changes of surrounding creatures, and can also be used to predict and avoid danger. As for armament haki, to put it simply, it can enhance the body's defense and attack power. It also has a very peculiar ability. A fist with armament haki can hit the entity of a natural ability user. In addition, armament haki can be extended to weapons and even the whole body to form an indestructible armor. But you should know that if the armament haki is dispersed too much, the strength of the armament haki will be greatly weakened. At the same time, Ben Beckman took out a samurai sword from his waist. Next, I'll show you once, starting with observation haki. The words fell. Ben Beckman closed his eyes slightly, and his mouth moved slightly. Now, you start to attack me, don't show mercy. You don't have to stop until I say stop. Okay. Lun's eyes flashed. He raised the samurai sword and slashed it directly. But Ben Beckman predicted it in advance and easily dodged it. Then, the sword swinging movement became faster and faster. The samurai sword cut through the air. At Ben Beckman's position, it kept slashing, sharp and crisp. But every slash, it was as if Ben Beckman had anticipated it. Therefore, no matter how Lun attacked, Ben Beckman easily dodged it without any effort. Observation haki. Lun narrowed his eyes slightly. Of course he knew that this was the observation haki. Can predict the enemy's attack trajectory in advance. In battle, this ability is very terrifying. No matter how the enemy has 10,000 means of attack. No matter how powerful each attack is, if it cannot hit the opponent, all this will be meaningless. Okay, stop. Ben Beckman opened his eyes, looked at Lun in front of him, and said slowly, "This is called observation haki. Paused. He asked, "Do you understand?" "I understand." Lun nodded. A pleasant voice suddenly came from his ear. Ding! Detecting purple cards falling around the host, "Do you want to pick them up?" Purple card. Lun was stunned. Then he saw the card with a purple halo next to Ben Beckman. Without hesitation. "Pick it up." Picked up successfully, the purple card is the Awakening of Observation Haki. Do you want to absorb it? Observation Haki Awakening. Lun was shocked. Could it be? These few days are really his lucky days. First, the golden card of Conqueror Haki. Then, even the purple card of Awakening Observation Haki was picked up by him. Absorb. Lun's mind moved. Immediately, a warm current flows through the body. Observation Haki, awaken. Next, I will start the practice of Observation Haki with you. Ben Beckman took out a small stick and looked at Lun. "You need to sit cross-legged with your eyes closed. I will use this stick to attack you at any time. You need to avoid my attacks, but not by relying on vision and hearing. Instead, you need to rely on your body instincts. Only by relying on your body instincts to avoid my attacks can you truly enter the basic threshold of Observation Haki. Do you understand?" Lun did as Ben Beckman said. "Sit cross-legged with your eyes closed. Boy, although you have awakened the Conqueror's Haki, you can't be impatient, let alone proud and complacent. You still have a long way to go. The skill of Observation Haki requires you to spend a period of hard work to get certain results. Remember, don't use your hearing to judge, but use your body instinct to judge my attack trajectory." Ben Beckman raised the stick and hit Lun's shoulder. The next second, Lun dodged. "Hey? A coincidence?" Ben Beckman raised his eyebrows and waved the stick in his hand again. Lun's body tilted slightly. He dodged again. The stick was swung again. So, Lun dodged Ben Beckman's attack for the third time. Then, the fourth time, the fifth time. Over and over again. This. Ben Beckman opened his mouth and said the words he had prepared in his stomach. For some reason, at this moment, he suddenly had no idea what to say. Dong dong dong. The knock on the door woke up the red-haired man. Creak. The door opened. The red-haired man looked at Ben Beckman in front of the door and asked in confusion, "What? I remember, aren't you going to teach that kid the two-color domineering?" Ben Beckman's eyes flashed with brilliance, staring at the red-haired man, and his tone was serious. "I want to ask you a serious question." "What? Have you ever seen a real genius?" At this moment, Ben Beckman's eyes shone with an unparalleled brilliance. Chapter 8: The Incredible and Terrifying Learning Ability. A true genius. What do you mean? It was the red-haired man's turn to be confused. He couldn't understand what was going on with his captain. He came here just to say this to him? As you said just now, I did go to teach Lun the double-color domineering. However, during the teaching process, something unexpected happened. Ben Beckman's expression became more and more strange. The two walked to the railing of the deck. Looking at the sea breeze blowing and rippling the sea surface, the red-haired man asked, "What happened? This kid is a true genius. I have seen countless so-called geniuses in my life. But I can be sure that no one can be compared with Lun." Ben Beckman took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. "What happened that made you think so highly of the kid?" The red-haired man was even more puzzled. "You know, Ben Beckman's severity and harshness are known to everyone on the whole ship. It stands to reason. Being taught by Ben Beckman should have made Lun suffer a lot. But now, Red Hair can feel that the development of things seems to be completely opposite to what he expected. Before that, let me ask you something. How long did it take you to practice Observation Haki?" Ben Beckman made a riddle. "Observation Haki." "For a while," Red Hair fell into deep thought, his eyes and thoughts drifting. Practicing observation haki was many years ago. However, he can still remember it clearly now. From zero foundation to truly stepping on the threshold of observation haki, the total time spent during this period seems to have been about 4 days. Moreover, during these 4 days, he was in a state of practice day and night. Only then did he finally step into the threshold of observation haki. 4 days, what's wrong? Red Hair answered. In 4 days, you can get started with observation haki. It can be seen. Red Hair's talent is also quite high. Many people, let alone 4 days, even a month, half a year, or a year, may not be able to get started with observation haki. Can you guess how much time it took this kid to step into the threshold of observation haki from zero foundation? Ben Beckman opened his mouth, his throat slightly dry. Half a day? Red Hair asked tentatively. If that's the case, this kid's talent is really scary. If it was half a day, I wouldn't have come to you. Ben Beckman smiled bitterly. How many hours? Red Hair's eyes widened. No. Ben Beckman slowly raised his hand. Under the Red Hair's gaze, he stretched out an index finger. An hour. Red Hair's words were a little abnormal. This kid is really a monster. Even he spent a full 4 days before he really touched the threshold of observation haki. And this kid only needed 1 hour to master it. You guessed wrong again. Unexpectedly, Ben Beckman shook his head again. At this moment, Red Hair was confused. He really couldn't guess what Ben Beckman wanted to say. If it wasn't 1 hour. Could it be? It could be within 1 hour? 1 minute. This is too outrageous. Unless the other party has learned the observation haki. Otherwise, any ordinary person who wants to learn the observation haki can't spend such a short time. This is absolutely impossible. I mean, not 1 hour, but once. Ben Beckman's mouth twitched slightly, and he said truthfully, I just introduced the various characteristics of observation haki, told him once, and demonstrated it again. That's all. Then, he understood, and he really got started with observation haki. Once. Red Hair, can you understand this feeling? Just witnessing it once, observation haki is enough to get started. What kind of terrifying talent does it take to do this? After the words fell, Red Hair was stunned. He stood there, motionless, and his whole body seemed to become stiff. Once. This seems a bit too scary. Even though Red Hair is one of the 4 emperors, he has experienced countless storms over the years, but when he heard Ben Beckman's words, he was deeply shocked. Are you sure? After a while, Red Hair spoke. Absolutely true. Ben Beckman nodded solemnly and said seriously, I can be sure that he has never been exposed to observation haki before, and it is impossible for him to hide the fact that he has learned observation haki. He can accurately determine this point. But it is precisely because of this point that makes Ben Beckman so shocked. You mean, the first time he came into contact with observation haki was when you demonstrated it in front of him today? Red Hair suppressed his inner shock and said, how can I believe you? Just taught once, he learned how to use observation haki. This is too scary. Many people don't even dare to make such a hypothesis in their dreams. If it weren't for Ben Beckman's words, Red Hair's first thought must be to deny it. Deny it all. Because all of this is too unreal. This kid is so talented that it's terrifying. Ben Beckman still couldn't calm down. Facing this kind of thing. Believe. No one can be calm. At this moment, Red Hair couldn't help but recall that in order to practice the haki of observation, he had to work hard for 4 days and experienced many tragic experiences. Think about it again. What Ben Beckman said in front of him. Red Hair has never doubted his own talent as seriously as today. In contrast, It took him 4 days to practice the haki of observation, which is too bad. Incredible and terrifying learning ability. Is this kid still a human? Red Hair couldn't help but blurt out. Not a human, but a monster. Ben Beckman was in a complicated mood, holding a cigarette, and exhaled white smoke heavily. Chapter 9 Red Hair, I began to believe that he is a genius. Deck. Watching Ben Beckman leave in a hurry, Lun opened his eyes with a strange expression. What happened? Didn't he come to teach me the haki of observation? He ran so fast, what happened? It seems he hasn't taught me the haki of armament yet. Why did he run away? With many puzzled feelings, Lun waited quietly. Soon, Ben Beckman came back. Beside him, the captain, the 4 emperors, Red Hair, also came. Have you learned the haki of observation? Red Hair looked at Lun with a strange face. Yes. Lun did not hide it at all. Although observation haki is just a preliminary step, there is no doubt that Lun has mastered 2 colors, Conqueror haki and Observation haki. As for armament haki, it has not been practiced yet. However, Lun has a hunch. Armament haki is not far away from him. This little freak. The red-haired man twitched his lips and muttered in a low voice. Since you have learned observation haki, I don't have to waste too much time on observation haki. Next, I will teach you armament haki, and you need to concentrate on watching me demonstrate it. Ben Beckman stared at Lun. Under Lun's gaze. See. Ben Beckman slowly raised his hand, holding the samurai sword in his right hand, and a force gradually condensed from the palm of his hand and covered the blade of the samurai sword. Immediately afterwards, a layer of black armor completely wrapped the samurai sword, making it harder and more powerful. The samurai sword turned black. Even the handle turned black. In addition, the front end of Ben Beckman's arm was also covered with a layer of black armor, turning the arm that was originally full of flesh and blood into a terrifying weapon-wearing armor. Armament color, mobilize the power in the body, can be used in every part of the body, can also cover and spread the weapon in the hand, so as to gather the armed color domineering on the weapon, forming an indestructible layer of armor. This is the armed color domineering. Ben Beckman looked at Lun, do you understand? The samurai sword he wielded was covered with a layer of black hard armor, which not only made it much harder, but also doubled its power. Armament haki, the threshold of the strong. The strength of a pirate is measured by the strength of the armament haki. Set foot in the sea of the New World. Observation haki and armament haki, these are 2 abilities that must be possessed. It can also be regarded as the basic proof of the path to becoming a strong man. Ding! Detecting purple cards falling around the host, do you want to pick them up? Hey! Lun looked at the direction of the red-haired man with a little daze. The purple light was so dazzling. Pick it up. Picked up successfully, the purple card is the Armament Haki Awakening, do you want to absorb it? Armament Haki. Lun was stunned. When did his face turn so pale? This is simply the possession of the Emperor of Luck. First, the Conqueror Haki, then the Observation Haki, and now even the Armament Haki, all picked up by him on the same day. This luck is amazing. I never thought that I would become the Emperor of Luck that I used to despise. But this feeling is really great. Lun's eyes flickered. Absorb. A force merged into the body. Armament Haki, announced Awakening. Call up the attribute panel. Host, Lun. Strength, 105. Speed, 103. Physical strength, 101. Instinct reaction, 87. Skills, basic swordplay leave 11, swordplay swallow return leave 4, boxing leave 2, conqueror haki leave 1, observation haki leave 1, armament haki leave 1. Attribute points, 0. Finally, 3 colors of haki, all awakened. These 2 days can be called Lun's lucky days. Sure enough, coming to the red hair pirates is a very wise choice. A deep smile appeared on Lun's face. The 3 colors of haki picked up in these 2 days alone. This is enough to fill the gap of the non-Africans in the first 2 weeks. Luck seems to be concentrated in these 2 days. Let Lun awaken the 3 colors of haki at once. Do you need me to demonstrate it again? Ben Beckman looked at Lun's slightly dazed expression and couldn't help asking. He thought. Lun still couldn't understand what he just said about the armament haki. Many introductions. Fortunately, it seems that this kid is not a monster. He can use armament haki after watching it once. Ben Beckman comforted himself. In this way, at least he is a normal person. Otherwise, if even armament haki can be officially introduced after watching a demonstration once, then how can those who have been training for more than 10 days, or even a month or half a year to officially enter the door of armament haki domineering feel? Even the red-haired man beside him couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He remembered. It seems that it took him a total of 12 days to awaken armament haki. During those 12 days, it was torture for him all the time. After practicing day and night, he finally awakened armament haki. Fortunately, this kid is not so perverted. A smile appeared on the red-haired man's face. Just as the two sighed, Lun slowly raised his hand, raised the samurai sword in his hand, and tried to mobilize the armament haki. Gradually, the power gathered in the palm and spread to the katana in the hand. It was faintly visible. A layer of black armor spread over the katana, completely covering the blade. The entire katana instantly became pitch black, and with the addition of a layer of black armor, it looked even more ferocious and sharp, full of oppression. Armament haki, successfully mobilized. Is this what you call armament haki? What a magical power! Lun held the katana covered with a layer of armor by armament haki, turned his head, and looked at Red Hair and Ben Beckman with a smile. Instant. Red Hair and Ben Beckman were petrified on the spot. You learned it. Ben Beckman opened his mouth with a look of horror. He was stunned. This was the first time in his life that he witnessed such an incredible thing. Observation haki, armament haki. 2-color haki, after only one teaching, it was directly awakened and can be used normally. Is this still a human? Is it difficult? Lun smiled. Cough. Red Hair coughed violently, and couldn't help looking at Ben Beckman, who was confused beside him, and recalled what the latter said yesterday. He remembered. Ben Beckman said at the time that this kid might defeat him in the future. At first, he didn't think so. But now, for some reason, Red Hair slowly began to believe it. This kid is a genius. The future is limitless. Chapter 10. The talent is so strong that it's scary. After reacting, Ben Beckman looked at Red Hair helplessly. Red Hair, I said at the beginning, how long did it take you to practice armament color to get started? The past is unbearable to look back on, let it disappear with the wind. Red Hair coughed dryly. Ben Beckman was speechless for a moment, and then said, it's okay, just say it for reference. Why don't we talk about it, Ben Beckman? How long did you spend learning armament haki? I'm also very curious about this. Red Hair asked back. Same as you. Ben Beckman said. Red Hair couldn't refute, and was particularly helpless. By the way, I have a suggestion. Ben Beckman's eyes flashed, looking at the Red Hair. Why not, next, let you guide this kid? I think this is very reliable. No, you are more suitable. No, how can I be more suitable than you, the captain? Your swordsmanship is not what I am good at. And this kid just learns swordsmanship. I think there should be few people in this world who are more suitable than you. It's all about giving face. The two pulled each other, and there was no taboo too much. Not because, in front of Lun, they were posing as the captain and the vice-captain, which made this scene look particularly funny. So, Ben Beckman, the vice-captain who is always serious and unsmiling, actually has such a funny attribute, which surprised Lun. Boy, why don't you ask the red-haired boss for advice? This is a rare opportunity. Looking at the new world, who can compare with our captain in swordsmanship? Ben Beckman winked at Lun. Captain, please teach me. Lun's eyes flashed. Opportunities are indeed rare. Being able to be instructed by someone of red hair's level is an opportunity that most swordsmen dream of. Lifting the samurai sword, covered with a layer of black armed color domineering. Without hesitation, Lun kicked his feet, his eyes focused on red hair, and he raised the sword to cut it down. The observation color domineering also spread to the extreme. You kid! Red hair couldn't help shaking his head and laughing, looking at Lun's attacking movements, casually pulled out the saber griffin from his waist and blocked it in front of him. Bang! The two collided. Lun felt that even if he tried harder, he couldn't break the current fortress. Red hair was like a towering mountain, standing still in front of him. No matter how Lun's moves changed, he couldn't move red hair's steps. Red hair stood in place, holding the saber griffin, looking at Lun with a smile. His hands moved quickly and fiercely, blocking Lun's attack every time. So fast. And the power is also very terrifying. I slashed with a knife, but I couldn't shake his saber. Lun narrowed his eyes slightly and thought in his heart. Yes. Every knife. Lun used all his strength. Does he need to hold back when fighting against 4 emperors? This is simply a joke. Even if he used all his strength to drive the armed color domineering to cover the samurai sword, he still couldn't shake every block of red hair. Not even a little bit. The gap. Lun felt it. The terrifying power of 4 emperors. When swinging a sword, you don't have to chop, slash, or stab like a puppet. You have to have your own fighting mindset. See the enemy's weaknesses, instead of attacking aimlessly. The red-haired man spoke. While blocking Lun's attack, he still taught with ease. Ding! Detecting white cards falling around the host, do you want to pick them up? The voice of the system lingered in Lun's mind. Pick up. Pick up successfully. The white card is the foundation of swordsmanship plus LV1. Do you want to absorb it? Absorb. With the absorption of a white attribute card, Lun's control and understanding of swordsmanship became a few points higher, and even the way of swinging the sword had a subtle change. This is. The red-haired man noticed it. That's why. His heart was so shaken. This kid. Could it be? In the process of fighting with him, he had a deeper understanding of swordsmanship. Sure enough. Really a little freak. Red hair couldn't help thinking. In the battle, he inspired his understanding of swordsmanship and improved his swordsmanship. There are such people in this sea, but they are very rare. Red hair didn't expect it. Lun's talent in swordsmanship is so terrifying. On the side. Witnessing Lun's continuous attack on red hair, Ben Beckman naturally noticed that Lun's swordsmanship level at this moment was a little different from the beginning. Is it improved again? Ben Beckman's expression was moved. Improve the level of swordsmanship in battle. Lun has done all kinds of terrible feats that are incredible in people's eyes. The talent is so strong that it's scary. Ben Beckman's eyes flickered. Hey! Lun's breathing became a little messy, but red hair's steps still didn't move, standing in the same place as always, constantly blocking the attacks from Lun, looking very relaxed. Secret swordsmanship swallow return. Lun's eyes narrowed. The samurai sword in his hand, covered with the color of armed forces, formed a semicircular arc, cut through the air and suddenly attacked the red-haired man. A lavender sword light, sharp and terrifying, arrived in front of the red-haired man. Not a bad sword move. The red-haired man chuckled. What a pity. He gently waved the sword griffin in his hand, and the sword move was disintegrated. But I never thought. I thought I had disintegrated the sword move. But a lavender sword light condensed again, and suddenly attacked from behind the red-haired man. Hey! The red-haired man was moved. He finally moved his feet, turned his head, and dodged the sword move. Bang! The purple sword light hit a wooden barrel on the edge of the deck, directly piercing the barrel, and many broken wood chips flew all over the sky and scattered in all directions. A very strong move. Red Hair changed his words. Just at that moment, he was almost hit. Lun stopped what he was doing, took a deep breath, and looked at Red Hair with a smile on his face. Captain, next time, it will not be as simple as asking you to move your feet. Being able to make Red Hair move his feet is already a good result. Lun did not expect to defeat Red Hair. This is the Four Emperors. One of the Four Emperors who intimidate the entire New World. If it's you, I believe it. Red Hair also smiled. He did not take Lun's words as a deaf ear. Because Lun does have the confidence and capital to say this. Chapter 11 Rockstar was killed in one blow. Terrible growth. Did you make any progress in the battle just now? Ben Beckman walked over step by step and asked. Yes. Lun nodded. The biggest gain was naturally picking up a white card. After integrating it into his body, his swordsmanship foundation was upgraded to a higher level. In addition, this battle made Lun deeply understand how terrifying is the strength of the Four Emperors. No wonder it can intimidate such a chaotic sea area. As strong as a monster. But Lun didn't know that in the eyes of Red Hair and Ben Beckman, Lun was also a monster-like guy. Your swordsmanship needs to be honed. Red Hair patted Lun on the shoulder and left. Boy, work hard and gain practical experience. In this way, your swordsmanship will not be like a puppet, without any flexibility in battle. Ben Beckman left after saying this. Deck. Only Lun was left, holding a samurai sword, and his black armor gradually disappeared. Using armament haki also requires a lot of physical strength. Hey! Lun exhaled heavily, his eyes bright, watching the two people leave one after another. He leaned against the fence, feeling the cool sea breeze blowing on his face, and began to look at his attribute panel. Call up the attribute panel. Host, Lun. Strength, 105. Speed, 103. Physical strength, 101. Instinct reaction, 87. Skills, Sword Basics Leave 12, Sword Swallow Return Leave 4, Boxing Leave 2, Overlord Haki Leave 1, Observation Haki Leave 1, Armament Haki Leave 1. Attribute points, 0. The sword basics have been upgraded by 1 level, and Lun is very clear about the effect. In the blink of an eye. Lun himself did not expect it. In the skill framework, there are 3 more shadows of Haki. In 2 days, I gained more abilities than in 2 weeks. This really made Lun sigh. When luck comes, you can't stop it. If you don't have luck, you can't get it no matter how hard you try. After adjusting his breathing rhythm on the deck and recovering a lot of physical strength, Lun picked up his samurai sword and prepared to walk around the deck. Then, he met Kloshta, the so-called pirate with a bounty of 94 million berries. After yesterday's defeat, Kloshta didn't dare to claim that he was a pirate anymore, and he learned to be low-key and restrained, instead of being like it was as high-profile and ostentatious as in the past. Lun. Lockstar's eyes were fixed on Lun, with a deep fighting spirit in his eyes. I want to challenge you again. Okay. Lun's eyes flashed and nodded. Coincidentally, he also wanted to try it. After learning the 2-color domineering, facing Rockstar again, without using the domineering, it would take a few moves to defeat Rockstar. This is also considered a good opportunity to measure my growth and progress in the past 2 days. I don't know what Rockstar would think if he knew Lun's thoughts. Feelings. He himself has become the standard for measuring the other party's strength progress. Then, the two walked to the empty deck. Many crew members cast curious eyes, and when they learned that Rockstar challenged Lun again, many people showed an excited expression. Rockstar challenges the domineering boy. This time, he won't be taught a lesson by the domineering color again. Deck. Rockstar's sold face turned red, and he coughed dryly. Let's discuss it. What? Lun asked back. How about prohibiting the use of Conqueror's haki? Rockstar said weakly. Okay. Lun nodded. He didn't want to use Conqueror's haki in the first place, but wanted to use armament haki and swordsmanship to judge his progress in the past 2 days. If Conqueror's haki was used, the result would not be so real. Get ready, I'm going to attack. Rockstar took out a saber from his waist, and his eyes became sharp. The next second, he attacked Lun fiercely. At this time, Lun's body was filled with a layer of observation haki, covering all directions, capturing every movement of Rockstar, and clearly presenting it in his mind. Armament haki was triggered. A layer of black armor covered the samurai sword. Facing the direction from which Rockstar attacked, slightly raised his hand and raised the samurai sword. Without hesitation, cut it down with one knife. Bang! A clear and pleasant sound spread in all directions. The crew members watching the battle were stunned. They saw Rockstar's saber was split into two. Half of it was still tightly held in his hand, and the other half had fallen on the deck under his feet. As if his saber was cut off by Lun with one knife. At the same time, Lun's samurai sword covered with armed color was already placed next to Rockstar's neck, sharp and fierce, making the latter dare not move rashly, and his whole body became stiff. The result of this battle is very obvious. I lost again. Rockstar's lips trembled, his eyes were full of shock and dullness. He couldn't think of it. He was defeated again. Moreover, the opponent did not use the domineering color domineering. More importantly, the opponent. Just one knife. One knife, he was killed instantly. This result was simply unacceptable to Rockstar's heart. Obviously, it was yesterday. Before the opponent's domineering haki burst out, he could still be on par with the opponent. But now, he couldn't even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes. All around, the crew members watching the battle were also confused. The atmosphere became extremely quiet. Half a while. Wow! The whole audience was in an uproar, and it was completely boiling. My God, Rockstar was killed in 1 second. One knife. Just one knife, the domineering boy killed Rockstar in 1 second. You know, when the two fought yesterday, before the domineering haki burst out, the domineering boy was still only on par with Rockstar. But how long has it been? Only 1 day has passed. Has he grown to this extent in 1 day? I can't believe it, this kid is a monster. Just when everyone was shocked, a weak voice came from the crowd. Did you notice? The black armor covering the katana in this boy's hand. If I'm not mistaken, isn't this armament haki? The noisy atmosphere was silent again. Splash! The sound of the rolling waves lingered in everyone's ears. The atmosphere was particularly weird. Gurgle. Many crew members swallowed their saliva and stared blankly at the katana covered with a layer of black armor in Lun's hand. As a ship on the Four Emperors pirate group. Of course they knew what this meant. This means Lun has learned armament haki. Oh my God, when did this kid learn armament haki? Yesterday, he still didn't show armament haki in the battle with Rockstar. Does this mean that he learned armament haki today, if not after yesterday's battle? Too scary, this kid learned armament haki in one day? This learning ability is incredible. If I hadn't seen with my own eyes what this kid looked like when he first boarded the ship 2 weeks ago, I really couldn't imagine that in just 2 weeks, a person would change so much and grow so terribly. Chapter 12. Deliver this letter to Whitebeard. Red 4's deck. Hundreds of crew members gathered around, all staring at the scene in front of them in amazement, with expressions of horror and shock that could not be concealed. The whole audience was in an uproar. Pairs of eyes were fixed on the samurai sword covered with a layer of black armor in Lun's hand. It is indeed armament haki. From the crowd, Jesus Bulletin stepped out step by step, looking at Lun with a strange face. He vaguely remembered. This kid still couldn't use armament haki yesterday. Does this mean? In just one day, this kid went from zero foundation to armament haki. This growth rate? Jesus Bulletin was speechless. Aside, Lakilu, holding a barbecue, was wearing small sunglasses, the fat on his face trembled slightly, and the small eyes hidden in the sunglasses were full of shocking emotional fluctuations. All the cotters on the ship came. At the same time, they were also shocked by the armed color displayed by Lun. Who can explain it to them? Where did this kid's armed color come from? He learned it in just one day. This is too much. They couldn't think of words to describe it for a while. Armed color domineering. The defeated Krosta looked sluggish. He turned his head stiffly, and glanced at the samurai sword on his neck. The shiny samurai sword was now covered with a layer of black armor, which looked even harder and fiercer, and the chill was overwhelming. Although the bounty was less than 100 million berries. But Rockstar still recognized the black armor covering the blade at the first sight, which was the rumored armed color domineering. He learned armament haki. Rockstar's lips trembled slightly, and when he looked at the half of the saber tightly in his hand, he felt deeply frustrated. The gap is not a little bit. From the beginning, he looked down on Lun. To now look up to him. The whole process took only 2 weeks. This guy's growth rate is incredible. In just 2 weeks, he has far exceeded my growth in more than 10 years of life and death battles. Rockstar was very frustrated. I lost. Don't lose heart, work harder. Lun slowly put away the samurai sword in his hand, and the armament haki was restrained. The covering layer of black armor disappeared without a trace, and the samurai sword returned to its original state. This time, Lun truly realized that awakening the dual-color haki of armament haki and observation haki has greatly improved his strength. Before, if he didn't use the Conqueror haki, he would need to spend a little effort and time to deal with Rockstar. But now, the result is instant kill. Rockstar couldn't stop Lun from using the armament haki. Haki boy, you did a great job. You're strong, boy. Although I looked down on you for being weak before, I have to admit that in the past 2 weeks, you have indeed shown your extraordinary talent and made people believe and affirm. The crew members watching the battle around shouted. Soon, Red Hair and Ben Beckman also came to the deck. Learned the whole story. The two of them seemed relatively calm and accepted it easily. After all, before this, they had already learned that Lun had learned the two-color haki. Moreover, the armament haki was awakened from their own eyes. It was normal for Lun, who had learned the armament haki, to kill Rockstar with one sword. Boss, his armament haki. Really, did he just learn it today? Lakilo couldn't help but ask. Yesub and the other cotters also cast curious eyes. What else do you think? Red Hair said. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but take a breath. Feelings. It's really the armament haki he learned today. In such a short time, he actually learned armament haki. This learning efficiency is beyond their reach. Not only armament hacky, this kid also learned observation hacky. Also, they just learned it today. Ben Beckman said. This made Jizyushub and Lakilol look at each other, and their faces began to show some bitterness and helplessness. In such a short time, the other party learned not only armament hacky, but also dual-color hacky. I said a long time ago, this kid is a good seedling. A bald head among the cotters, wearing a blue shirt and carrying a monkey on his back, laughed loudly. You didn't say that before. When this kid first came on board, you were the one who had the biggest problem with him. Why, have you forgotten all that? Jesus looked back strangely. You don't understand this. That was just to stimulate his potential. Otherwise, how could this kid grow so horribly in 2 weeks? As the saying goes, there is no motivation without pressure. Only with enough pressure can this kid grow. The bald man was still laughing. All dispersed. The outcome of the battle has been decided. Gradually. Although everyone was shocked, they still dispersed and re-entered their own affairs. Red Hair walked to Rockstar's side and patted him on the shoulder. Work harder, you can become strong too. Boss, I will definitely work hard. Rockstar nodded solemnly. After 2 defeats, his previous flamboyant and self-righteous mentality was completely uprooted. He no longer thought of himself as a great pirate as before. Okay, you guys leave first. I have something to discuss with him. Red Hair waved his hand. Next time, I won't lose. Lockstar said this to Lun and left. Jesus Bulletin, Lakilo and other cotters also left. Red Hair and Ben Beckman were left. Ben Beckman's eyes flashed. Do you really want to give that thing to this kid? I think he is the most suitable candidate. Red Hair laughed. Seeing the two of them playing charades, Lun was puzzled. Under his eyes. See. Red Hair took out a letter from his arms and handed it to Lun. I'll give you an important task, help me deliver this letter to Whitebeard. Chapter 13 Target, Whitebeard Pirates. Send a letter. Whitebeard. Lun took the letter and was still a little surprised. I didn't expect it. Red Hair actually assigned himself such a task. If it was just to send a letter, Lun was certainly not interested. But what he was interested in was the target of the letter. Send the letter to Whitebeard. This meant that he would board the ship of the Whitebeard pirates and get to see the legendary pirate, the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, up close. If an attribute card could drop from Whitebeard, Lun could be sure the level would definitely be very high. Moreover, there were so many strong men on the ship of the Whitebeard pirates that it was not impossible to pick up high-level attribute cards. So, Lun was also happy to accept this mission. If he could pick up attribute cards from the Whitebeard pirates, this trip would not be a waste of time. What do you think? The red-haired man smiled at Lun. When you return from this mission, I will teach you to give you a gift. Since the captain ordered, how can I refuse? Lun smiled. Keep the letter and hand it to Whitebeard in person. This is a test. You lack not only combat experience but also experience. Being able to meet Whitebeard up close, I think it will change your mentality and vision. This change is for the better. Red Hair said earnestly. Captain, can you prepare the map and sailboat? Lun put the letter in his arms and asked casually. The ship is ready and you can set off at any time. The map has been placed on the ship and you can read it yourself. However, the weather in the new world is changeable, so you still need to be careful. It's time for you to experience the rules of this sea area in the new world yourself. The new world you know from others must be different from the new world you experience yourself. Red Hair couldn't help but remind him. Holding the envelope, Lun gradually left the eyes of Red Hair and Ben Beckman. Wait for Lun to leave. Ben Beckman just spoke, this kid really lacks some training. However, let an intern represent our red hair pirates and give the letter to Whitebeard. I don't think he will really accept it. Ha ha ha. Red Hair laughed, who can say for sure, but this is indeed an opportunity for this kid to train. I hope he won't be buried in this sea. Ben Beckman looked at the distant sea. He has mastered the 3 colors of domineering. If he is not too unlucky and does not encounter Kaido and Charlotte's people, there should not be too many problems. Pirates with a bounty of 100 million berries, this level of pirates can be seen everywhere in the New World. But Lun, who has mastered the armed color, observation color, and domineering color, has gradually gotten rid of the strength stage of 100 million berries and progressed to a higher level. This can be seen from the one-shot killing of Rockstar. Rockstar's bounty is 94 million. And Lun can kill the opponent with one shot. You can imagine. If a pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries encounters Lun, the result will not be much different from Rockda's. Even if he encounters a natural ability user. With Lun's control of the armament haki, he can also have the strength to fight. In general, as long as Lun does not take the initiative to provoke the members of the 4 emperors, there will be no major accidents. Don't worry about this kid, he will never be buried in the sea easily. If he does not experience many life and death, how can he grow into a strong man? This kid's strength has increased too fast. It is not a bad thing to let him experience some hardships. At least, it can stabilize his mind. The red-haired man said slowly. Maybe. Ben Beckman nodded. Lun left the deck, returned to his residence and began to prepare some items for leaving. This trip, rushed to the Whitebeard pirates. Although everyone is in the New World, you must know that the sea area of the New World is so large that it is simply boundless. It is not so easy to find the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates. 10 minutes later, Lun, holding a samurai sword, took some simple salutes, walked out of the room, and returned to the deck. On the way, he met many crew members, all of whom looked at him curiously. Domineering boy, are you going to sea? Facing the questions of many crew members, Lun answered uniformly, there is no way. The captain has given me an important task and needs me to go to Whitebeard. Whitebeard. Many crew members were shocked. This kid is going to be sent to the Whitebeard pirates? When they thought of this, they looked at Lun differently. Let's go. Lun waved his hand and said goodbye to many crew members. Ding! Detecting white cards falling around the host, do you want to pick them up? Ding! Detecting blue cards falling around the host, do you want to pick them up? Ding! Detecting white cards falling around the host, do you want to pick them up? The system's voices lingered in Lun's ears. Without hesitation. Pick up all. For this trip to the sea, Lun needs stronger strength to ensure that he can survive in the dangerous waters of the New World. And the system is undoubtedly the capital for Lun to become stronger. Pick up successfully, white card is attribute speed +1, do you want to absorb it? Pick up successfully, blue card is attribute stamina +3, do you want to absorb it? Pick up successfully, white card is armed color domineering strength +1, do you want to absorb it? Absorb all. Lun closed his eyes slightly. A stream of warm currents flowed through his body. Become stronger. I can clearly feel that all aspects of my body have become stronger. Before leaving, I can still improve my strength a lot, which is a pleasant surprise. Call up the attribute panel. Host, Lun. Strength, 105. Speed, 104. Physical strength, 104. Instinct reaction, 87. Skills, Sword Basics Leave 12, Sword Swallow Return Leave 4, Boxing Leave 2, Armament Haki Leave 2, 20%, Conqueror Haki Leave 1, Observation Haki Leave 1. Attribute points 0. The Armament Haki strength is only increased by 1 point, but it has directly broken through to leave 2. Moreover, it has increased by an additional 20%, and is about to break through to leave 3. Lun was surprised. The increase in armament haki strength is not actually a fixed increase of 1 level. Unless the card picked up by Lun can be directly increased by 1 level. But this time, increasing the strength of armament haki by 1 point will promote 1 level, and it will also increase the strength by an additional 20%, which is beyond Lun's expectations. Is it easier to improve in the early stage? Lun's eyes flashed, and he turned to look at the attribute points that were still 0, a little helpless. Attribute points are still as difficult to explode as always. The role of attribute points is very simple. You can use them at will and add them to any framework. For example, one attribute point can be increased to strength at will, or you can choose to increase speed, etc. In short, attribute points are a hard currency. Use attribute points to selectively improve different physical attribute panels. A moment. Lun has walked to the edge of the deck. All around, a lot of crew members gathered here, with smiles on their faces, to send Lun out to sea. Domineering boy, don't die, I'm still looking forward to coming back next time and fighting with you. Maybe, next time you come back, you can't beat this kid, ha ha ha. Don't say it, this kid's growth rate is too monster, next time he comes back, maybe he will be so powerful that I can't compete with him. Under the eyes of a group of crew members, Lun jumped down and jumped onto a small boat. His feet landed steadily on the deck. Lun looked up and looked at the faces of many crew members of the Red Hair Pirates, and then looked at Red Hair, Ben Beckman, Jesus Bulletin, and others not far away, and a smile appeared on his face. Let's go. Turning around, Lun did not hesitate at all, and directly controlled the entire ship, gradually began to sail away, and completely away from the Red Fours. The goal of this voyage is the Whitebeard Pirates. Chapter 14. Is his head worth this price? The sloop sailed on the sea. The breeze was blowing. Ripples were rippling on the sea, spreading in all directions. Located on the deck of the sailboat, Lun looked at the map carefully, then turned to look at the endless sea, looking very helpless, and his whole head was blank. Captain, are you going to let me find the whereabouts of the Whitebeard Pirates by myself? The map you gave me is not very complete. And, most importantly, I forgot to take Barry. Lun put down the map in his hand and sighed. He forgot the most important thing. As the sea breeze blows, the whole sailboat moves with the wind, sailing aimlessly in the dangerous waters of the New World. Occasionally, you can see a huge black shadow passing through the sea. That is, the Sea King. Forget it, take it one step at a time. Anyway, it's just delivering a letter, it shouldn't be too urgent. If it's urgent, the captain will probably not send an intern like me to perform this task. Lun thought. However, we still have to list the next plan. First of all, the first step. We must find an island to replenish some materials. In addition, the vacancy of Barry also needs to be solved. Although Barry is not omnipotent in this sea area, he can solve most of the troubles for Lun and avoid wasting too much time because of Barry. Finally, you need to find out the whereabouts of the Whitebeard Pirates. This last question is more difficult in Lun's opinion. After all, as one of the 4 emperors, the whereabouts of the Whitebeard Pirates are naturally uncertain. Moreover, it is not necessarily true that someone dares to monitor the whereabouts of the Whitebeard Pirates all the time. Sailing for half a day. Finally, Lun saw a small island. Following the direction, close to the coast of the island, you can vaguely see that there are many pirate ships docked on the edge of the coast, and some passing merchant ships are docked on the coast, which seems a bit noisy and lively. With the skull flag hoisted high, Lun let the entire sailboat dock on the coast, and successfully jumped off the deck and arrived at the coast of the island. There were many shouting sounds around, revealing the prosperous appearance of the entire island. Here, maybe I can get some information about the whereabouts of the Whitebeard pirates. With this mentality, Lun successfully stepped into the central area of the island from the coast. Arrived at the central area, the feeling of prosperity became stronger. Here, Lun saw many shops, some small stalls on both sides of the street, as well as taverns, clothing stores, etc., almost everything. The island is not large, but it has gathered many shops. Just like a sparrow is small, but it has everything. Generally, taverns are where people ask for information. Lun's mind moved, and he turned to look at the particularly fancy tavern on the street. Without hesitation, step into the tavern step by step. As soon as he stepped into the tavern, a strong aroma of wine came to his face, which was very strong and filled the air of the huge tavern. If a person who can't drink alcohol, just smelling this aroma of wine, the whole person will probably be hazy. Walk to the front desk. At the front desk was a tall, mature woman wearing purple clothes, showing off her graceful figure, which made people excited. "Young man, what do you need?" The beautiful mature woman looking at Lun, she asked with a smile. "Can I get some information here?" Lun asked directly. "Oh." The mature woman's beautiful eyes flashed. "What's your name, brother?" "You can call me Longxi." Lun said. "Brother Lun, you should know the rules of this business, right?" Longxi's charming face was a little playful. "I would like to hear more details." Lun did not hide his identity as a rookie. It was indeed the first time for him to come to such a place to inquire about information. Hearing this, Longxi glanced at Lun in surprise, and then said, "First of all, it is not impossible to inquire about the news. It's just that you need to pay a certain amount of berries according to the importance of the news. Besides that, no matter what news you get, whether it is true or false, we will not be responsible for the subsequent troubles. Therefore, judging the truth of the news is not up to us, but up to you. Even if it is false news, we will also charge the same benefits. If you are deceived by our false news, we will not refund any price. Even though you know this, brother Lun, do you still want to inquire about the news? In short, once the news is spoken, it has nothing to do with this place. Whether it is true or false. Here, there will be no consequences. Very unfair. Yes. This is unfair. If you give false news and ask for the same reward as the real news, it is obviously fraud. Your rules are really disappointing." Lun's mouth moved slightly. "So, do you still want to find out?" Longxi didn't explain too much. She held a cigarette between her slender right fingertips and blew a puff of smooth white smoke from her red lips. "Of course." Lun nodded. "What news do you want to find out, little brother?" Longxi's expression became excited. Hearing this, Lun said bluntly, "I want to find out the whereabouts of the Whitebeard pirates." "Hey!" Longxi was shocked. At this time, she looked at Lun in front of her seriously. "The whereabouts of the 4 Emperors pirates. The price of this news is not low. And why did the other party ask for this news? Can you find out here?" Lun asked. "Yes, I can." Longxi nodded, and changed the subject, "but the price is very high. Just say it directly." "One price, 80 million berries. 80 million berries, in exchange for the whereabouts of the Whitebeard pirates. Not outrageously expensive." Lun looked into Longxi's eyes. "I don't have so many berries now." "Then don't waste my time." Longxi looked impatient. "But I think I can use other things instead." Lun's eyes turned and scanned the rest of the huge tavern. "What do you want to use instead?" Longxi asked curiously. "Is his head worth this price?" Lun pointed to a noisy place in the tavern. In the noisy place pointed by Lun, a burly middle-aged man with dark purple hair and many tattoos on his arms stood out, and his voice was so loud that it almost covered the entire tavern. Chapter 15. Let's discuss and borrow your head. From the moment he stepped into the tavern, Lun's observation color felt it. There are many pirates in the tavern. Among the many pirates, the most prominent one is the burly middle-aged man with dark purple hair. He looks like a wolf and is particularly ferocious. Moreover, while talking with Long Si, Lun also heard the whispered conversations of some other guests in the tavern. In these conversations, there are many contents and information related to the middle-aged man with dark purple hair. This also made Lun understand the identity of this middle-aged man with dark purple hair. Bansai. Title: Jackal. The captain of a pirate group. He is also a pirate with a bounty of 112 million. The most important thing is not these. But Lun learned. This guy named Bansai is actually an animal-type devil fruit ability user. In addition, his identity is not just the captain of the Jackal Pirates. Secondly, Bansai has another identity. He belongs to the Beast Pirates. That is to say, the pirate group incorporated by the Beast's Pirates is under the rule, jurisdiction, and control of the Beast's Pirates, and of course belongs to the Beast's Pirates. Do you know what you are saying? Long Si's pupil shrank, and her beautiful eyes stared at Lun. She was almost scared to death by Lun's words. Following the direction Lun pointed, she of course saw the burly middle-aged man with dark purple hair. As a staff member with an intelligence network, Long Si certainly knew the other party's identity. Jackal class. This is one of the forces under the Beast's Pirates. She dared not imagine. Is this young man in front of her crazy? How dare he attempt to attack the forces under the Beast's Pirates? In her eyes, it was simply a crazy act. I ask you, is his head worth this price? Lun narrowed his eyes slightly. Long Si's hands trembled slightly, and the cigarette fell from the gap between her slender fingertips and fell to the ground. She stared at Lun with her beautiful eyes, with a bit of fear. She saw it. Lun in front of her was not joking, but serious. Are you serious? Long Si's charming face was filled with deep fear. Do you think I look like I'm joking? Lun smiled. At this moment, Long Si suddenly felt that she couldn't see through the young man in front of her. Although the other party's behavior and other aspects, everything seemed very immature, but for some reason, Lun made Long Si feel afraid from the bottom of his heart. The other party. How dare they attack the pirate group under the command of the Beast Pirates? This is crazy. Long Si could not have dreamed that this scene would very likely happen in front of her. The bounty of 112 million berries, his head is worth so much. Although this is a new world, if you want, you can always send people to transport his head back to the Grand Line in exchange for berries. This is not a difficult thing for you. And the news of the whereabouts of the Whitebeard pirates is only worth 80 million. The remaining 30 million will be regarded as your travel expenses in exchange for his head for berries. To be honest, you are not losing money in this deal, but making a lot of money. So, I want to hear your opinion. What do you think? Lun said with a smile. Crazy. It must be crazy. Long Si clenched her fists, her charming face was slightly pale, and she no longer had the same demeanor as before. After a while, Long Si finally opened her mouth with difficulty. Her tone was awkward. Everything you did has nothing to do with me, and has nothing to do with everyone in the tavern. You are just representing yourself. We will not bear any consequences, and we are not qualified to bear them. Of course. Lun showed a deep smile. Getting Long Si's answer, he turned around. Carrying the samurai sword, he walked towards the direction of Jackal Saipan step by step. Witnessing Lun's back, Longxi's pink lips trembled slightly, and her whole body trembled, and her heart was covered with great fear. It was the first time for her to see such a terrifying thing. Someone dared to provoke the beast's pirates. This was a very rare thing in Longxi's view. He really intends to kill Jackal Bansai on the spot. Longxi trembled all over. She had a hunch that the scene that happened next would make her remember it deeply in her life. The Four Emperors. This is the pirate group under the command of the Four Emperors. However, the pirate group under the command of the Four Emperors is about to be provoked. This is too shocking. Long Si stared blankly at the front. This kid. He took the initiative to seek death, so you can't blame others. At this time, Lun had already walked to Bansai's side. The noisy atmosphere was slightly stagnant. Bansai, who was in an excited state, stopped the action of holding the wine glass and preparing to pour it into his throat. He raised his eyebrows slightly and turned to look at Lun coldly. Many pirates beside Bansai stared at Lun angrily. Boy, dare to disturb our boss. Are you looking for death? I came here just to discuss something with you. Lun looked at Bansai with a smile on his face. Boss, let me get him. This kid is so arrogant. The other pirates roared angrily. Boy, you are really looking for death. Bansai's voice was cold, his eyes were emotionless, and the centipede-like scar on his face, combined with his cold eyes, looked particularly hideous. Unfortunately, I have to tell you that you have become my target. Next, I want to discuss with you and borrow your head. I think you shouldn't mind, right? Lun smiled and looked at Bansai. After that, the atmosphere in the whole place became even more weird. Silence. No sound. Chapter 16, One man wiped out the Jackal pirates. The huge tavern. Originally noisy and lively. But at the same time, it fell into an extremely weird silence. The slightest sound disappeared without a trace. How dare he? Long Si was stunned. She stared at Lun's figure with her beautiful eyes, her pink lips trembling, her charming face very pale, her big eyes wide open, filled with deep fear. In contrast, Bansai standing next to Lun, his burly figure was frightening. Not only was Long Si stunned. Together with some visitors in the tavern, at this moment, they all looked at Lun with horror and dullness, and then looked at Bansai, unable to speak for a moment. Of course they knew the terrifying background of Bansai. The Jackal pirates led by Bansai belonged to the Four Emperors Beasts pirates. This identity made most pirates dare not attack the Jackal pirates. However, today, there appeared a person who dared to challenge Bansai. Lend me a head. This kid, is simply looking for death. Everyone was terrified. They quickly fled the tavern, but many people were still curious. Even though they were terrified, they still stayed in the tavern to witness what happened next. Bansai was angry. He had never been so angry in his life. He couldn't stand it, he was actually despised by a kid. This made a blazing fire rise in his heart. Boy, you're looking for death. Bansai glared at Lun with a ferocious face. A young boy who was still wet behind the ears actually dared to threaten to borrow his head in front of so many people under his command? This was a provocation. A serious provocation. Bansai could not tolerate it. He immediately raised his huge fist and smashed it at Lun's head. Go to hell, damn kid. The boss is angry, this kid, I'm afraid he will be cut into pieces. This is the first time I've seen the boss so angry, this kid is really bold. He dared to say such words in front of the boss, he simply doesn't know whether to live or die. The other pirates responded with a playful and excited look. But the next second, a scene that shocked them appeared. The huge fist was blocked by Lun's samurai sword. Unmovable as a mountain. Lun's small figure was in the same place, and was not shaken by Bansai's punch, and his footsteps did not move at all. Blocked, blocked. The pirates looked at each other. Eyes, with a look of shock. Their own boss's angry punch. So easily, it was blocked? Blocked Bansai's punch. Lun raised his head and looked at Bansai with an angry face, shaking his head and sighing, a pirate with a bounty of more than 100 million berries is only this level. Boy, you are dead. Bansai shouted angrily. His whole body gradually began to change. From a 3-meter-tall human appearance, he turned into a 6-meter-tall evil wolf. This is Bansai's devil fruit. Jackal form. Becoming a wolf, no matter defense, strength, speed, etc., is many times higher than that of an ordinary human. The boss is serious. Changed into a jackal form, it can be seen how angry this kid made the boss. Boom! Bansai kicked his feet and hit the ground with great force, leaving a huge pit on the ground, and many broken stones fell in all directions in a disorderly manner. Devil fruit. Lun narrowed his eyes slightly. No big emotional fluctuations. Armament haki began to condense on the blade. A layer of black armor began to spread and covered the blade. Facing the attacking Bansai, Lun used the samurai sword covered with armament haki, simply and roughly, and slashed it. Poof! Blood was flying all over the sky. Ah! Bansai wailed in pain, staring blankly at his left arm. The hideous bloodstains of the knife were particularly dazzling. His expression became shocked and unbelievable. The other party actually broke through the terrifying defense he had when he turned into a jackal. How is this possible? All around, the group of clamoring pirates suddenly stopped talking and stared blankly at the scene in front of them. They couldn't imagine. Their boss was actually injured by the other party. Wait! Bansai's pupil shrank, staring at the samurai sword in Lun's hand. This is armed color. At the same time, Lun flashed with the sword and stood beside Bansai. No hesitation. A knife chopped down. No. Bansai's face changed drastically, trying to dodge. But the speed of this knife was too fast. He couldn't dodge at all. Puff! Another knife went down, almost directly piercing through Bansai's left waist, leaving a hideous deep blood mark, blood gushing out, dyeing his purple hair in the form of a jackal red. The pungent smell of blood slowly flowed in the air. Go to hell! Bansai glared at Lun, and his huge fist suddenly smashed down. Bang! Lun took 2 steps back with the samurai sword in his hand. He was slightly numb when he held the handle of the knife with his right hand. I have to admit it. The pirate with a bounty of more than 100 million berries is still quite powerful. At least, Lun can't kill him instantly. Go to hell! Bansai attacked again. Lun's expression remained unchanged, and the corners of his mouth moved slightly. Secret swordsmanship Yan Fan. A lavender sword light, in a semicircular shape, rushed forward from the samurai sword in Lun's hand, approaching Bansai at an extremely terrifying speed. Yan Fan's speed was too fast. Bansai couldn't dodge at all. He could only stare with his eyes wide open, watching this sharp sword light flash by. Puff! The purple sword light flashed and slid across Bansai's neck. Boom! The sword light penetrated the wall behind, leaving a hideous and terrifying mark. The whole tavern ushered in a violent turbulence, like a small earthquake. At the same time, Bansai's eyes were dull. Blood gushed out. Plop! Bansai fell to the ground, his head separated. A wolf head rolled on the ground for several times before it calmed down. I saw. The wolf head still had its eyes wide open, and fear filled it. This scene fell into the eyes of everyone present. The scene became silent. The jackal Bansai, who had a bounty of 112 million berries, was declared dead. At this time, Lun turned his head and looked at the group of pirates who had been clamoring just now, revealing a meaningful smile. Does killing need a reason? For Lun, a pirate, killing never needs any reason. Am I seeing things? The boss was killed so easily. He is a monster, a devil. Run, run. In an instant, the scene became extremely chaotic. 2 minutes later. In the tavern. On the ground, the bodies of pirates were scattered everywhere in a disorderly manner. Blood was everywhere, flowing along the trajectory on the floor. The strong and pungent smell of blood blended into the air, which was particularly pungent and disgusting. Lun glanced at the many corpses on the ground, waved the blood stains left on the samurai sword in his hand, turned around, and approached Longxi at the front desk step by step. At this moment, Longxi, who was at the front desk, had already begun to weaken her slender legs. She witnessed Lun approaching step by step, and her graceful and mature body trembled uncontrollably. Her charming and mature face was already filled with deep fear, and her red lips trembled slightly. The Jackal pirates. Actually, they were wiped out by one person. P.S. Let me explain, the author of this book will diligently write at least 5 chapters and 10,000 words every day. But unfortunately, the data of this book is still very bleak. Oh. Readers who have flowers, please vote for flowers, evaluation votes and monthly votes to support. Even 1 flower, 1 evaluation vote, and 1 monthly vote are the author's motivation, and I am very grateful. So far, this book has never received a monthly vote, which really makes the author feel a little exhausted. Here I can only shamelessly ask for a wave of flowers, evaluation votes and monthly votes. The author thanks you here. Asterisk. Chapter 17 Provoked Kaido? So what? The captain of the Jackal pirates, Jackal Bansai, was beheaded on the spot. And the rest of the crew, the result is natural needless to say. Even Bansai was killed instantly. How could they be spared? Therefore, Lun only spent 2 minutes to easily eliminate the entire Jackal pirates. A pirate group of hundreds of people was wiped out by Lun alone. The entire tavern. On the ground. Corpses can be seen everywhere. Blood slowly flowed on the floor, and the pungent smell of blood rose in the air and drifted in all directions. There were still more than 10 people left in the tavern. They became witnesses of this bloody scene. They witnessed the destruction of a pirate group of hundreds of people. Moreover, this pirate group is still one of the forces under the beast pirates. Jackal Bansai with a bounty of 112 million berries. Just died like this. The visitor who stayed in the tavern for more than 10 meters stared blankly at the body of Jackal Bansai, his lips trembling, and a deep sense of shock swept through his heart. Bansai's head was lying flat on the ground, and his eyes, wide open and full of fear, looked particularly creepy. The pungent smell of blood was disgusting. Front desk. Longxi's slender hands were trying to support the wooden table, keeping her body from being paralyzed by fear, and her beautiful eyes stared blankly at the corpse on the ground. He actually did it. Jackal Bansai was almost wiped out by him in a crushing way, and he had no power to fight back. The whole process was suppressed and beaten. This is a pirate with a bounty of 112 million berries, but he was ruthlessly suppressed and beaten by this young man throughout the whole process. In addition, even the entire Jackal pirates have been uprooted by him alone. My God! His strength is so terrifying. Then, Longxi's eyes moved, fixed on the young figure. In a pile of corpses, Lun, holding a samurai sword, was walking step by step, and his figure was particularly conspicuous and sharp. Not only Long Si. All the remaining people on the scene fixed their eyes on Lun, and the fear and awe in their eyes were completely revealed. Too strong. As strong as a monster. One person. He did it, the terrifying feat of annihilating the Jackal pirates. Who is this young man? Everyone's lips trembled, and they were shocked and couldn't help thinking. But no matter what, they couldn't connect Lun with the powerful and terrifying monsters in their impression. In their impression, Lun's face was completely unfamiliar. They had never seen this face on any bounty list. So, Lun gave them a mysterious and terrifying feeling. As Lun walked step by step, they quickly lowered their heads, and the awe and fear in their hearts made them dare not look into Lun's eyes. Walk all the way to the front desk. Lun looked at Long Si, who was terrified. We agreed before that his head would be exchanged for the information of the Whitebeard pirates' operations. I think you won't break your promise, right? There was still a little blood on the blade of the samurai sword, which slid down the track and fell to the ground. Tick-tock. The crisp sound lingered in Long Si's ears. Her eyes were terrified, and she nodded hurriedly, of course. How dare she break her promise? Even one of the pirate groups under the Four Emperors' 100 Beasts pirates was wiped out by this fierce man in front of her. At this moment, how dare she provoke Lun? Unless she didn't want to die. Tell me about the traces of the Whitebeard pirates. Lun swung the samurai sword in his hand again, trying to wipe off all the remaining blood on the blade. Immediately, Long Si said quickly, 3 days ago, someone saw the Whitebeard pirates' Moby Dick appear in the Azure Sea area. Azure Sea. Lun's eyes flashed, which direction exactly? This is a map of that sea area. Long Si frantically took out a map from the drawer and quickly handed it to Lun. Map? This can solve a lot of problems. Lun smiled. After a quick glance at the map, he put it away with satisfaction. Turn around. Lun pointed in the direction of Bansai's body. Their bodies are yours. We agreed to use Bansai's body in exchange for this information, and I will certainly not go back on my word. But now, the entire Jackal pirates have been wiped out by me. I think, among these hundreds of pirates, except for Bansai, the bounties of the other pirates should add up to tens of millions of berries, right? After the words fell, Long Si looked horrified and puzzled. What do you mean? Seeing Lun's terrifying strength, she even used her respectful title to address Lun. Give me 10 million berries, and the bodies of all the members of the Jackal pirates will all belong to you. Lun laughed. Coincidentally, this way, he can fill the problem of the lack of berries for him at present. Ah! This! Long Si exclaimed, but under Lun's kind gaze. She bit her red lips and nodded with difficulty. Okay. Turning her head, she gave an order to a subordinate. Not long after, the subordinate returned with a package. Long Si handed the package to Lun. There are a total of 15 million berries in it. 15 million berries. Lun looked at Long Si meaningfully. You are very sensible. No politeness. Using the samurai sword, he directly supported the package and carried it on his shoulder. Lun took a step and prepared to leave. Suddenly, his steps suddenly stopped. This small movement made the hearts of more than 10 people in the tavern, including Longsi, seem to stop. Jump. They couldn't figure it out. Will this monster suddenly attack and kill everyone present to cover up the truth about the annihilation of the Jackal pirates? At this time, Lun smiled and looked at Long Si. If I can't find the whereabouts of the Whitebeard pirates there, don't worry, I will come back to find you. After saying this, Lun left the tavern step by step. Only Long Si, who was trembling with fear, was left behind. She began to despair. If the Whitebeard pirates really left that area of the sea, wouldn't this monster vent its anger on her? Long Si opened her mouth, her beautiful eyes were dead grey. The huge tavern became particularly quiet. This time, the Jackal pirates were wiped out. No doubt. Lun knew that he had inadvertently provoked the beast Kaido. But, so what? He didn't take it to heart. Just cleaned up some small fish. If Kaido is going to stand up to deal with him for these scum, then he has to ask Red Hair, Ben Beckman, and even the entire Red Hair pirates if they agree. Don't forget. Behind Lun, there is also a terrifying 4 Emperor's pirates. Chapter 18. He is from the Red Hair pirates. With Lun's departure, the atmosphere in the tavern changed. However, the many corpses on the ground still made the hearts of the people present still covered with a layer of coldness. In a short time, they must not be able to forget it. The scene of hundreds of pirates from the Jackal pirates being slaughtered by a young man. Is he gone? Long C's red lips trembled slightly, and she quickly found a wooden chair to sit down. Her legs had already been uncontrollable. If it weren't for her hands trying to support the table, her whole body would have been paralyzed on the ground in an ugly state. Help me keep an eye on him, be sure to pay attention, and never let him notice. Long Si ordered a subordinate. Watched the subordinate leave. At this time, she let out a heavy breath, and turned to look at the scattered corpses throughout the tavern, and a sense of pressure came over her. If it weren't for the Jackal pirates, she wouldn't feel so panicked. But that's the problem. The Jackal pirates are one of the forces under the Beast's pirates. If it gets out, the Jackal pirates were all destroyed in her tavern. Just ask. Will the Beast's pirates let her go? No. Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its creditor. The Beast's pirates can't possibly do something to a weak woman like me. If I tell them the truth about what happened here, they will definitely not vent their anger on me. That's right, that must be the case. No, I'll even take the initiative to contact the members of the Beast's pirates. They will definitely notice what's going on here. And if I take the initiative to tell them, they will never do anything to me. By then, that kid will definitely die. Long Si suppressed her inner fear, and her thoughts drifted in her mind. The Jackal pirates are not scary. The terrifying thing is just the Beast's pirates standing behind them. However, that kid actually dared to take the initiative to provoke the pirates under the Beast's pirates. This is simply too bold. The most important thing is, that kid did achieve the amazing feat of wiping out the Jackal pirates alone. But even so, in Long C's heart, Lun has already been labeled as dead. Because she believes that Lun has provoked a behemoth that he can't afford to provoke. That's the Beast's pirates. One of the most terrifying forces in the New World. If you provoke such a behemoth, there will be no room for the other party to survive anywhere in the New World. After provoking the Beast's pirates, he still wants to gain a foothold in the New World? This is simply a joke. Even if he doesn't find the whereabouts of the Whitebeard pirates, when the members of the Beast's pirates know that he provoked the Beast's pirates, his own life will be greatly threatened. How could he come back to deal with a small character like me? Long Si thought she had found a way to survive. That is, take the initiative to notify the members of the Beast's pirates. Tell them everything here truthfully. While Long Si was thinking, the other dozen people in the tavern also talked to each other. I just scanned the bounty list. I don't see him in the bounty list of more than 100 million berries. Who is he? He can suppress the Jackal band with absolute strength. If he is rewarded, his strength must be no less than 100 million berries. But there is no trace of him in the bounty list. Why is that? This guy is like a mystery. There is no information about him at all. He is too mysterious. He is as strong as a monster. Why hasn't such a person become famous in the New World? I really can't understand it. I have to admit that this kid is very young and his strength is indeed extremely terrifying. If nothing unexpected happens, I think his name will definitely spread in the New World in the future. Hearing this, Long Si sneered and interrupted, no, this kid no longer has this opportunity. He is dead. After the words fell, the other visitors cast their eyes, and following Long Si's eyes, they looked at the many corpses on the ground. In an instant, they understood the specific meaning of Long Si's words. Yes. If you provoke the beast's pirates, you will die. This guy is indeed very strong, but he provokes such a terrifying behemoth in the New World. No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than the 4 emperors? He dared to provoke the beast's pirates, he can be sentenced to death. More than a dozen visitors talked with emotion. A visitor looked at Long Si and asked curiously, "Boss, these corpses, did you fight how to deal with it? If these bodies are handed over to the Navy, they can indeed be exchanged for a large part of berries. But, here comes the problem. Long Si, do you dare to do it? Handing over the heads of the pirates under the beast's pirates to the Navy, does Long Si dare to do such a thing? If she did it, what will happen to her if the beast's pirates know all this? For these berries, will she sacrifice her life? Long Si is not so bold. I decided to contact the members of the beast's pirates later. Let them solve everything by themselves. I will not intervene in this muddy water." Long Si analyzed calmly. This is the only way she can think of to protect herself. Beast's pirates. More than a dozen visitors were moved. It was just a name, but it was like a huge stone, pressing on their hearts, making their breathing become a little heavy. When this kid leaves the island, I will immediately notify the members of the beast's pirates. His death is coming. Still want to find the whereabouts of the Whitebeard pirates? Don't say that the clues I provided to you are real, even if they are fake. You won't be able to do anything to me then. Long Si clenched her fists. After leaving the tavern, Lun walked on the street with 15 million berries. It took about 10 minutes. Supplies purchased. The destination of this trip is announced to be completed. Supplies are ready. The whereabouts of the Whitebeard pirates were also successfully exchanged using the bodies of all the members of the Jackal pirates. Although at present, it is still unknown whether the news is true or not. But at least, it will not make Lun helpless and without a target. Are you still monitoring? In fact, the moment Lun left the tavern, he could clearly feel that someone was following him. However, the person following him was just a minor character, so he didn't take it seriously. After making all the preparations, Lun rushed to the coast. 3 minutes later, Lun arrived at the coast and placed all the supplies and berry on the deck with ease. Then, he did not choose to stay for too long and started to set sail directly. So, a skull flag with 2 red marks on the left corner of his eye fluttered in the breeze. Set sail. Go to sea. Splash. The sea surface was rippling with ripples, spreading in all directions. Gradually, Lun steered the entire ship, getting farther and farther away from the coast. At the same time, in an inconspicuous place on the coast, a middle-aged man, with his eyes wide open, trembling all over, with a look of fear on his face, watched Lun leave. He saw it. Yes. The moment Lun set sail, he saw the skull flag fluttering in the breeze, which pierced his eyes with great glare. He stayed in the New World for many years, and he often dealt with intelligence on weekdays. Of course he couldn't not know. What does the skull flag with 2 red scratches on the left corner mean? Absolutely, absolutely not wrong. That is the flag of the 4 emperors' red hair pirates. That means this young man, he is from the red hair pirates. The middle-aged man shivered as he spoke, and felt a chill rising from the solace of his feet to his head. P.S. Thank you, readers. The author is grateful. Asterisk. Chapter 19 The Gods Fight. The mortals suffer. Inside the tavern, the corpses scattered all over the ground were scattered in pieces and placed in a disorderly manner. Many of the wreckage fell on the table in a hideous and bloody manner. At this time, the tavern was already empty. However, only a dozen people remained, and they still witnessed the horror scene just now. Until now, they still can't calm down. The Jackal pirates are one of the forces under the Beast Pirates. They were wiped out, how could the Beast Pirates ignore it? Then, all those who remained at the scene and witnessed the passing of the time may become the target of the Beast Pirates. Since you choose to stay, then help me sort out all the corpses here. I think you guys won't have any objections, right? Longxi's beautiful eyes glanced at the dozen or so guests in front of her. Under her oppression, the dozen or so guests softened. After all, as the owner of such a chaotic tavern, Longxi herself is definitely not an ordinary person. Although she is nothing in the New World, her influence is still very huge on this island. Soon, the bodies were sorted out and piled up in an inconspicuous corner. Among them, after the Jackal Banzai was killed, the devil fruit ability of his body faded, and the wolf head gradually turned into a human head, but his pair of eyes that were wide open and unwilling to close never closed. Okay, all of you go away. Long Si waved her hand, showing an impatient expression. Today, for her, is simply a day of suffering. The whole tavern was turned into a mess, with corpses everywhere. This will at least reduce her business time by 3 days. The loss of Barry is naturally a huge number. Sister Long Si, are you really going to notify the members of the Beast Pirates? A visitor asked tentatively. What else? Do you have a better way? Long Si snorted coldly and said lightly. She couldn't think of a second way to stay out of it. Only by actively notifying the Beast Pirates can the other party reduce their suspicion and accusations of her. You know. This is the 4 Emperors Beast Pirates. Everyone in it is a murderer. Killing, even without any reason. If she doesn't take the initiative to notify the other party, when the other party notices and rushes to the tavern, she believed that the Beast's pirates would most likely vent their anger on her. With such consequences, she would die miserably. In the New World, provoking the 4 Emperors is a very cruel act. Especially in the Beast's Pirates, every member has a hot temper and kills people at the slightest disagreement. That is why Long Si is so sure. Lun, who provoked the Beast's Pirates, will surely die. In her mind, Lun has already been labeled as dead. Provoking the 4 Emperors, not only will the New World not be able to gain a foothold, but it will also suffer from continuous and terrifying pursuits. Unless you leave the New World. Otherwise, no matter who it is, they will eventually be killed by the 4 Emperors' pirates. The Beast's Pirates. More than a dozen visitors were terrified. Don't say that my small tavern has angered the Beast's Pirates. They can easily destroy our entire island. Never underestimate the horror of the 4 Emperors' pirates. Longxi's red lips moved slightly, and her tone was horrified. Their small island may be razed to the ground by the 4 Emperors' pirates in an instant. In the New World, the 4 Emperors have absolute dominance. Don't forget. How many pirates are there in this sea area of the New World? There are countless powerful pirates. However, even in such a terrible environment, the 4 Emperors can still stand firm and suppress one side. From this, you can imagine how terrible each of the 4 Emperors' pirates is. Creak. At this moment, the door of the tavern was pushed open. The middle-aged man who was dispatched by Long Si to monitor Lun hurriedly stepped into the tavern with a look of fear on his face. Were you discovered? Longxi raised her eyebrows, and her charming face became solemn. No, he left. The middle-aged man's hands couldn't help but tremble. The skull flag hanging high with 2 red scars on the left corner of the eye that Yu Haiyan witnessed was still vivid in his mind, and he could not forget it. Left? That's great. Longxi's beautiful eyes flashed. Prepare to contact the Beast's Pirates and tell them what happened in the tavern today. As long as the Beast's Pirates know what happened today, that kid will definitely be hunted down by the endless people from the beast's pirates. I think anyone who faces the hunt of the beast's pirates in the New World will not be spared. So, he's dead. I think only those young men who have just set foot in the New World dare to do such a crazy thing as provoking the 4 Emperor's pirates. But he will pay a heavy price for what he did. Listening to Long Xi's words, more than a dozen visitors nodded in approval. If it weren't for the young man who had just set foot in the New World, how could he take the initiative to provoke the 4 Emperor's pirates? No, big sister, he won't die. The middle-aged man suddenly interrupted Long Si. Hey? What did you say? Long Si frowned. Even if he provokes the beast pirates, he is likely to still be alive in the New World. The middle-aged man continued. This made Long Si even more puzzled. What do you know? Because. This young man. He comes from another 4 Emperor's pirate group. He comes from, the Red Hair pirate group. The middle-aged man's words just fell. The atmosphere at the scene became particularly quiet and weird. A dozen visitors stood there blankly, their eyes wide open, staring at the middle-aged figure, their lips trembling, their faces full of horror. What? Long Xi's beautiful eyes widened, her face changed drastically, and her pretty face was covered with a layer of fear. I saw him leave the island and board a ship. The flag hoisted high on the ship was a skull with 2 red scars on the left corner of the eye. No mistake, that's the flag of the Red Hair Pirates. This young man, he must be a member of the Red Hair Pirates. The middle-aged man couldn't help but shudder, his eyes still containing deep fear. That kid, actually came from the Red Hair Pirates. Long Si was stunned, standing stiffly in place. Doesn't this mean? The demise of the Jackal pirates was a collision between 2 of the 4 Emperor's pirates. Thinking of this, Long Xi's mind went blank and she trembled all over. This is simply a fight between gods. And they, the mortals, are in trouble. No matter which side it is a behemoth in the New World. And they, the mortals. Anyone who provokes any side will face a catastrophe. Oh my god! That kid is actually a member of the Red Hair Pirates. More than a dozen visitors were in shock and panic. I thought he was just a young man who had just set foot in the New World. But now, they suddenly found out. This is not a young man. The other party is from the Red Hair Pirates, and his identity and background are also very terrifying. Even, it is not inferior to the Jackal Pirates. No. The other party's identity and background are higher than the Jackal Pirates. After all, the Jackal Pirates are just one of the many pirate groups under the 4 Emperor's Beasts Pirates. But that young man is a real member of the 4 Emperor's Red Hair Pirates. That is to say, I can't provoke anyone now. So should I take the initiative to inform the Beasts Pirates? Or let this matter pass silently? A chill came straight out, making Long Xi's scalp numb, her head became very confused, and her whole body trembled. Chapter 21 Person raises the threshold of the Red Hair Pirates. If you ask about Long Xi's current situation, it's like alone in the vast sea, there are sea kings in front and vicious pirate ships behind. No matter which one she chooses, her outcome will be miserable. On the left, there are the Beast Pirates. On the right, there are the Red Hair Pirates. Both pirate groups belong to the 4 Emperors, as the top forces in the New World. And Long Si is sandwiched between these 2 pirate groups. No matter which side she approaches, she will face hostility and attacks from the other side. So, Long Si fell into despair. She is just a small intelligence chief. God! Why let herself go through such a desperate thing? 4 Emperors. Which one can she provoke? She can't afford to provoke any of them. If she takes a wrong step, she will be doomed. Long Si could never have imagined that the young man who looked like a newcomer would actually be from the Red Hair Pirates, one of the 4 emperors. Despair. Long Si only felt that her life was bleak. She couldn't help herself, and collapsed on the ground with a face as pale as death. This time, she couldn't help the fear at all. Seeing Long Si's face as pale as death, the other dozen visitors were all horrified and sighed in their hearts. Unexpectedly, the final result would be like this. It was a collision between 2 4 emperors' pirate groups. If they were involved, they would be crushed into ashes by the terrifying force. Who would have thought that the young man? Actually, he was from the Red Hair Pirates. The dozen visitors were moved. No, wait a minute. Long Si suddenly jumped up from the ground, clenched her fists, and stared at her subordinates with her beautiful eyes, questioning, maybe, you just saw it wrong. Or maybe, he just wants to pretend to be a member of the Red Hair Pirates. Just ask. If he is a member of the Red Hair Pirates, why have I never seen him on the Red Hair Pirates bounty list? He must be pretending. He can't be a member of the Red Hair Pirates. After the words fell, a dozen visitors shuddered all over. It seems. It's really possible. Otherwise, how to explain that the other party's face is so unfamiliar? If it is a member of the Red Hair Pirates, there is no reason for them not to know each other. Quick! Take out the bounty list belonging to the Red Hair Pirates. Long Si ordered her subordinates. After a while, a thick stack of bounties was taken out by the middle-aged subordinate and handed to Long Si. After receiving the bounty, Long Si's beautiful eyes became particularly serious, flipping through them one by one. She carefully read each bounty, and after confirming that it had nothing to do with Lun, she placed it on the empty table next to her. More than a dozen visitors gathered. They were also very curious about the final result. Did that young man really pretend to be the Red Hair Pirates? If so, then they really admired the courage of this young man. Impersonating a crew member of the Red Hair Pirates. This is to fight to the death with the Red Hair Pirates. In addition, the Beast Pirates were provoked. This means 2 of the 4 Emperor's pirates will launch a crazy hunt for him alone. When they thought of this, they couldn't help but shudder. This is simply too terrible. Who can survive in such a desperate situation with the crazy hunt of 2 4 Emperor's pirates? No one can do it. Swish! The bounty list was flipped one by one. Suddenly, Long Si's slender right hand was holding a bounty list, her red lips trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes became round, and her charming and mature face, in addition to fear, was deeply shocked. Then, the bounty list she was holding was also presented to the eyes of more than a dozen visitors. Name, Lun. Bounty, 10,000 berries. Identity, trainee of the 4 Emperor's Red Hair Pirates. Important deeds, none. When this bounty list was tightly held in Long Si's hand, the atmosphere in the whole venue became extremely quiet. No sound. Gurgle. After a while, a visitor couldn't help swallowing his saliva. At this moment, what is the truth of the matter? It has been completely revealed. A breeze blew. The bounty list was rolled up, flying from Long Si's hand into the air, and smoothly fell on the head of a visitor, who grabbed it and placed it in front of his eyes. He really is a member of the Red Hair Pirates. The visitor holding the bounty list had his hands trembling slightly, and his eyes were filled with fear. A bounty of 10,000 berries? Is this really a pirate with 10,000 berries? A pirate with a bounty of 10,000 berries, but he easily crushed and killed pirates with more than 100 million berries? What the hell is the Navy doing? This bounty is used to mislead people. A person worth 10,000 berries killed a person worth more than 100 million berries. This is simply the most bizarre thing I have ever seen in my life. I think the Navy is insulting our intelligence by assigning a bounty of 10,000 berries to such a powerful monster. A bounty of 10,000 berries? This is really easy to mislead people and ignore his terrible strength. After all, no one can imagine that a person worth 10,000 berries is so powerful. For this kind of monster-level pirate, the Navy only offered a reward of 10,000 berries. If there is really a bounty hunter who targets this monster, I can't imagine the scene. When the bounty hunter finds that the pirate with a bounty of 10,000 berries shows a stronger strength than the pirate with 100 million berries, will this bounty hunter doubt his life from now on? A dozen visitors are talking with horror. Do you think that the threshold for joining the Red Hair Pirates is too high now? An intern I just lived. Actually, they wiped out an entire pirate group, and even killed a pirate with a bounty of 112 million berries in a crushing manner. But they didn't know. In fact, it was purely Lun who raised the threshold of the Red Hair Pirates. Other interns are not as strong as this. At this time, beside the dozen of them, Long Si had no intention of paying attention to the sound of their conversation. In her mind, the introduction of Lun on the bounty list echoed. Intern of the Red Hair Pirates. So, he is really from the Red Hair Pirates. Then what should I do next? Now, Long Si really experienced it. What is despair? This is it. Being sandwiched between two behemoths like the Four Emperors Pirates. How could Long Si not despair? If she is not careful, she will fall into the abyss. Chapter 21 Alarming the Drought. The response of the Beast's Pirates. Tavern. Longxi trembled all over and collapsed on the ground, no longer paying attention to her image. Her charming face was ashen, with a deep sense of despair. This made more than a dozen visitors silent, and then they announced their departure. Knowing. This is a clash between two Four Emperors Pirates. How dare they discuss it too much? Both sides are terrifying behemoths. If these mortals interfere, they will be dead. Naturally, they dare not intervene in this level of fighting. Gradually, only Longxi and the middle-aged subordinate beside her were left in the tavern. The two looked at the many corpses piled up in the inconspicuous corner in front, and then felt the pungent smell of blood in the air. The two of them couldn't help but tremble all over, and their hearts were covered with fear. Big sister, what should we do next? The middle-aged man couldn't help but asked in a trembling voice. What should I do? Long Si also wanted to ask. What should I do? Now, her mind was blank, and she was desperate. She couldn't think of a way to save herself. Who could imagine? In the same tavern. Surprisingly, two people who were closely involved with the Four Emperors pirate group came one after another. One was a pirate group under the Four Emperors Beasts pirate group. And the other one? It was an intern from the Red Hair pirate group. A trainee as strong as a monster. Only a bounty of 10,000 berries. But he did it. One person wiped out a pirate group of hundreds of people with a cumulative bounty of more than 200 million berries. Until now, the terrifying strength of Lun is still deeply imprinted in Longxi's mind. In a short time, she will never forget what happened today. Thinking for half an hour. Finally, Longxi's beautiful eyes flashed with crazy emotions, and her eyes gradually moved. It was fixed on that Den Mushi. The New World. It is on an island controlled by the Beast's Pirates. Pop. The sound of the Den Mushi spread in the air and drifted far away. Boom boom boom. The heavy sound came from not far away. If you don't see it with your own eyes, no one can imagine it. Such a heavy and loud sound, it was just the sound of a person walking slowly. The footsteps alone made the ground seem to tremble slightly. You can imagine how burly and strong this person is. The person who came. It was a tall man. He was strong, with a ponytail and two pigtails, a metal jaw on his mouth, and 2 ivory-shaped decorations on his head and shoulders. He was wearing spikes, a feather-like coat, and 2 sickle-shaped weapons around his waist. He picked up the Den Mushi with his big, broad hand. "Boss Jack, the Jackal pirates were wiped out." A harsh and panicked voice came from Den Mushi. "Hey?" Drought Jack raised his eyebrows, revealing his hideous and irritable face in the sun. "That's right. He is one of the 3 legendary disasters." Drought Jack. He is the captain of the Beast's pirates and one of the 3 strongest subordinates under Kaido. His bounty is as high as 1 billion berries. He is a very powerful pirate. It is said that wherever the drought passes, it will become dry and rotten. And the whole land will wail for his existence. This is the source of the drought. At this time, Drought Jack listened to the news from his men. His face did not change much. "So what if we are wiped out? We are not as strong as others, we are killed, and finally buried in this sea. This kind of thing happens in the New World, but it is just the most normal thing. The strong prey on the weak. This has always been the iron rule that Drought Jack believes in. In the New World, this iron rule is everywhere. The weak are killed by the strong. This is the most normal thing, and it can't cause any emotional fluctuations in Drought Jack. No, Boss Jack. The Jackal pirates were indeed wiped out by one person because of their lack of strength. But, the one who wiped out the Jackal pirates was a trainee from the Red Hair Pirates." When the Den Mushi spoke these words, Drought Jack was silent for a moment. His eyes began to flow with violent emotional fluctuations. Red hair. Drought Jack exuded a terrifying and violent aura, and his calmness gradually changed, becoming hot and furious. If the other pirates wiped out the Jackal pirates, he wouldn't care too much. He didn't have the time to care about these miscellaneous matters. However, if it was the Red Hair Pirates who destroyed the pirates under their Beast's pirates, the meaning would be completely different. They are all 4 emperors. There has never been a reason for them not to fight back when the other party attacked. Since the other party attacked, they naturally have to fight back. And they have to fight back very strongly. In this way, they will not lose face. Destroyed by a small intern group. What a bunch of trash! Drought Jack roared at Den Mushi angrily. "Since the Red Hair Pirates took action first, do you still need me to tell you what to do next? Kill that intern, cut him into pieces. Even if he is a member of the Red Hair Pirates, as long as he attacks our Beast's pirates, he must pay a heavy price. No matter who it is, even Red Hair, he can't stop our Beast's pirates from chasing us. Hang up the Den Mushi." A hint of fighting spirit flashed across Jack's eyes, and he grinned. A fierce murderous aura rose to the sky. Red Hair Pirates. It seems he hasn't had a clash with the Red Hair Pirates for a long time. This time, it's a good opportunity. A great opportunity for him to fight those monster-like guys in the Red Hair Pirates again. In the New World, everyone knows. Just like Kaido, the captain of the Beast Pirates, Jack, one of the 3 disasters. In addition to being a masochist, he is also a terrifying fighting maniac. Chapter 22 The person they are looking for is me. 2 days later. Fossa Coast. A sailboat successfully stopped at the edge of the coast. After retracting the sails and preparing everything, Lun jumped off the boat, stepped on the coast, stepped on the soft soil, and looked around. 2 full days have passed since the annihilation of the Jackal pirates. Lun followed the direction marked on the map given by Long Si and sailed all the way to the Azure Sea. However, the Azure Sea is far away, and that sea area still belongs to the sea area ruled by the Whitebeard pirates. Naturally, Lun rushed from the sea area controlled by the Red Hair Pirates to the sea area under the command of Whitebeard, which is still quite far. He began to calculate everything. 3 days have passed since he left the Red Fours. According to the map, Lun needs to sail for an additional 3 days to reach the Azure Sea smoothly. At present, he has only traveled half the distance. Of course, whether the Whitebeard pirates are still staying in the Azure Sea is also unknown. This news was left 3 days ago when Lun inquired about it. And plus the 2 days spent on the voyage. A total of 5 days have passed. Whether the Whitebeard pirates still stay in the Azure Sea is indeed an uncertain thing. However, this is the only goal that Lun can know. As for the possibility of whether the Whitebeard pirates will leave the Azure Sea, he directly ignores it. Anyway, there is no second goal, so I can only rush to the Azure Sea with my head covered to try my luck. Only when you really go out to sea can you deeply understand that the task assigned by the red-haired captain is not so easy to complete. The Azure Sea is still a distance away from the sea area where I am now. I am currently on the coast of Fossa. I still need to pass through a total of 6 islands, including Fulin Island and Cherokee Island, before I can really step into the Azure Sea. Lun retracted his vision from the map in his hand and put the map into the sea. Immediately, he anchored the ship to prevent it from being swept by the sea breeze. Although there are not many important items on the sailboat, if this ship is gone, Lun will have to spend more time to prepare another one. If the delay is too long, it will be more difficult to find the Whitebeard pirates. Go to the island to purchase some supplies first, and then sail in the direction marked on the map. Lun moved his eyes and looked at the deep area of the island. After 2 days of sailing on the sea, the supplies purchased from the previous island were not completely used up. But the main meat inventory has bottomed out and can only be replenished. Fix the sailboat to the coast. Step by step. Lun stepped from the coast into the center of the island. About 3 minutes later, Lun arrived at the center of the island. Although the streets are not prosperous, some basic commodities are available. The shouts made this place look lively. There are many stalls on both sides, most of which are local residents. Even though the island is located in the dangerous waters of the New World, most of the residents on the island are ordinary residents, not much different from the residents of the Grand Line. They do not have strong strength, so they need to find a backer. The entire island is included in the ruling area of a powerful pirate group. Otherwise, once they encounter some arrogant and brutal pirates, their entire island will inevitably be devastated. At this time, as long as they get the protection of the 4 emperors, it will be the happiest thing for these residents. With the protection of the 4 emperors, even if the pirates who landed on the shore are rampant, they dare not act rashly. The reputation of the 4 emperors is quite terrifying in the New World. After a walk, Lun quickly and smoothly purchased the supplies. With the 15 million berries given by Long Si before, the purchase of these supplies was very smooth and easy, without any conflicts. I have to admit, berry is not omnipotent. But in many cases, it can solve most unnecessary troubles. Carrying a full bag, Lun put it on his back with a calm expression, not feeling tired because of the package on his back that was several times larger than his body. Walking in the crowd on the street, you can hear it. The sound of people whispering and talking lingered in Lun's ears. Have you heard? Just yesterday, 3 pirate groups landed on our island. Now, their pirate ships are still parked on the coast of our island. I tell you, these 3 pirate groups are said to be one of the pirate groups under the Beast Pirates. That is, the power of the 4 Emperors Beast Pirates. What are these pirate groups under the 4 Emperors doing on our island? Some people looked terrified. The reputation of the 4 Emperors is too loud. In the New World, whenever they are involved with the 4 Emperors, the residents will subconsciously feel panic. Now, 3 pirate groups belonging to the power of the Beast Pirates suddenly landed on their entire island. The residents naturally became a little overwhelmed. According to rumors, they came to our island to find someone. Looking for someone? Landing on the island with great fanfare, purely to find someone? Who on earth could cause such a big scene for them? Yes, I heard from others that pirate groups under the command of the beast pirates have landed on several nearby islands one after another. Their goal is the same, they are just looking for someone. My God, who are they looking for? This is the portrait of the person they are looking for. It seems that there is a bounty marked below. If you can provide clues about this person, you can get 10 million berries. Next to LUN. You can see. A bald man with a big belly took out a poster and unfolded it, saying mysteriously, "Don't tell anyone what I told you. The reason why the people of the Beast's pirates want to find this person is because of this young man. Just 2 days ago, he wiped out one of the pirate groups under the Beast's pirates alone. So, the people of the Beast's pirates are here for revenge." After the words fell, the people around looked at the portrait on the poster in amazement. This is too young. Yes, so young, he can do it. One person wiped out the pirate group under the Beast's pirates. This young man is also a monster. However, this young man's behavior is unwise. In the New World, he dared to take the initiative to provoke the 4 Emperor's pirates. It must be said that this young man is now in a precarious situation. Yes, if you provoke the 4 Emperor's pirates in the New World, you will definitely die. At this moment, a voice came to the ears of the pot-bellied bald man. "Can you lend me the portrait to take a look?" He raised his head slightly. The bald man saw LUN standing next to him. At first glance, the bald man trembled all over, his eyes widened and round, staring blankly at the figure in the portrait, and then looking at LUN in front of him, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Silence. The atmosphere became particularly weird. The voices of the people around him stopped talking. They all looked at LUN in a daze with a pair of terrified eyes. Taking the poster from the bald man, LUN took a closer look and saw his face printed on the paper in his hand as expected. All this did not cause LUN any surprise. He returned the poster in his hand to the bald man. And under the terrified eyes of everyone, LUN smiled. "I can answer the questions in your hearts. You are all right. The person they are looking for is me." Chapter 23. Just a small intern, nothing to be afraid of. As soon as LUN finished speaking, the atmosphere became more and more weird. Not a single sound existed. With LUN as the center point, the dozen people gathered around him were silent. It seemed as if a vacuum zone had been formed here, which formed a huge contrast with the noisy and lively streets a few meters away. The bald man stared at LUN blankly, his eyes wide open, containing deep fear and horror. Obviously, he had never imagined it. Here, he met the culprit who wiped out the pirate group under the command of the beast pirates alone. Including the more than 10 people beside the bald man, their expressions were consistent, their emotions were the same, their eyes were round, and the shock and fear deep in their eyes could not be concealed at all. You. The bald man opened his mouth and trembled with words. He couldn't figure it out. Now on the island, 3 pirate groups, with a total of thousands of people, are still searching for each other inch by inch. At this critical moment, why do the other party dare to appear here? These 3 pirate groups are all subordinate forces of the beast pirates. And the most important thing is, these 3 pirate groups are all strong. The bounty of each captain of a pirate group is over 100 million berries. However, in this case, they saw LUN alone, appearing on this island. Don't be nervous, I won't do anything to you. On the contrary, I have to trouble you to tell the 3 pirate groups rooted in this island. Tell them that I am here and I don't plan to hide my whereabouts. If they want to find me, they don't have to be so troublesome. However, I won't stay here for too long. If they don't act quickly, I will leave. LUN smiled and left only this sentence. Then, he carried a package several times the size of his body on his back and left the street step by step. Gradually, the bald man and more than 10 people watched Lu leave with a smile. At this time, they let out a heavy breath, and the fear in their hearts was suppressed a lot. Reacted. They suddenly felt. I don't know when. Their backs were already wet with cold sweat, and the cold touch made them shiver all over. Is it him? Some people couldn't help asking. Is it the fierce man who wiped out the jackal pirates alone? Well, it seems to be him. He actually appeared on our island. And, at such a tense moment, he actually dared to appear on our island. Doesn't he know that these 3 pirate groups are all from the Beast Pirates? My God, he is even so bold as to reveal his whereabouts. Is he really not afraid of death? 3 pirate groups under the Beast Pirates have taken root on our island to find his whereabouts. And now, he actually took the initiative to stand up. More than a dozen people were talking in horror. They couldn't believe what they saw. Facing the search of 3 pirate groups. However, this young man even wanted to take the initiative to expose his whereabouts. How much courage does it take to dare to do this? But he may not know that he is facing not only 3 pirate groups, but the behemoth of the 4 Emperor's Beasts Pirates. Among the 3 pirate groups staying on our island now, the bounty of each of the 3 captains is as high as 100 million berries. Even if this young man has done the feat of destroying the jackal pirates alone. But facing the current situation, for him, it is also precarious. What I can't understand is that he actually took the initiative to stand up and reveal his whereabouts. Sure enough, young people are inevitably young and vigorous. But he may not know that the consequences of this time will lead to his death here. A lively tavern. All members of the 3 pirate groups under the Beasts Pirates gathered here. Thousands of pirates were shouting and drinking. The noisy atmosphere permeated the 4 directions. A wooden table in the center. The 3 men seemed to be in control of one side, with great momentum. Captain of the Eagle Pirates, Eagle Green. Captain of the Sword Tiger Pirates, Sword Tiger Cook. Captain of the Grey Mouse Pirates, Grey Mouse Rupert. The bounties of the 3 captains all exceeded 100 million berries, and they were quite powerful. At the same time, their identities were the same. They were all pirate groups under the Beast Pirates. All 3 of them were animal-type devil fruit users. Perhaps, it was because they were animal-type devil fruit users that they were able to join the giant Beast Pirates. Tap, tap, tap. Accompanied by a hasty sound of footsteps. The 3 captains turned their heads and looked at a pirate walking outside the tavern. Any news? Grey Mouse Rupert raised his head and glanced at his subordinate. Boss, there is news. On the island, several residents did see the man that Drought Boss asked us to hunt down. The men nodded quickly. The 3 captains showed some interest. Unexpectedly, the target actually appeared on the island they were searching. This is a good opportunity to offer credit to Drought Boss. Do you need to notify Boss Sipshed? Sword Tiger Cook asked tentatively. Sipshed, one of Drought Jack's confidants. His status, position, and strength are naturally far superior to the 3 of them. This time to hunt down Lun. In fact, it was an order from Sipshed himself. No. Grey Squirrel Rupert's eyes flashed, and he said meaningfully, could it be that you 2 don't want to take this credit and show yourself well in front of Drought Boss? Our status and position may be improved with this opportunity. The other 2's eyes flashed. At the same time, the 3 of them all thought of the same thing. Pause. Giant Eagle Green hesitated a little, however, since this man can do it, he can wipe out the jackal pirates alone. I think, should we mention it to Boss Hyde first? Green, you are a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million berries. You are too timid. Do you really think that this guy can deal with the 3 of us at once? Yes, if you don't dare, you can lead your pirate group to wait and see. The 2 of us will be enough. accompanied by the words of the other two captains. This made Green embarrassed, and he snorted coldly, "I'm just in case. However, since both of you think that you can take down this guy, I will naturally not stay out of it. Okay, the three of us will join forces to take down this guy. He's just a small intern on the Red Hare ship, nothing to be afraid of. Even if he did do what he did to destroy the Jackal pirates alone. That can only prove that the Jackal pirates, including this guy Jackal, are just a bunch of trash. We are completely different from the Jackal pirates." Since then, the three pirate groups under the Beast's pirates reached a joint agreement at the same time and prepared to attack Lun. Chapter 24 The Great Encirclement at Sea. A Dead End? Fossa Coast. Lun, carrying a package several times larger than his body, walked to the side of the sailboat and threw the package onto the deck with both hands. Bang! A light sound. The package landed smoothly on the deck. Lun turned his head and glanced at the edge of the coast, then looked at the surrounding environment. His eyes flashed and a bit of expectation appeared on his face. He still remembered what the red-haired man and Ben Beckman said. What he lacked at the moment was not strength. The improvement in quantity or speed, but better control of strength. In short, it requires more battles to allow Lun to better exert the strength of his body and hone his swordsmanship to perfection. So, when he learned that the pirates under the Beast's pirates were searching for his whereabouts on this island, Lun took the initiative to go to the road and expose his whereabouts. Let the three pirates under the Beast's pirates find him quickly. In this way, fighting is inevitable. And this is also the scene Lun wants to see. I didn't expect that the destruction of a Jackal pirates would force the Beast's pirates into a hurry, and sent many of their pirates to find my whereabouts. But this is exactly what I want. Lun glanced around and did not notice any traces of pirates coming. Instead, in some inconspicuous places not far from the coast. With Lun's observation hacky, he could clearly see that the 12 island residents with fragile life breath were hiding in inconspicuous corners, casting glances at Lun. It seems that the three pirate groups should rush to the coast soon. If nothing unexpected happens, these dozen island residents should be the main personnel who informed them of my whereabouts. Lun didn't care too much, and he was not interested in doing anything to these residents just now. But Lun took the initiative to disclose his whereabouts. He naturally wouldn't blame others. 2 minutes passed. Lun saw that there was still no trace of the pirates, and he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Could it be that they didn't dare to come and attack me because I destroyed the Jackal pirates? If that was the case, it would disappoint Lun. He thought he could gain more practical experience here. Turning around, Lun stepped onto the deck of the sailboat step by step and began to set sail. A skull flag with 2 red scars on the left corner of the eye fluttered in the air, dancing gracefully, and looked particularly dazzling in the sun. Among the dozen residents hidden in the inconspicuous corner of the coast, there was the bald man with a big belly. At this moment, they all saw the pirate flag fluttering in the air at the same time. Suddenly, they just felt their scalps tingling. A chill filled their foreheads. If I'm not mistaken, then, that skull flag is the pirate flag of the 4 Emperor's Red Hare pirates. The bald man's lips trembled slightly, and his whole body trembled. His eyes widened, staring at the skull flag fluttering in the air, and fear grew in his heart. Doesn't this mean that young man provoked the Beast's pirates? The young man is from the Red Hare pirates. Oh my god! This is a collision between 2 4 emperors. At this moment, they were completely confused. But even so, the bald man took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart, and said with a dry throat, "He still can't escape this disaster, you see. Just see." He raised his head and pointed to the sea farther from the coast. Indistinctly, you can see 3 huge pirate ships, from 3 directions, completely blocked this sea area. The fluttering skull flag and the familiar pirate ship. Let them judge immediately. No doubt. These 3 pirate ships are the 3 groups belonging to the beast pirates that landed on their island yesterday. The beasts pirates and the red hair pirates, this is a clash between 2 of the 4 emperors. But I think that the young man named Lun, even if he is a member of the red hair pirates, can't save his impending death this time. 3 pirate groups, a total of thousands of vicious pirates, plus 3 captains with bounties of over 100 million berries. They all belong to the beasts pirates. Now they have surrounded this young man in all aspects. This young man is still too reckless, even arrogant enough to take the initiative to expose his whereabouts on the island. Could it be that he still wants to turn the tide with his own strength and leave the encirclement of the 3 pirate groups calmly? This is obviously impossible to do. Even if he is a member of the red hair pirates, he can't do it. A dozen residents on the island looked ahead nervously. In their opinion, at this moment, Lun has already ushered in a dead end. 3 pirate ships surrounded at sea. From 3 directions, Lun's way out was completely blocked. If he escaped from the coast and returned to the island, in the end, he would just be trapped in a jar. Therefore, based on the various phenomena seen in front of them, all of them made the dozen or so local residents present believe. Under the heavy siege of these 3 pirate groups, Lun, there is no escape. The final result is that he will be surrounded and killed by these 3 pirate groups. This is a desperate situation. The young man from the red hair pirates is still too immature. He is just one person. Even if he has great abilities, can he fight against the joint siege of 3 pirate groups alone? In addition, the 3 captains of the 3 pirate groups are all very powerful. Even though he did wipe out the jackal pirates alone before. But now, I think he is facing the current situation of death and is powerless to turn the tide. The 3 pirate groups have a total of more than 1,000 people. The young man on the other side is just himself. So, facing such a situation without reinforcements, it can basically be concluded he will definitely die. P.S. The 5th update has been sent. Please give me some flowers. Please give me evaluation votes. Please give me monthly votes. Prepare at least 6 tomorrow more. So, please, dear readers, please vote for flowers, evaluation tickets, and monthly tickets after reading this. Thank you, author. Asterisk. Chapter 25. With just one knife, the entire pirate ship was split in 2. Located on the coast, Lun naturally saw the 3 huge pirate ships floating on the sea, blocking the exit of this coast from 3 directions. And Lun was naturally trapped on the edge of the coast. The situation is very clear. If Lun does not destroy a pirate ship, he will not be able to sail from this coast into the sea. Are you surrounded? Lun narrowed his eyes slightly interested. Jumped up. He was already on the deck, his eyes quietly looking at the sea about 300 meters away. The 3 pirate ships were almost the same distance from Lun. They were all in the sea 300 meters away. From the front, left and right, the coast was blocked. And behind, only one island is left. If Lun wants to escape, he has to retreat to the entire island. But, will Lun really escape? Of course not. He took the initiative to expose his whereabouts. Isn't this the scene he wants to see? 3 pirate groups. The number of people is about no less than 1,000. Lun's mouth moved slightly and he began to think. The 3 groups from the beasts pirates should not be too weak, at least they are not inferior to the jackal pirates. Otherwise, they learned that Lun had wiped out the jackal pirates. If they were not confident that they could defeat the jackal pirates, they would not dare to provoke Lun. But now they are here. Let me see the power of the groups under the beasts pirates. Lun smiled. Driving the sailboat, he approached the pirate ship directly in front of him. Splash! The sea water was floating, rippling waves, and spreading in all directions. Lun, who took the initiative to drive the sailboat closer, obviously made the dozen local residents hiding in the inconspicuous corner of the coast feel deeply puzzled and shocked. He tried to take the initiative to attack. He is brave and courageous, but lacks strategy. The result of this battle has actually appeared. A dozen residents talked to each other nervously. Finally, the sailboat approached the pirate ship in front and stopped at a distance of less than 10 meters. Close distance. Lun, who was on the deck, could clearly see that on this giant pirate ship, there was a group of vicious pirates who were currently blocking the edge of the fence. There were about no less than 300 pirates. They looked at Lun on the small sailboat with contempt and disdain in their eyes. In contrast, Lun, who was on the sailboat, was in stark contrast to their giant pirate ship. In addition, Lun was alone. And there were nearly 400 pirates on their pirate ship. With more people, they were naturally more confident. This kid, is he going to die? He's really brave, but it's a pity that he still has to die. I heard that this kid is from the Red Hair Pirates, and he's just a little intern. But he doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is, and dares to take the initiative to provoke our beasts pirates. A group of pirates on the deck were talking. Their voices were loud and covered the surroundings. Tap tap tap. Footsteps sounded from the deck. The giant eagle green walked step by step to the fence, standing on the deck, looking down at Lun from a high position, his eyes cold and indifferent. Boss Jack said, "If you dare to provoke our beasts pirates, you must be torn into pieces." Tear into pieces. A group of pirates shouted, and the momentum was like a rainbow. Jack. Lun's eyes flashed. In the beasts pirates, there is only one person who can be called Boss Jack. That is one of the three major disasters, Drought Jack. After getting rid of a small pirate group, even a guy like Drought was alarmed. This is really flattering. Lun smiled in surprise. Then, he looked carefully and took a closer look at the appearance of the giant pirate ship 10 meters in front of him. The high-hanging skull flag fluttered in the wind. There was nothing special about the entire pirate ship, just like most pirate ships. A lot of cannons can be seen around the ship. In the ears, the harsh shouting of the pirates on the pirate ship continued to come. Too noisy, let them be quiet. Lun raised his head slightly and looked at the fence of the pirate ship. In sight, hundreds of pirates were casting a pair of contemptuous and violent eyes. He couldn't help but. He drew the samurai sword from his waist. He held the hilt tightly. Lun focused on the giant pirate ship in front of him, holding a samurai sword and activating his armament haki. A layer of black armor gradually covered the blade, and the entire blade turned black, like black jade, becoming indestructible. I want to try it too. Can I do it? Split this giant pirate ship with one knife. Lun's mouth curled up slightly, and his eyes were fixed on the pirate ship in front of him. Seeing Lun's actions, many pirates on the deck of the pirate ship laughed more and more wildly. This kid, he looks like he still wants to resist. This is simply the funniest scene I have ever seen. Facing so many of us, he is alone and still wants to resist. This really makes me want to laugh. Useless move, it's just a waste of effort. A group of pirates laughed shrilly. Only the giant eagle green raised his eyebrows slightly after seeing Lun's actions, and his expression was slightly moved. That is armament haki. He saw it. Lun's strength is not as weak as he imagined. But when he thought about it, this trip, the three pirates the group joined forces, and Green's expression relaxed. Standing on the deck of the sailboat, Lun held up a samurai sword covered with armed colors, and his mouth moved slightly, secret sword technique Yan Fan. Waving the samurai sword in his hand. Cut it down with one knife. In an instant, a lavender sword light formed a semicircular arc in front of Lun, and it attacked the front with extremely sharp speed. It seemed that even the air was torn apart. The sharp and dazzling sword light instantly reached the direction of the giant pirate ship. Yan Fan's speed was too fast. Therefore, it can be seen clearly. The hundreds of pirates standing on the pirate ship were still laughing wildly. Because they had never seen the purple sword light flashed by Yan Fan. Only the giant eagle green saw it. His pupils shrank, his face changed drastically, and he couldn't help shouting, "Abandon the ship!" As soon as the words fell, it was too late. A dazzling sword light successfully hit the pirate ship. Boom! A loud bang resounded through the sky. The purple sword light directly split the entire pirate ship. The deck where everyone was standing was split open. Boom! The entire ship shook violently, causing hundreds of pirates to stop smiling. Their eyes became terrified and they stared blankly at the deck under their feet. This. While many pirates were still unable to react. Crack! The crisp sound lingered in their ears. Cracks spread rapidly from the deck, spreading in all directions like a spider web. The next second. Boom! The entire pirate ship was split in two from the middle. P.S. First update, at least 6 updates today. So, readers, please leave your flowers, ratings, and monthly tickets. The author is grateful. Thank you. Asterisk. Chapter 26. Even the confidence was shaken by that slash. Crash. The giant pirate ship split into two, tilting to the left and right, and the giant hit the sea, causing huge waves to roll and spread, rippling waves after waves. Just one knife. This giant pirate ship was cut in half on the spot. Split directly from the middle. From then on, the giant pirate ship was divided into the left half and the right half. The balance was lost, and it could not continue to float on the sea, so the deck gradually began to seep seawater. Abandon the ship! Abandon the ship! A group of pirates shouted quickly with their eyes wide open in fear. Then, you can see. One by one, the pirates quickly jumped into the sea and abandoned the giant pirate ship. Then, the heads of the pirates appeared on the sea. They were floating on the sea at this moment, staring at the young figure on the deck of the sailboat with eyes full of shock and fear. All the rampant expressions disappeared without a trace. They couldn't believe what they saw just now. One knife. Yes. The young man they looked at with contempt. Just one knife. The whole ship they were standing on was simply and roughly cut off. You know. Their pirate ship is a huge ship that can carry thousands of people. However, it was so easily split by one person with one knife. How could they accept this? Am I seeing right? Just one knife, and our entire ship was split apart. Oh my God, his strength is a little too outrageous. The many pirates floating on the sea were terrified from the bottom of their hearts. Although, the opponent was only one person. But the sharp slash just now left them with an extremely deep impression. Gradually, the huge pirate ship that was split into two has begun to show signs of sinking to the bottom of the sea. The sea water almost completely covers the deck, and the two parts of the pirate ship also fall to the side. In the end, the two parts of the pirate ship are no longer visible. One knife destroyed such a huge pirate ship. This made the many pirates floating on the sea look at the young figure on the sailboat, and deep in their eyes, they couldn't help but feel a deep sense of fear. Such a monster! Can we defeat it? Even their inner confidence was shaken by this sharp slash. As for the giant eagle green, the captain of the pirate group, his whole body turned into a giant eagle and circled at a height of tens of meters before the slash arrived. Those sharp eyes were staring at Lun. The sea surface slowly became quiet again. Looking around this endless sea. Originally, the three giant pirate ships were extremely conspicuous. But it was less than a moment. Only 2 pirate ships could be seen on the sea surface, and the other one had sunk to the bottom of the sea. Located on the deck of the sailboat. Lun slowly put away the samurai sword in his hand, raised his head slightly, and glanced at the giant eagle circling in the sky. His expression did not show much emotional fluctuation. Feeling the peaceful atmosphere around, Lun couldn't help but smile, finally learned to be quiet. Eyes moved. Then, Lun looked at the other 2 giant pirate ships. At this time, as Lun's eyes moved, Po and the other 2 pirate ships, Captains Cook the Sword Tiger and Rupert the Grey Squirrel, looked at each other from hundreds of meters away. Their eyes showed their solemnity. At this moment, with this sharp slash, the entire huge pirate ship was directly destroyed. They finally understood. Why? The Jackal pirates were wiped out by one person. This kid's strength is extraordinary. Rupert and Cook thought at the same time. High in the sky, the giant eagle green quickly landed on one of the pirate ships and transformed into a human form again. He walked step by step to Rupert's side, his face looking so ugly. Extreme, the anger in his eyes could not be concealed at all. This kid is not that simple. Rupert took a deep breath and said solemnly. Of course I know that if the 3 of us don't join forces, maybe we will really fall into his hands. Green said with an ugly face. That slash has already given him a threat of death. At this moment, when witnessing that sharp slash, the captains of the 3 pirate groups could not ignore Lun's terrible strength level. Let your people drive the entire ship to Cook's side. Green said in a low voice. Meet Cook. Rupert ordered his men beside him. The 2 giant pirate ships gradually began to meet. The pirates on the ship became silent. From the initial arrogant attitude, then changed to now. After witnessing that terrifying slash, their confidence was instantly shaken by that sharp slash. At this time, the 3 captains were on the deck at the same time, staring at Lun's figure with serious eyes. They felt it. This young man is particularly tricky. Not as easy to deal with as they imagined. On the other side, in an inconspicuous corner of the coast, the bald man and a dozen native residents of the island were stunned, their eyes wide open, with deep horror in their expressions, looking at the silent sea of the giant pirate ship, without blinking. Witnessed the terrifying scene just now. They were simply stunned. One knife. Just one knife. The bald man's throat was dry and he couldn't speak. Such a huge pirate ship. It was sunk by just one knife. What a terrifying power it takes. In this case, it's really hard to say who will win or lose. Who would have thought that this young man from the Red Hair Pirates would be so powerful? He sank a giant pirate ship with one sword. As a result, even the 3 pirate groups under the Beast's pirates dare not act rashly anymore. It seems that we were wrong before. This young man is as strong as a monster. The words of more than a dozen residents were filled with deep fear. I think there is still a great possibility that he will be killed today. The bald man suppressed his inner throbbing and shook his head, looking at the other 2 pirate ships, and then said, Now, the 3 pirate groups have begun to join forces. Next, facing the joint attack of the 3 pirate groups, this young man may not be able to withstand it. He knew it in his heart. Only when the 3 pirate groups join forces can it be considered that the battle really begins. Chapter 27 Boarding. The strength before the war is greatly improved. Deck. Lun glanced at the many pirates still lingering on the sea. After the fierce slash just now, the entire giant pirate ship was cut in half. The pirates who originally stayed on the pirate ship naturally fell into the sea. The sea surface. You can see. The heads of pirates emerged from the sea, looking at Lun with horror, and constantly swimming towards the coast, or the direction of the other 2 ships. No pirate dared to approach the sea around Lun. That fierce slash was deeply imprinted in their minds, making them terrified. Have you started to join forces? Lun looked at the two pirate ships approaching in front of him, and was not surprised. Although this group of pirates is rampant, it does not mean that they have no brains. After just now, Lun's feat of splitting a pirate ship with one knife, they no longer dared to underestimate Lun's strength. This is good, so we don't have to solve them one by one. Lun made a surprising move. Just saw. He began to adjust the angle of the sailboat, began to steer the rudder, and let the entire sailboat turn its direction, facing the direction of the two pirate ships, and began to approach little by little. This scene. Naturally, it also fell into the eyes of many pirates on the two ships, and even the three captains with bounties of hundreds of millions of berries. Watching. Lun's sailboat kept approaching. The three of them were ready for battle. Prepare for battle. Grey Squirrel Rupert's voice was low and his expression was solemn. An order. Many pirates on the deck raised their swords, staring at the small sailboat floating on the sea, their hearts filled with deep tension and anxiety. Finally, the sailboat approached the edge of the pirate ship. Look up. Lun was on the deck, looking at this huge pirate ship. Without too much thinking, he stepped off the deck with his feet and jumped up. Bang! Landed smoothly. At this moment, Lun was already standing on the deck of the pirate ship. Directly in front. The captains of the three pirate groups were staring at them with cold eyes, but they did not dare to move rashly. All around, hundreds of pirates completely surrounded this place, airtight. Every pirate held a weapon tightly in his hand and stared at Lun. Many pirates were still in a state of panic. They never expected it. Lun actually dared to step on their pirate ship alone. That is to say, step on their base camp. This is simply audacious. But when you think of it, Lun's terrible strength, no pirate dared to provoke him casually. You are very courageous. You dare to board the ship directly even though you know we are gathered here. Sword Tiger Cook spoke. He looked at Lun coldly with murderous intent in his eyes. Now, the three of them joined forces. Even though they knew that Lun was very powerful, they were also confident that they could kill Lun directly if they joined forces. Standing next to the Saber Tiger Cook are the giant Eagle Green and the Grey Mouse Rupert. The looks in their eyes are also exceptionally cold and fierce. Plus, the murderous eyes of the hundreds of pirates around. If ordinary people boarded the ship, I am afraid that their legs would become weak and tremble in the face of such a scene. But Lun was indifferent, even calm, with a smile on his face. I don't want to damage my ship, so I have to visit you three in person. If a battle breaks out, it naturally cannot break out on his small sailboat. A small sailboat can't withstand. A few cuts will break it. However, if this large pirate group is used as a battlefield, it will be different. At least, it can withstand several cuts from Lun. As a member of the Red Hair Pirates, you took the initiative to destroy the pirate group under our beasts pirates. Do you know what this means? Your Captain Red Hair wants to provoke a war with our beasts pirates. Cook said coldly. If you, the beasts pirates, want to start a war just for the death of a small fry, I think our captain is also happy to accompany you. Lun smiled. A bunch of small fry died, so they died. Will Kaido stand up for them and start a large-scale battle? Not possible. Besides, Lun is just an intern. How can he have the face to talk about revenge after dying at the hands of an intern? If Kaido knew that his people were wiped out by an intern, the first thing he would do is definitely not to take action against the Red Hair Pirates. But clean up these good-for-nothings under his command. What's the point of coming if you can't even deal with an intern? Rampant! Green shouted angrily. The captains of the three pirate groups are ready to besiege Lun. Come on, let me see. Can the three of you captains kill me on the spot with your combined strength? If you can't do it, I'll kill you on the spot. Lun slowly took out the samurai sword from his waist. The system's voice came suddenly. It lingered in his mind. Ding! Detecting that a blue card has fallen around the host, do you want to pick it up? Ding! Detecting that a blue card has fallen around the host, do you want to pick it up? Ding! Detecting that a white card has fallen around the host, do you want to pick it up? A series of sounds hit his forehead. A ray of brilliance slid across Lun's eyes without hesitation. Pick it up. Pick up successfully. Blue card is swordsmanship Yanfan level +1, do you want to absorb it? Pick up successfully. Blue card is armed color domineering level +1, do you want to absorb it? Pick up successfully. White card is attribute power +1, do you want to absorb it? Absorb all. Warm currents washed over the body. When all the dropped attribute cards were absorbed, Lun's strength was greatly improved. Unexpectedly. Before the war, there was a big baptism of attribute cards. This made Lun feel particularly comfortable. My strength has become stronger. This time the improvement in strength is not just a little bit. It's a big leap. Lun can feel this very clearly. Compared to the previous degree of improvement, it is much higher. Absorbing so many attribute cards at one time, he can certainly deeply feel the huge improvement in all aspects of his body. Call up the attribute panel. Lun's mind moved. Host, Lun. Strength, 108, plus 3. Speed, 105, plus 1. Physical strength, 106, plus 2. Instinct reaction, 88, plus 1. Skills, basic swordplay leave 12, swordplay swallow return leave 5, plus 1, armament haki leave 3, 20% plus 1, boxing leave 2, conqueror haki leave 1, observation haki leave 1. Attribute points, 1, plus 1. Chapter 28 There are too many people, let them sleep for a while. Sure enough. When seeing the attribute panel, Lun was not surprised at all. All aspects of his body were getting stronger, and when he saw the specific strength improvement on the attribute panel, Lun was completely in the expected state. This wave. The number of attribute cards absorbed at one time was too much. Glancing around, witnessing that there were about 1,000 pirates in the whole scene. They had gathered on this pirate ship. Lun had a bright smile on his face. In his eyes at this moment. These pirates are so cute. It was this group of pirates who brought him so many attribute cards. If it weren't for them, Lun didn't know when he could pick up and absorb so many attribute cards at once. It's reasonable. Later, Lun thought that he needed to be gentler. At least, let them die without pain. Even the rare attribute points have been increased by 1 point. Lun's eyes flashed. This surprised him a little. In addition to the attribute points, armament color and strength, speed, and other aspects. Even the secret sword technique swallow return has been increased by 1 level. Presumably, the power will also be greatly improved. The taste of becoming stronger. It's really intoxicating. Lun carefully felt the senses after the body became stronger in all aspects. It's a wonderful feeling. Just like he is now a completely different person from the one just now. He has made a huge leap in strength. Before the battle breaks out, there is still a huge improvement in strength. Is this God's favor to me? Or is it because I have become more and more lucky recently? Lun smiled. He calmed down his excitement. Then, Lun's vision was fixed on the 3 captains of the pirate group in front of him. At this moment, in his opinion, it was impossible for one person to deal with these 3 bounty hunters. Pirate captain with hundreds of millions of gold. It seems that it is not a difficult thing. If the strength has not been greatly improved before, Lun really needs to study carefully how to deal with the 3 pirates with hundreds of millions of bounties. But now, there is no need to be so troublesome. Lun is confident that with his current strength, from the front, he is not afraid of the combination of these 3 captains. 3 pirates with hundreds of millions of bounties join forces. This battle is really exciting. Lun's eyes slid across a ray of brilliance. Just right. You can come to test. This time, how much has his strength improved in actual combat? It's just that the body has become stronger. But how it works in actual combat is still unknown. Located in the area 5 meters in front of Lun, Giant Eagle Green, Grey Mouse Rupert, and Sword Tiger Cook exchanged glances and had plans in their hearts. Don't hide it. Let's start. The 3 of them directly activated the Devil Fruit ability of their bodies. Instant. The 3 of them transformed into 3 huge raptors. The Giant Eagle Green hovered in the air, looking at Lun with sharp eyes. Rupert transformed into a huge rat with scarlet eyes, about 5 meters tall, sharp claws, standing in front of Lun, staring at him. The last person turned into a human-shaped tiger, about 4 meters tall, with a burly figure, giving people a heavy sense of oppression. This is the devil fruit form of the 3 of them. Just like the title. An eagle, a tiger, and a rat. Boss and the others have all started to mobilize their devil fruits. I feel the terrifying oppression coming from them. Is the battle finally going to break out? Boss has already transformed into a devil fruit form, and his physical strength, speed, and other aspects will see a significant increase. No matter how strong this kid is, he will never be able to shake their joint siege. We just need to wait quietly for the result. Nearly 1,000 pirates are still staying on the deck, and they are excited, looking at their captain's appearance in the form of a devil fruit. Seeing their captain's imposing posture, their confidence, which was originally shaken by Lun's sharp slash, gradually began to recover. All retreat! The Giant Eagle Green shouted from high in the sky. Thousands of pirates quickly retreated. Deck. A spacious and empty space was made. A huge rat and a human-shaped tiger were staring at Lun with murderous eyes, and the claws in their hands reflected the golden sunlight, which was very ferocious. Boss, kill them! Boss, don't forget, after killing this kid, remember to cut him into pieces. Boss Jack has reminded me before. If we don't cut this kid into pieces, we can't let the beast pirates demonstrate to the red hair pirates. The voices of many pirates shouted again, sharp and piercing. Provoking the beast pirates is the biggest mistake you have made in your life. And you will completely ruin your own life for this mistake. The Sword Tiger Cook took a step and approached steadily and powerfully. Boom! 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 Every step he took made a loud sound on the deck. The whole ship seemed to be shaking constantly under his steps. The terrifying sense of oppression enveloped the whole scene. Do you really think that you can stop the 3 of us by yourself? I advise you not to daydream. Rupert, who was in the shape of a giant rat, opened his mouth, his voice spread loudly, and his scarlet eyes stared at Lun. Compared with their transformation into the form of devil fruits. In contrast, Lun's figure seemed particularly small. All around, nearly 1,000 pirates, with excited faces. At this time, Lun was surrounded by many pirates. He raised his head slightly with a calm expression, glanced at the 2 giant animals in front of him, and then looked at the giant eagle circling in the sky, and heard noisy sounds constantly in his ears. He couldn't help but turn his head. Finally, his eyes were fixed on these thousands of pirates. Before the battle broke out, Lun felt that he had to solve a small trouble. He slowly said, "Don't you think they are too noisy? Moreover, there are too many people gathered here, I am afraid it will affect our battle. So, why not let them sleep for a while? In this way, the battle can be carried out better without being disturbed by others." What do you think of my proposal? Chapter 29 The King of Shocking Heaven is shocked. When Lun's words just fell in front of him, Rupert and Cook's eyes became particularly sharp. What do you want to do? Suddenly, they had an ominous premonition. Nothing, it just makes them fall into a peaceful sleep. Lun's smile seemed intriguing. Don't talk too much nonsense with him, act quickly to avoid unnecessary trouble. The giant eagle green hovering in the sky shouted sharply. Do it! Roar! Cook opened his fangs, and the sharp teeth like sword blades fell down, as hard as steel. Instant! Rupert and Cook attacked Lun swiftly. Their burly and terrifying bodies caused the deck to tremble, and every step was very steady and powerful, like an earthquake. The entire huge pirate ship was shaking on the sea. The giant eagle green was staring at Lun with sharp eyes, looking for the most appropriate moment to attack. He wanted to kill him with one blow. 3 captains with bounties of over 100 million berries surrounded Lun from all sides. I want to see what means you can use. Let these guys under my command fall asleep. Rupert sneered, and was less than 3 meters to Lun's left. At this distance, he was absolutely confident that he could stop any move of Lun. So, he didn't have to worry about the safety of these guys under his command. You can't stop this kind of power. Lun looked at Rupert with a smile. For some reason, being stared at by Lun's eyes, Rupert felt something was wrong. Could it be that there was still negligence? No. The other party has been completely surrounded by them. He was confident that with the joint efforts of the 3, Lun would never be able to break out of the siege and target this group of men. So, where did the other party's confidence come from? Don't talk too much nonsense with him, kill him, cut his body into pieces, and complete the order of Boss Jack. This is the most important thing for us at the moment. Cook's voice became rough and loud. He took a step forward. The terrifying body in the shape of a human tiger carried an extremely sharp and powerful pressure. The 3 captains were all animal-type devil fruit users. This did not surprise Lun too much. After all, the beast pirates are just as their name suggests. Most of the pirates who have gathered are animal-type devil fruit users. As the captain, Kaido seems to have a special liking for animal-type users. Kill! Cook raised his hand, his claws reflecting a little halo in the sun, his eyes were full of the ferocity of a beast, and he slammed down on the deck where Lun was standing at a terrifying speed. He jumped up easily. Lun dodged the attack. At the same time, he scanned the pirates who gathered in the venue. He made a preliminary estimate. The number of pirates gathered on the entire pirate ship should be no less than 1,200. If they were left to watch the battle. When the battle became fierce, Lun really had to be careful that someone around him would shoot a hidden gun. So, one way, simple and crude. Let them sleep for a while. I said, you can't stop this force. Lun narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at the giant eagle hovering in the sky, then looked at the mouse and the tiger, and the voice spread calmly. The next moment, under the gaze of the 3 people, see. Lun's eyes condensed, and a certain power fluctuation in his body was activated. That was the domineering aura. Buzz. A weak momentum gradually spread from Lun's body. When the momentum was released, boom! The momentum rose steadily, becoming like a surging tide. In an instant, a terrible airflow swept in all directions. The terrifying domineering aura, with Lun as the center point, spread around. In just less than a second, it directly covered every corner of the entire pirate ship. Every inch of the place was covered by the Conqueror's haki. The shocking Conqueror's haki oppressed all directions. At the same time, all around, the thousands of pirates who had stayed on the deck were excited and wanted to watch the next battle that was about to break out. But in the next second, their bodies were covered by the Conqueror's haki. All pirates were not spared. So, next, the 3 pirate captains with bounties of over 100 million berries witnessed a scene that they will remember for the rest of their lives. Just see. Plop. Plop. One after another, the pirates rolled their eyes and vomited. Mo quickly fell to the deck beside him. In an instant, thousands of pirates, who had gathered in groups, crowded around the deck. However, at this moment, looking around, the ground was full of their motionless bodies. The atmosphere seemed particularly quiet. Thousands of pirates, without exception, were hit by Lun's domineering aura today and lost consciousness on the spot and fell to the ground, falling into a state of coma. And this whole process only happened within a few seconds. Less than a second. Lun swept thousands of pirates alone. Any area covered by the domineering aura, all pirates could not resist. Silence. Depression. The entire pirate ship, the atmosphere became very strange at this time. Under Lun's shocking domineering aura. Now there are only 3 people left. They are the 3 captains. Except for them, no one can be spared and resist the terrifying impact brought by Lun's domineering aura. At this moment, the 3 captains, transformed into the form of devil fruits, stood stiffly in place, unable to move. But seeing the current scene, a chill ran straight up their spines, and they began to tremble all over. 3 pairs of terrified eyes were looking at the many pirates lying on the ground in horror and dullness. What is going on? Chapter 30. Just now, what happened? The entire pirate ship was bustling before. Now, the whole ship seemed to have become a ghost ship, and only a dead silence could be felt, without any sound. On the deck, a huge rat and tiger, with huge eyes full of fear and horror, stared blankly at the many pirates scattered around the deck. The giant eagle hovering in the sky, its sharp eyes were also filled with fear. The 3 captains were undoubtedly stunned by the scene in front of them. The moment before, still full of morale. The scene of thousands of pirates shouting, "What a huge scale!" But then, less than a few seconds later, the scene became dead silent. Thousands of pirates, without exception, all fainted strangely and fell down. At this moment, taking the scene into his eyes, Lun showed a satisfied smile. Now, it's finally quieter. What's next? No one should be able to interfere with the battle. Under his stunning domineering aura, except for the 3 captains, all the other pirates lost their ability to fight. This was also within Lun's expectations. After getting rid of this group of pirates, there is no need to worry about being shot by pirates around when the battle is fierce. Although Lun has the domineering aura of observation, he may still be tricked if he is not careful. This time, all the worries are solved at once. You. Rupert stared at Lun with his eyes fixed, and his words trembled. This terrible scene, even though the 3 captains have experienced countless fights, they still feel real palpitations and fear. If he guessed correctly, just now, the power used by the young man in front of him is called domineering aura. Cook's lips trembled slightly, and he blurted out, This is impossible." Rupert's eyes were bloodshot, and he was still a little frightened. That domineering aura, of course, enveloped them. Under the cover of that shocking domineering aura, they felt a huge sense of fear in their hearts. Although they did not faint like these minions, the domineering aura still left them with a huge negative impact. Domineering aura. The giant eagle green, hovering in the sky, stared at the many fallen pirates on the ground with dull eyes. The gaze moved. Finally, it fixed on Lun. A sense of fear filled his heart. Of course he could be sure that this was the domineering aura. But this is also they never expected it. A little intern can actually use Conqueror Haki. Who dares to believe this? You know. Conqueror Haki is the potential of a king that only one person has among a million people. Moreover, even if he has such potential, he has not been able to awaken and mobilize freely. However, at this moment, the three of them all witnessed it together. A little intern from the Red Hair Pirates can actually use Conqueror Haki so easily. How can they accept this? The potential of a king that only one person has among a million people. This kid, he has such potential of a king. The three of them stared at Lun intently. When they thought of this, they felt a chill. The little intern was a terrifying monster with the potential to be a king. In addition, after what happened just now, they can already conclude one thing. Lun can already freely use the power of Conqueror's Haki. I can't believe it. You actually have Conqueror's Haki. Rupert stared at Lun, his voice was particularly low. Didn't I say that you can't stop this power? Lun smiled. Hearing this, the faces of the three captains became heavier. Who can resist the power of Conqueror's Haki? Only by colliding with Conqueror's Haki. But of course they can't have Conqueror's Haki, so naturally they can't resist the impact of Lun's Conqueror's Haki. Next, let the battle begin. Lun slowly drew out the katana from his waist. On the blade, a layer of black armor gradually began to cover it. The entire katana became pitch black, like black jade, but it exuded a more fierce pressure. Armament Haki, condensed. In an inconspicuous corner of the coast. Here, a dozen local residents were hiding, staring intently at the pirate ship in the distance. This young man, actually took the initiative to board the ship. Is he going to die? Just as everyone was moving along. Then, they witnessed a horrifying scene. They saw. The thousands of pirates who were shouting and cheering were full of vigor. But for some reason, it was very strange. They all fell on the deck at the same time and couldn't get up. The bustling sea suddenly became deserted and bleak, with only a dead silence. This is. In the crowd of residents, the bald man's lips trembled, his eyes widened as he stared at the sea ahead, and a layer of fear gradually began to cover his face. Beside him, the expressions of the other dozen residents were the same. A chill ran from the soles of his feet to his forehead. Just now. What happened? The bald man turned to look at the other people around him. All the people he saw had expressions of fear and astonishment on their faces. Obviously, no one could understand what happened just now. As a result, the thousands of pirates fell to the ground strangely. This scene. It was deeply imprinted in their hearts, and they would never forget it in their lifetime. Could it be that young man? A resident opened his mouth weakly. I heard that there are some monsters with terrifying talents in the sea. They can awaken a power called Overlord Haki from their bodies. This power can spread to a long range, and anyone who is enveloped by this power will lose consciousness and fall on the spot. Don't you think that the young man? Everything he did just now is exactly the same as this statement. The words fell. Everyone's throat was dry and they were more and more terrified. That is to say, that young man not only awakened this terrible power, but he was also able to skillfully control and use this power. This young man is also an out-and-out monster. It seems that the outcome of this battle is no longer predictable. P.S. 6 more chapters have been sent in the top. All the big guys, please give me some flowers. Please give me evaluation votes. Please give me monthly votes. Thank you, author. Asterisk. Chapter 31 1 against 3. They seem to be suppressed. Deck. Lun slowly raised the samurai sword in his hand. The samurai sword covered with a layer of black armor looked particularly sharp, and a terrifying oppression swept all around. The armed color domineering is much stronger than the last time it was used. This time, the attribute card absorbed. There is an effect of directly increasing the level of armed color domineering. Naturally. In terms of strength, it is stronger than the armed color that Lun used last time. Armed color. In front of Lun, Rupert and Cook's eyes became solemn. After what happened just now, they no longer dared to underestimate Lun. Although he was just an intern. But, the other party had the domineering color domineering. This alone forced them to go all out. Do it. Cook spoke. His voice was very muddy and rough. The next second, Cook and Rupert both moved out at the same time. With a kick of their feet. Boom. The entire deck was slightly shaken. Their huge bodies swiftly attacked Lun, completely blocking the direction Lun could dodge from both sides. In addition, you can see their claws gradually covered with a layer of black armor. That is armament haki. The three of them all know how to use armament haki. Although they are much weaker than Lun in terms of strength, they should not be underestimated. Kill. Boom. A pair of huge tiger paws covered with armament haki smashed in the direction of Lun. Bang. Raising the samurai sword, Lun easily blocked Cook's huge palm. At the same time, on the right, Rupert attacked, his claws cutting through the air, sharp and swift. He jumped up. Lun's feet were steady, standing on the fence. Standing on the fence, Lun was truly at the same height as Rupert and Cook. Boom! Kicking his feet, Lun raised the samurai sword in his hand and slashed at Cook. Damn it! Cook's face turned ugly, and his palm covered with armament haki blocked Lun's knife. But the terrifying power and tearing force almost made Cook think that his armament haki could be torn apart at any time. If it weren't for the armament haki, my palm has been cut open. This kid's power is a bit scary. Cook quickly retreated, staring at Lun with lingering fear. Turning his head, he reminded Rupert beside him, "Don't be cut by his knife, otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous." "Nonsense, of course I know." Rupert retreated with a look of horror. Of course he knew the terrifying power of Lun's knife. Even with armament haki. But every time they collided, he felt like his fist was going to fall apart. Armament haki also has strengths and weaknesses. It doesn't mean that if you use armament haki, you won't be hurt. In contrast, obviously, Lun's armament haki level is higher than theirs. They used armament haki with their bare hands, so it was naturally difficult to resist the armament haki attack of Lun's samurai sword. "Green, you guy, come and help us, we can't stop him." P. Rupert roared angrily at the sky. "Two idiots." The giant eagle Green's sharp eyes startled Lun and swooped down quickly. His claws grabbed Lun's head. Once hit, it's not difficult to imagine that the whole head will explode. Bang! The samurai sword covered with armament haki blocked Green's claw attack. And Lun moved his hands, and the samurai sword began to slide in a circle. Puff! Ah! Green screamed in pain and flapped his wings to fly high into the sky. At a glance, his claws were directly cut off at 2 fingertips. Blood was everywhere, flying all over the sky. "Do it!" Cook and Rupert looked at each other, their faces became heavy. Boom! 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 Their huge and burly bodies moved on the deck, making the whole ship shake. Facing the simultaneous attack from both, Lun was in place, holding the hilt with his right hand, and the black armor of the samurai sword had never dissipated. At the same time, he raised the samurai sword and swung it gently. A lavender sword light lingered on the blade. "Cut it down with a knife." Swish! A sharp and dazzling slash swiftly attacked the 2 animals in front. "Can't dodge. Join hands and block it." Cook and Rupert raised their broad palms, and the armed color filled their palms. Boom! The slash hit their hands. A huge force spread from the palms. The 2 of them changed their expressions slightly, and gritted their teeth to hold on. Crack! Under their feet, the deck broke into cracks and gaps, spreading like a spider web. Although the two of them couldn't believe it. But reality slapped them cruelly. From the moment the battle broke out until now, the three captains with bounties of over 100 million berries were suppressed by a small intern like Lun in front of them, and they couldn't even fight back. On the other side, a dozen local residents on the coast. They were capturing the battle on the pirate ship in front of them with their poor eyesight. Finally, the bald man began to infer based on the scene he witnessed, and finally came to a conclusion that made him feel horrified. Then, that young man from the Red Hair Pirates. He seems to be fighting 1 against 3. Besides that, those 3 captains from the pirate groups under the Beast's pirates, it seems that even when the 3 of them joined forces, they were still suppressed by the other party alone. After the words fell, the atmosphere became strange and silent. More than a dozen local residents stared with their eyes wide open, with an indescribable deep feeling in their eyes. Shocked and terrified, his lips trembled and his whole body shivered. 1 against 3? Even he could suppress the other side. You know. The 3 on the opposite side were all pirate captains with bounties of over 100 million berries. However, he was still suppressed by 1 person. So, it is not difficult to imagine how terrifying is the strength of that young man from the Red Hair Pirates. Chapter 32. You call this monster an intern? Whoosh! A brilliant and sharp slash flashed by. Crack! The deck collapsed and was directly torn apart by the aftermath of this slash. Fine cracks spread and quickly spread around. Boom! Rupert and Cook felt the pressure and blocked the slash from Lun. Their hands covered with armed color domineering showed a slight sign of numbness. The tiger's mouth was broken. Armament hacky, almost cracked inch by inch. I can't stop it. Cook looked ugly. He put his hands down, stagnated in mid-air, and kept shaking. The stinging sensation spread from the palm of his hand to the whole arm. Even with the coverage of armament hacky, the terrifying power was still transmitted from his hand, making him unbearable. He gritted his teeth, his face was heavy and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. This kid's strength is too outrageous. Rupert took a half step back. Heavy steps, 1 foot down. A hole was broken in the deck. They both raised their heads and looked at the giant eagle Green in the sky. Can vaguely see. Green's body has many knife marks, and blood is all over his wings, making his figure look particularly hideous. The 3 of us join forces. Is it still impossible to shake this little intern? Cook gritted his teeth and shouted unwillingly. Before this, they had never imagined it. The 3 pirates with bounties of over 100 million berries could not shake the little intern in front of them. You know. They are not comparable to that loser Jackal Bansai. At least, Jackal Bansai has never learned the 2-color domineering. However, each of the 3 of them can freely use the 2-color domineering. Even so, facing Lun's fierce slashes, they are under great pressure in their hearts. Do it! Green's sharp roar came from the sky. He swooped down quickly. His claws were covered with armed color and slid across Lun's head. A hair. Lun had already raised the samurai sword in his hand. The samurai sword covered with armed color domineering collided violently with Green's claws, flashing bursts of fire, extremely dazzling. Boom! Lun forced Green back. At this time, Green quickly retreated to the side of the other 2. The 3 of them stared at Lun with heavy eyes at the same time. At this moment, Lun exuded a terrible sense of oppression, making their bodies extremely heavy and their movements sluggish. If this goes on, we may not be able to kill him, and we may even be killed by him. Cook's expression was low. He clenched his broad tiger palm tightly. Even though it was wrapped in a layer of armed color, there were already many knife marks on the tiger palm, and traces of blood spread, infecting the hair on the hand. At the same time, a lot of knife marks can be vaguely seen on his body. None of the three of them could escape. In this battle, the three of them were almost directly suppressed by Lun alone, and they could not fight back at all. They could only passively and constantly endure the strong attacks from Lun. I don't plan to accompany you to die. Green suddenly spoke. Suddenly, Rupert and Cook, who were standing beside him, looked at him with horror. You, what do you mean? I want to escape, but he can't do anything to me. Green said confidently. He turned into a giant eagle and could fly freely in the sky hundreds or thousands of meters above the ground. So, if he wanted to escape, he was confident that no one could stop him. You. Rupert and Cook were furious. The three of them joined forces and were barely on par with the other side. Once Green escaped, there would only be two of them left. Wouldn't they be doomed? Good luck to you two. Green left this sentence. He spread his wings and quickly soared into the air. Just then, a bright and dazzling halo of light approached rapidly from not far away. Green's pupil shrank, and his heart was filled with horror. That was a sharp slash. It was approaching him. Can't escape. No. Damn it! Green shouted angrily. Boom! With a loud bang, Green was shot down from the sky, and his entire huge body was shot down directly onto the deck of the pirate ship. Boom! This slash hit Green's body, and the aftermath carried his body, piercing the deck directly and falling into the dark deep warehouse on the deck. The deck was torn into pieces and collapsed directly. Many wood chips scattered everywhere were flying all over the sky. One hit. Just one hit. Green was severely injured. Boom! Pushing away many wood chips from the dark deep warehouse on the deck, Green coughed violently and climbed out of the ruins with difficulty on the deck. At a glance, he was already covered with blood all over his body. The deep knife mark penetrated his abdomen, and the blood was constantly gushing out, completely soaking his lower body. What a terrible knife! Seeing Green's miserable appearance, Rupert and Cook looked at each other with lingering fears. It was too miserable. Just one slash. Green was almost killed on the spot. He was a pirate with a bounty of more than 130 million berries. But under this slash, he looked so humble and weak. The two of them moved their eyes. Finally, their eyes were fixed on Lun's figure holding a samurai sword. Their lips trembled slightly, and their whole bodies became a little stiff, and their hearts palpitated. Such a strong monster is just an intern of the Red Hair Pirates. Red Hair Pirates? You actually call such a monster an intern? At this moment, the concept of the three words intern was completely overturned by Lun in their minds. Chapter 33 Overthrow three pirate groups by one's own strength. Ahem! Green struggled to climb out of the dark warehouse deep in the deck. The knife wound on his abdomen made his body extremely fragile, and blood spread and infected his lower body. Gradually, he changed from the posture of a giant eagle to the appearance of a human again. The hideous knife wound made Green's breathing difficult, and blood spit out from his mouth, and his face became very pale and bloodless. Just one blow. The great pirate giant Eagle Green, who has a bounty of 130 million berries and knows how to use dual-color domineering, was directly hit hard. And he was beaten back to human form from the devil fruit mentality. You can imagine how serious injuries this slash brought to Green. Even the devil fruit form was beaten back. Beaten back to human form from the giant eagle. Rupert and Cook's scalps were numb and shuddered. Now, the entire pirate ship is riddled with holes. Cracks spread in all directions like spider webs. Traces of perforation and cracks can be seen everywhere. The battle has lasted until now, and the entire ship is almost on the verge of being sunk. Even the two huge wooden masts were cut by the slash and broke from the middle and fell to the side. This kind of monster. Just an intern. Green raised his head and stared at Lun's direction. Who told him that this was an intern from the Red Hair Pirates? When did interns become so powerful? Is the threshold for becoming an intern so high now? He was almost killed by an intern with one knife. Next. It's your turn. Lifting the samurai sword in his hand, Lun moved his eyes and fixed them on the two giant animals in front of him. The giant eagle was severely injured and separated from the devil fruit form. This means, in a short period of time, Green can no longer transform into a giant eagle and escape from the scene. Therefore, Lun can seriously put his target back on this mouse and tiger. You. Seeing Lun's eyes, Rupert and Cook couldn't help but step back half a step. Their burly and powerful bodies were frightened away by Lun's small figure. This scene seemed particularly funny. At this moment, in their eyes, Lun is not an intern, but a ferocious monster. Even the three of them can't shake the terrifying monster together. Secret sword technique swallow return. Lun raised the samurai sword. A purple halo lingered on the dark blade. Without hesitation, he slashed at the two in front of him. Swish! The purple sword light formed a semicircular arc and swiftly cut through the air in front of Lun. In an instant, the sharp slash was already in front of Rupert and Cook. Not good. The two men's eyes widened with fear. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, two huge figures were hit by the fence and broke the fence directly. Puff! Puff! Rupert and Cook vomited blood, and they broke away from the devil fruit form and turned into human form. Their whole bodies seemed to fall apart and were extremely heavy. The huge force spread from their arms to their whole bodies, and the tingling sensation spread. Ahem! The two men supported the broken deck with their hands, coughing violently, blood spreading from the corners of their mouths, their eyes were bloodshot, and they were staring at Lun, looking very embarrassed. From their eyes, it can be seen that they could not hide the deep fear. They understood. They and Lun in front of them were not people of the same level of strength at all. Unexpectedly, we actually lost. The three of us joined forces, but we lost to a little intern. Cook sighed bitterly. If they had known this earlier, they should not have been so impulsive. We should have waited for Boss Hyde to come, I regret it. Rupert shouted unwillingly. Hyde? Lun's eyes flashed, and he walked step by step to the side of Rupert and Cook, looking down at the embarrassed figures of the two who were struggling to support the deck, with a calm expression. From the words of the two, he caught a brand new word. That is to say, there is a boss behind the two of them. Hyde? This name is somewhat familiar. Lun narrowed his eyes slightly and thought in his heart. Then, his eyes moved. Lun looked at the two pirate captains with bounties of hundreds of millions who were lingering on, raised the samurai sword in his hand, and chopped it directly at Rupert's head. Without any hesitation. One cut. Puff! Rupert died on the spot. The head rolled several times on the deck, and blood gushed out, spilling all over the deck. The air here gradually became bloody and pungent. Boss Hyde, I won't let you go. Witnessing Rupert's death, Cook raised his head and roared at Lun. Really? I'm waiting. Lun didn't care about the samurai sword covered with armed color domineering. Very easy. Get rid of the captains of the two pirate groups. The last person left. Turn around. Lun looked at Green, who was seriously injured and still lying on the edge of the fence. When Green noticed Lun's gaze wiping a sad smile, his face was pale and bloodless. He understood. The first two were dead. He, of course, could not escape. So, Green grabbed the fence with both hands with difficulty, and used the last remaining strength to support his heavy body, facing Lun. Since you have become a pirate, you must be ready to be buried in this sea at any time. Do you think I will beg for mercy from you? What a joke! Green looked at Lun, breathing disorderly. I never thought you would beg for mercy. Lun looked at Green quietly. Without mercy, he swung the blade in his hand. Puff! A head rolled in the air, and in an arc, fell to the sea next to it. Boom! The sea surface splashed with weak sea water, rippling waves. Then, the sea surface gradually returned to calm. Since then, 3 pirate captains with bounties of more than 100 million berries and who also controlled the 2-color domineering were announced to have been killed one after another by Lun alone. This means the 3 pirate groups have been completely disintegrated. Since the captain is dead, then the pirate group will naturally face the fate of collapse. Lun did it. As a small intern, only one person, relying on his own strength, overturned 3 pirate groups under the command of the Beast Pirates. Chapter 34, Leave calmly from the so-called deadly situation. A giant pirate ship, deck. Lun looked at the 3 corpses on the ground and said with a little pity, 3 heads worth hundreds of millions of berries are wasted like this, it's a pity. Indeed. He can't possibly run back to the Grand Line with these 3 heads and hand them over to the Navy headquarters. What's more, his identity is also a pirate. Have you ever seen it? Pirates carrying pirates' heads and running to the Navy headquarters to exchange for bounties? I'm afraid that before I even step into the door, Lun will be caught as a pirate and imprisoned in the city of Impel Down. After this battle, Lun roughly figured out his own strength level. If nothing unexpected happens, his strength level is close to the pirate class of 200 million berries. It can be done easily. In a crushing way, wipe out the pirates whose bounties are only over 100 million berries. Even if facing the siege of 3 pirates with bounties of over 100 million, Lun can easily kill them. 3 pirate groups blocked this area of the sea to deal with me. I never thought that you didn't kill me, but lost your own life. Lun's mouth moved slightly. Turned his head. Glanced. There are still more than 1,000 pirates staying on the deck. However, under the impact of Lun's shocking domineering color, they probably won't wake up in a short time. How to deal with these pirates left behind? Lun fell into thought. After thinking about it, finally, Lun decided. It's easier to kill them. Having made up his mind, Lun drew back the samurai sword in his hand, the black armor on the blade dissipated, and the armed color was restrained. Step by step, Lun walked to the fence, jumped up, and successfully returned to the small sailboat deck. Raised his head, glancing at the 2 huge pirate ships in front. No hesitation. Raised the samurai sword. 2 brilliant slashes, swiftly attacking the front. Swish! Swish! Instantly. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by 2 thunderous noises. Both pirate ships were pierced from the middle. The sharp slash completely tore open the deck of the pirate ship, and under the aftermath of this terrifying force, countless cracks like spider webs were split. Rumble! Waves of sound spread. A pirate ship split first, and gradually tilted to the sea next to it, unable to maintain balance, and the sea water washed over the entire deck of the pirate ship. Crash! The sea water rolled continuously. Gradually, the pirate ship was submerged by the sea water. The sea water was like a swamp, madly pulling the entire pirate ship into the seabed. In a blink of an eye, a pirate ship has sunk to the bottom of the sea. Another pirate ship is still lingering on the sea surface. But it is not difficult to judge. The pirate ship pierced by Lun's sharp slash will sooner or later follow in his footsteps, just like the pirate ship just now. In less than a minute, this pirate ship, carrying more than 1,000 pirates who fainted on the deck, was covered and spread by the sea water. The sea water almost completely soaked the deck. And those pirates who fell on the deck, without exception, began to bear the fate of being submerged by the sea water. A moment. Even this last pirate ship remaining on the sea surface could no longer withstand the large amount of sea water pouring in, and began to sink to the bottom of the sea little by little. Including more than 1,000 pirates. Slowly, sink to the bottom of the sea. Perhaps, if they are lucky, a few pirates will be able to wake up from their coma and escape. But for most pirates, the outcome is doomed. They will die in this sea. Witness the sinking of the last pirate ship. Lun retracted his gaze, stood on the deck of the sailboat, turned his head and glanced in the direction of the coast not far away. He glanced in the direction of the group of residents. Then he began to set sail. Next. It's time to rush to the blue sky sea to find the Whitebeard pirates. We've wasted a lot of time here, I hope this letter won't be delayed for too long. The sea water was floating. The whole ship was getting farther and farther away under Lun's control. It was getting farther and farther away from this place called the Fossa coast. Until the whole sailboat disappeared in the endless sea. At this time. Coast. A dozen residents walked out of the corner in panic. They walked to the edge of the coast, their eyes wide open, staring blankly at the endless and calm sea in front of them, speechless for a moment. Silence. No sound. Splash. It was so quiet that only the waves were washing over and the sound of pleasant sound. Gurgle. For a long time. The bald man couldn't help swallowing his saliva, his lips trembling. Did you see it? See, I saw it. In addition to the 3 pirates with bounties of over 100 million being killed. In addition, the 3 giant pirate ships were directly sunk by the young man from the Red Hair Pirates. Oh, my God! 3 pirate ships, 3 pirate groups, and 3 pirates with bounties of over 100 million berries. Under their joint siege. They were still left calmly by this young man. No. It's not as simple as leaving calmly. It's just that after destroying 3 pirate groups, they left the coast of Fossa easily. I thought, the 3 pirate groups joined forces to block this coast and set up a dead end. They never thought that it was indeed a dead end, but this dead end was for themselves. Too strong, the young man from the Red Hair Pirates, relying on his own strength, actually destroyed the 3 pirate groups under the Beast Pirates. The ship was sunk, and thousands of pirates must have all been buried in the sea. Even if there are survivors, there will never be more than one hand. 3 huge pirate groups under the 4 emperors, but they were directly destroyed by one person. The dozen or so local residents staying on the coast were shocked. I guess in a short time. They all can't forget the thrilling battle they witnessed on the coast today. 3 large-scale pirate groups joined forces to set up an encirclement and set up a dead end. For one person, they stepped into the dead end. But in the end, the encirclement was torn apart. A dead end, still a dead end. But, it is not a dead end for that young man. But a dead end for those who planned it. This battle. In their opinion, it is a clash between 2 of the 4 emperors' pirate groups. The result is undoubtedly that the Red Hair Pirates are better. No. They are much better. From the very beginning. Before the battle broke out. They can almost conclude that the Beast's pirates will win. After all. On one side, there are 3 pirate groups united, ruled by 3 pirates with bounties of over 100 million berries, and more than 1,000 vicious pirates under their command. And on the other side. But there is only one person. Anyone with a discerning eye can naturally judge who will win and who will lose. But at the last moment, they never expected it. The winner actually belongs to the young man of the Red Hair Pirates. Relying on his own strength, he turned the tide. He did it by force, the amazing feat of destroying 3 large-scale pirate groups. Chapter 35 The reputation is revealed. An intern named Lun. In the New World, the flow of information is very fast. So, no surprise. It was less than half an hour before Lun destroyed 3 pirate groups under the Beast Pirates. The news about all this began to gradually flow into the sea. And this news also began to become a topic of conversation in people's spare time. As more and more people talked, it was inevitable that the scope of the news spread. And Lun's name was the first time that it was truly spread in the dangerous and extremely large sea of the New World. Before this, Lun had never left the Red Hair Pirates, so his name would naturally not be heard by the pirates in the New World. But with this time, a total of 4 pirate groups under the Beast Pirates were destroyed one after another. Lun's reputation was truly revealed in this sea. After all, there are definitely not many people who dare to provoke the 4 emperors in the New World. And Lun not only provoked, but also successively destroyed 4 groups belonging to the Beast's pirates. This kind of news is also very rare in the New World. Naturally, it will inevitably attract special attention. Although wars break out every day in this sea area of the New World, but things involving the 4 emperors are still quite rare. Most people know that the 4 emperors are high above, but there are few reports of people provoking the 4 emperors, or conflicts between the 4 emperors. That is why the news that Lun destroyed 4 pirate groups is so popular. Gradually, people began to dig out Lun's identity. When they learned the moment Lun came from the Red Hair Pirates, this sea area of the New World began to set off an unusual undercurrent. Dressrosa. This place is called the Island of Love and Flowers. The one who rules the entire Dressrosa is the high and mighty Don Quixote family. The young master of the Don Quixote family is Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea who is famous in the new century. In Dressrosa, everyone knows that the Don Quixote family's base is located in the King's Highlands. At this time, beside a pool in the King's Highlands, Da Flamingo, lying flat on a chair, crossed his legs on the table, wearing sunglasses and a pink half-step feather dress. In the pool in front of Da Flamingo, many members and cotters of the Don Quixote family are playing in the pool, throwing the splashes of water into the air, and then sliding down, making the pool ripple with waves. Tap tap tap. A hasty sound of footsteps and a strong stench came with the breeze. Even Da Flamingo stood up from his chair, frowning, veins popping out on his forehead, staring at Toribal, one of the family's top officials, standing on his right hand. Toribal looked like a pile of mud, with snot hanging from his nose, looking sloppy, and emitting a strong stench that made people nauseous. "You, stay away from me!" Da Flamingo roared angrily. Young master." Toribal looked anxious. He did not retreat but approached Da Flamingo. "Tell me, what's the matter?" Da Flamingo suppressed the restlessness in his heart that wanted to kill. Then, Treble quickly said, "Young master, there is news from Drought Jack. The team sent to trade with us in 2 weeks has changed." "Oh? Why?" Da Flamingo raised his eyebrows. "The agreed trading team was temporarily replaced? This is a taboo." Although Da Flamingo did not care, he also wanted to understand. What caused Drought Jack to make such a decision? Because, the team that was supposed to be sent to trade with us seemed to be destroyed while performing the mission. Treble thought for a while and said, "Destroyed." Da Flamingo was stunned. He did not expect it. In the New World, there are still people who dare to attack the people of the Beast Pirates? This is really too rare. Immediately, Da Flamingo showed an excited look. Who dared to attack the people under the Beast's pirates in this sea area of the New World? He was very curious, who was the person who destroyed this group of teams? He dared to attack the Beast's pirates. I guess. In this sea area, he is definitely not an unknown person. Yes, it is a trainee from the Red Hair Pirates. Treble's words fell. Da Flamingo was stunned. Trainee? You tell me, who can destroy these pirate groups under the Beast's pirates? Just a trainee from the Red Hair Pirates. I don't know why. After hearing this sentence, Doflamingo only felt that his IQ was deeply insulted. What's his name? Doflamingo asked subconsciously. Lun, a trainee from the Red Hair Pirates. Treble said. It's really interesting. A little intern actually wiped out the pirate group under the command of Drought Jack. I think Jack, this idiot, should be furious now. When I think of this idiot's furious look, I feel comfortable. Doflamingo showed a strange smile. The tavern was bustling and noisy. The air was filled with the mellow and rich aroma of wine. The front desk. Charming and mature Long Si, with her beautiful eyes looking at the lively scene in the tavern, her red lips moved slightly raised an arc, revealing a charming smile. It has been a few days since the last incident. Her mood gradually began to calm down. After she notified the people of the Beast Pirates, they rushed over immediately, and these people did not embarrass her. Even if they are from the Red Hair Pirates. So what? Just a little intern, can you make any big waves? Long Si thought. Just then, the sound of people talking came from the tavern. Have you heard? 3 more pirate groups under the command of the Beast's pirates have been destroyed. Is it true? In the New World, there are still people who are so bold as to attack the forces under the command of the 4 emperors? This is so rare. Yes, I heard that the person who destroyed these 3 pirate groups is a young man. Moreover, this young man is from the Red Hair Pirates and is just an intern. His name is Lun. Bang! At the front desk, Long Si's hands trembled, and the wine glass in her hand slipped to the ground, splitting into pieces of transparent glass, which were scattered everywhere in a disorderly manner. At this moment, Long Si's beautiful eyes were round, and her charming and mature face was already full of panic. And the fear that had disappeared in her heart came back again, sweeping across her heart. Is it him? He actually destroyed 3 more pirate groups under the command of the Beast's pirates. How is this possible? Long Si was desperate. She now began to try to imagine. If at that time, she did not take the initiative to contact the people of the Beast Pirates, would the result be different? It's a pity. There is no regret medicine. Now she can only pray that the information she gave to the other party was true. Otherwise, Long Si couldn't imagine how miserable her end would be. P.S. The 5th update has been sent. Big guys, please give me flowers. Please give me evaluation votes. Please give me monthly votes. Thank you, author. Chapter 36 Drought Jack's Confidant, Sipshed. This day, the coast of Fossa. The sea was calm, with occasional breezes, rippling waves, and ripples spreading in all directions, washing the coast. It can be vaguely seen that many conches were washed to the edge of the coast. The golden sun shone, and the entire sea surface was like gold, flashing a dazzling halo. A huge pirate ship rose slowly from the horizon, becoming huge and conspicuous. The pirate ship docked at the coast. From the deck, a man wearing sunglasses walked down. He was wearing a sweater, his hair was white, and on his head, there were 2 strange black horns growing. If a pirate with a lot of experience saw the 2 black horns on his head, he would definitely be able to recognize it. This is a feature that will appear in those who have swallowed artificial devil fruit abilities. In other words, the man in sunglasses is actually an artificial devil fruit ability user. Step by step, the man wearing sunglasses walked deep into the island. And all the way, he walked to a tavern. He pushed open the door of the tavern. He stepped directly into it. Coming towards him, a lively and noisy atmosphere rose and filled the tavern. Many pirates talked in the tavern. I can't believe that in this sea area of the New World, there are actually people who dare to take the initiative to provoke the Beast Pirates. Moreover, they have successively destroyed a total of 4 pirate groups under the Beast Pirates. Now are all the interns here so strong? I heard that this young man named Lun is just an intern from the Red Hair Pirates. But his strength is not like an intern, he should be a cadre of the pirate group. That's right, but then again, the Beast's pirates suffered such a big loss, they will definitely not give up. Next, will there be a clash between the 4 emperors? I don't think so. It's just a fight between the people under their command. If it rises to a clash between pirate groups, wouldn't it be a joke? This is purely something that people who can't afford to lose will do. It seems to make sense, but this time the Beast's pirates lost too badly. They are both 4 emperors' pirate groups, but their forces were killed so badly by the interns under the Red Hair Pirates. While they were talking, they hadn't noticed yet. Beside them, a man wearing sunglasses had already stood beside them, motionless. You guy, are you silent when you walk? You almost scared me. Go away, don't block my way. A pirate angrily tried to push the other away. The next second, his hand was grabbed. A huge force came. Crack! The whole hand, all the bones were broken. Ah! The pirate felt pain and wailed in pain. Instantly, the lively tavern became extremely quiet. Pairs of eyes gathered and fixed on the man wearing sunglasses. Suddenly, a panicked voice came from the crowd, You are, Sip's head. After the words fell, the atmosphere in the whole place became very depressing. Gurgle. A group of pirates swallowed their saliva involuntarily, and looked at the man in sunglasses with horror in their eyes, that is, the man named Sip's head. Someone asked puzzledly, Who is Sip's head? Is he very strong? More than very strong. Sip's head is a member of the Beast's pirates. He is the confidant of Jack the Drought, one of the 3 disasters under the command of Kaido, the captain of the Beast's pirates. The bounty is as high as 340 million berries. Suddenly, the atmosphere became more and more depressing. The confidant of Jack the Drought, one of the 3 disasters of the Beast's pirates. Surprisingly, he appeared here. This made many pirates in the whole tavern feel trembling with fear. I am very interested in the topic you just talked about. I just don't know if you can repeat the topic you just talked about. Sip's head spoke. His voice was emotionless and cold. Everyone was trembling, their eyes terrified, and they dared not speak. Boss Hyde. Several voices full of surprise and excitement came from the corner. See. Several pirates quickly walked to the side of Sip's head and shouted, Boss Hyde, it's great that you are here. Boss Rupert and Boss Cook were all killed by that damn kid. Even our 3 pirate ships sank into the sea. If we hadn't woken up by chance, I'm afraid we would have sunk into the sea and died like the pirate ships. Boss Hyde. You must avenge our dead brothers. The 3 pirates were the survivors of the 3 pirate ships. After the pirate ship sank into the sea, they were lucky enough to wake up from coma and survived, and they were not completely buried under the sea. But they survived by chance, but they did not dare to inform others, for fear of being blamed by the superiors. This time, seeing the arrival of Sip's head, they took the initiative to appear in the eyes of the other party. Oh? Really? Then your luck is really too good. Sip's head's voice was flat. Boss Hyde, that's purely. The words of a pirate never fell. Puff. His head was directly blown up. Sip's head retracted his fist, which was stained with blood. He glanced at the 2 men with terrified faces, and his eyes were cold. A bunch of good-for-nothings. You should accompany the pirate ship and be buried in this sea. You can't even deal with a little intern, what's the use of you? A&D. I clearly told you that there is news about the intern. Immediately, inform me as soon as possible so that I can deal with him. But what about you? You actually dared to ignore my words. If it weren't for you, I would have killed the intern and reported to Boss Jack. Sip's head roared angrily. I sensed something was wrong. The two pirates were filled with fear and were about to escape. But they still couldn't escape. They were killed on the spot by the angry Sip's head. The body fell to the ground. The blood flowed slowly, and the pungent smell of blood covered up the mellow and rich aroma of wine. Looking at the body on the ground, Sipshed's eyes flickered, and a violent aura rose. You can rest assured. I won't let your death become meaningless. I will kill the intern from the Red Hair Pirates with my own hands, cut his body into pieces, and report to Lord Drought Jack. Sifed glanced at the pirates present, his eyes were cold and numbing. After a moment, he retracted his gaze. Under the fearful eyes of the pirates, he turned around and left the tavern step by step, leaving behind a back that frightened everyone present. Chapter 37 Red Hair, I really just asked him to deliver a letter. In the blink of an eye, the news about Lun's successive destruction and the 4 pirate groups under the Beast Pirates began to sweep across the New World. Many islands. And for the first time, Lun's reputation began to spread wildly to people's ears. At the same time, the news that Lun provoked the Beast's pirates. Naturally, it inevitably spread to the ears of many crew members of the Red Hair Pirates. The Red Force. The flag hung high fluttered in the wind, and the pattern with 2 red marks on the left corner of the eye fluttered in the wind and danced. Deck. Red Hair, Ben Beckman, Jesus Bulletin, Lakilu and several other cotters gathered here. In front of them, a crew member who was responsible for finding out the news was looking at his captain and vice-captain with a strange expression, and his expression was very strange, which made people confused. Recently, is there any big news in the sea? Red Hair asked directly. Although as a 4 Emperors pirate group, Red Hair must also know everything about the New World. For example, is there any big movement on Kaido and Charlotte's side? This is what Red Hair needs to focus on. Charlotte is the same as always, without any big moves. However, Kaido has some things going on. Although it's not a big move, it is closely related to our Red Hair Pirates. The crew member is called Rajiv, who is responsible for the Red Hair Pirates intelligence network. His strength is not weak, although not as good as the cotters, but he is definitely not an ordinary person. Kaido's side? Related to us. Ben Beckman's expression became a little surprised. He couldn't think of it. Why is Kaido's movement closely related to their Red Hair Pirates? Could it be? Is Kaido preparing for war? Yes, to be specific. Rajiv coughed dryly and spoke slowly. This time, the movement on Kaido's side was actually caused by our Red Hair Pirates. What do you want to say? Red Hair asked directly in a daze. He was getting more and more confused. Did the Red Hair Pirates start this? But he still couldn't figure out what the reason was. Boss, did an intern go out to sea on our ship some time ago? Rajiv asked. Yes, what happened? Red Hair nodded and didn't deny it. He personally ordered Lun to go out to sea. And Ben Beckman, Jesus Bulletin, Lakilu, and everyone else on the ship watched Lun leave. This is basically something that everyone on the ship knows. You mean? This matter was caused by this kid Lun. Ben Beckman looked at Rajiv with a strange tone. That's right. Rajiv nodded solemnly. This surprised Red Hair a little. This kid was just sent out by him to deliver a letter. Could it be? It really caused something? But why is it related to the Beast Pirates? Immediately, Red Hair then asked, what did this kid do? I don't know why. A foreboding feeling suddenly emerged in the heart of the red-haired man. On the side, Jesus Bulletin, Lakilu and other cotters all cast curious and expectant eyes. Under the gaze of everyone, Rajiv did not hide anything and chose to tell the truth. After Lun went out to sea, he successively destroyed 4 pirate groups under the Beast Pirates. The words fell. The whole audience became silent. For a while, Lakilo couldn't help but say, "No, this kid went out to sea alone." The 4 pirate groups under the Beast Pirates were destroyed by him alone. With Rajiv's answer, Red Hair, Ben Beckman, and other cotters present were a little confused. What's the situation? Are the pirate groups under the Beast Pirates so weak? 4 pirate groups were destroyed by Lun. Lun first destroyed a pirate group, and then, when he was surrounded by 3 pirate groups under the Beast's Pirates, he achieved the amazing feat of overthrowing 3 pirate groups by himself. Rajiv said in an amazed tone. After speaking, Ben Beckman dispersed the anger that had just emerged in his heart. He just heard half of it. He was about to interrupt. He wanted to say something angry. The Beast's Pirates are bullying the Red Hair Pirates? They dared to send 3 pirate groups to surround a small intern on their ship. However, after listening to Rajiv's words, Ben Beckman held back his words, his face flushed. Well, this kid is getting more and more weird. But, well done. One person overthrew 3 pirate groups. And they are from the pirate groups under the Beast's Pirates. Jesus opened his mouth with a look of horror. Are all the interns now so fierce? This almost made his brain short-circuit. So, did this kid take the initiative to provoke the incident? Red Hair was stunned and asked immediately. Yes. Rajiv couldn't help but nodded helplessly. Indeed. At the beginning, it was Lun who took the initiative to provoke the incident. This is completely different from the way their Red Hair Pirates do things. Their Red Hair Pirates have always been a rule of conduct that I will not offend others if others do not offend me. However, when it came to Lun, this rule was directly overturned. This kid. Red Hair didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Feelings. There will be a day when their Red Hair Pirates will take the initiative to provoke others. This is really rare. I seriously suspect. This kid has improved his strength during this period of time. Otherwise, with the strength he had when he just left, it would be impossible for him to overthrow 3 pirate groups alone. Ben Beckman said after thinking. What a monster! Jesus Bulletin, Lakilo and several others the cotters were speechless. In such a short time, the strength has been improved again. This is a terrifying growth rate like a monster. How can others survive? Boss, did you send this kid to deliver the letter in public? But in fact, secretly asked this kid to help us collect some interest from Kaido some time ago. Jesus Bulletin expressed serious doubts. Some time ago, the Red Hair Pirates and the Beast's Pirates had a collision. That time, it was true that the Red Hair Pirates suffered a small loss. I am really wronged. Red Hair was helpless. I really just wanted him to deliver the letter, who knew that this kid would actually provoke the Beast's Pirates for me. This is indeed something that Red Hair did not expect. But... paused. The red-haired man's eyes flashed with a bit of brilliance, and his expression became sharp and serious. But, since this kid has already done it, then let's do it. If there is any movement from the Beast's Pirates, if they mobilize the 3 disasters, we, the red-haired pirates, will certainly not stand idly by. Even if we have to fight with the Beast's Pirates for this, so what? Hearing this, beside him, Ben Beckman, Jesus Bulletin, Lakilo and several of their cotters, even including Rajiv, who is an intelligence officer. They all smiled deeply at the same time. If Kaido really loses face and goes to deal with a small intern with great fanfare, then we can just rub the spirit of the Beast's Pirates. Coincidentally, we suffered a loss at their hands some time ago. If they go out this time, we don't mind taking back the loss we suffered last time with interest. Who are they? They are the red-haired pirates. As the 4 emperors of the New World, who is afraid of whom? The red-hair pirates usually do not take the initiative to cause trouble in the New World. But this does not mean that they are afraid of trouble. If the beast's pirates want to fight, they must, and accompany to the end. Chapter 38 Arrival at the Azure Sea. Whitebeard's Skull Flag. 2 days later. The sky is clear and white clouds are floating. Wow! The breeze blows gently, and ripples appear on the sea. A large sloop sails on the sea, moving with the wind. Deck. Lun unfolded the map in his hand, then moved his eyes away and looked at the endless sea in front of him. According to the direction shown on the map. After leaving the Fossa coast, he rushed all the way to the direction of the Azure Sea. The whole process was exceptionally smooth. Apart from the fact that he encountered 2 unknown pirate groups during the period, who thought he was a fat sheep drifting on the sea and were directly destroyed by Lun. Not much happened. Although he had destroyed 4 pirate groups under the beast's pirates before. But after sailing for 2 days, Lun did not see the forces under the beast's pirates coming to attack and kill. This surprised Lun a little. But think about it. How big is the New World? Even as the beast's pirates, one of the 4 emperors, with their huge scale, it is not too easy to find a person in this vast ocean. Lun will not forget it. After killing the 3 pirate captains with bounties of over 100 million, he learned from the other party that there was a guy named Hyde who was still responsible for hunting him down. This name took 2 days. Finally, Lun figured out who Hyde was. Full name, Sips Hyde. The disciple of Jack the Drought, one of the 3 great disasters, Sips Head, a powerful pirate with a bounty of more than 300 million berries. Lun narrowed his eyes slightly. He currently does not think that he can easily defeat the opponent if he meets him head-on. But, if it takes a while, that may not be the case. His eyes moved. He fixed the map in his hand again. The map that Long Si gave Lun marked many important island locations. In this way, Lun can more accurately understand the specific location of the sea area where he is currently located. So, a little further ahead is the sea area ruled by one of the 4 emperors, the Whitebeard pirates. Lun moved his eyes to the sea area ahead of the map. The sea area ahead. It belongs to the territory of the 4 emperors' Whitebeard pirates. Not surprisingly. From time to time, the forces under the command of the Whitebeard pirates will appear in the sea area ruled by the Whitebeard pirates and patrol this sea area. The purpose of this is to prevent the other 4 emperors from being restless and eyeing the seas they rule. Of course. Most of the time, the 4 emperors are in the seas they rule and will not go to the seas of other 4 emperors. Sort out the exact location of the current location. Lun put away the map in his hand. Drive the sailboat. Crash. The sea current ripples, rolling up waves. The whole ship is approaching the sea ahead. In less than a moment, the whole ship announced that it has officially entered the seas ruled by the Whitebeard pirates. On the deck, Lun looked at the empty sea around him, boundless, and the sea surface was flashing with a dazzling golden halo from the horizon. It's still a distance away from the blue sky sea. Lun thought. Officially entering the seas ruled by the Whitebeard pirates does not mean that it is very close to the blue sky sea. You know, each of the 4 emperors' pirate groups has an unimaginably large area of waters under their jurisdiction. So, although there are pirate ships patrolling the seas, but in fact, most of the time, even if the 4 emperors really enter the seas, these patrol ships are also difficult to find. Unless the 4 emperors enter this sea area with great momentum and fuss. Otherwise, generally speaking, it is difficult to find invaders in the sea area. So, we still need to continue sailing. Besides, after these days, the Whitebeard pirates may not really stay in the Azure Sea. This trip is from here to the Azure Sea. If we are lucky, we may meet them halfway. With this mood, Lun continued to sail the sailboat. Half a day passed. Finally, the Azure Sea is already in sight. The sailboat stayed on the sea. Occasionally, it can be seen. On the clear sea, huge black shadows floated. That is, the Sea King. A giant sea king that can swallow Lun and the entire ship in one bite. However, Lun did not panic, but calmly sat on the deck, letting the entire ship ripple calmly on the sea, motionless. 2 minutes later, the Sea King left. Perhaps, it had already eaten its fill, so it had no appetite for Lun's small sailboat. After watching the Sea King leave, Lun slowly steered the sailboat and sailed forward. A moment. The sailboat officially arrived at the Azure Sea, a sea area ruled by the 4 Emperor's Whitebeard pirates. Yuan too did not detect any trace of the Whitebeard pirates, and even could not see a ship belonging to the Whitebeard pirates. Could it be? The Whitebeard pirates have really left. Lun looked around. The empty sea was boundless. Only Lun was on the deck, and the small sailboat floated in the middle of the sea. It took no less than 10 days in total. Finally arrived at the Azure Sea. But Lun could not be sure that the Whitebeard pirates would still stay in the Azure Sea during his journey, instead of rushing to other seas. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Just as Lun was thinking this in his mind, he glanced around. At the end of the horizon in front of him, a tiny black dot appeared, and the black dot gradually enlarged in front of his eyes. With Lun's extraordinary vision, he could vaguely see. That was a pirate ship. Moreover, the flag hanging high on the pirate ship was fluttering a skull with a white crescent-shaped beard. If I'm not mistaken, that's the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. Lun smiled. Chapter 39 Captain of the 13th Division, Atmos. When he saw the flag with a crescent-shaped white beard and skull, Lun knew that the voyage that took at least 4 days was not in vain. At least. In the end, he still saw the traces of the Whitebeard pirates. Although the pirate ship in front of him was approaching with the rolling waves, Lun could see clearly that it was not the Moby Dick, which was famous in the New World. But it was also a relatively large pirate ship. Lun was not worried about it not being the main ship, the Moby Dick. He would probably know the specific location of the Moby Dick from the pirates on the ship in front of him. Gradually, the huge pirate ship, flying the flag of the Whitebeard pirates, approached the sea where Lun was. Obviously, the people on this pirate ship also noticed it. This sea area, which belongs to their Whitebeard pirates, has other pirates set foot in it. More than 4 days. Finally, we can complete the important task assigned by the captain. Although there were many troublesome things along the way, it's okay as long as the delivery time is not delayed. Lun watched the pirate ship in front of him approaching. Crash! Waves rippled on the sea, spreading in all directions. Occasionally, you can see the huge black shadows of the Sea Kings. In the New World, the most terrifying thing is not only the pirates here, but also the strange weather here. Secondly, in this area of the New World, the number of Sea Kings appearing will be particularly frequent. Moreover, compared with the Sea Kings in the Grand Line, obviously, the Sea Kings here, who can adapt to the strange weather in this area of the New World, are naturally much stronger than the Sea Kings in the Grand Line. So, it is not difficult to hear. Every day, there will be news from this area that some pirate ships have been swallowed by Sea Kings. Similar news, emerging in an endless stream, is completely out of control. A moment. The two ships finally met. Located on the deck of the sailboat, Lun saw that the giant pirate ship was approaching the edge. He could only look up to take in the full picture of the entire pirate ship. The size of the pirate ship is too huge. Even though it is not the main ship Moby Dick, but its size is far larger than the ships of the pirate groups that Lun destroyed before. Whitebeard pirates. As many people as ever. Lun thought. No. Or rather, including the Whitebeard pirates, as well as Charlotte and Kaido, the number of pirates under their command will be very large. Among the 4 Emperor's pirates, only the Red Hair pirates is an outlier. They rarely absorb small fish, and most of the crew members absorbed are powerful pirates. So, if the 4 Emperor's pirates talk about average combat power, the Red Hair pirates are undoubtedly higher. Because everyone in the Red Hair pirates is a powerful pirate. Even the interns. Although guys like Rockstar are not very strong, at least they are not the grassroots pirates at the bottom of the New World. On the deck of the giant pirate ship, a group of pirates walked to the fence, their eyes focused on the sailboat, and then moved to Lun. Red, are you a member of the Whitebeard pirates? Surprisingly, they would take the initiative to come to the sea ruled by our Whitebeard pirates. This is very rare and surprising. A loud and rough voice came from the crowd. It was a strong and burly fat man. His beard was like an animal's mane, his long black hair extended to his waist, and he had 2 walrus-like front teeth hanging from the corners of his mouth. He wore a grey helmet similar to bull horns, and the 2 bull horns stood straight above his head. He held 2 big swords in his hands, and a clear and conspicuous tattoo could be seen on both arms. That was the skull of the Whitebeard pirates. Captain of the 13th Division, Atmos. Nickname, Buffalo. A very powerful pirate. Before, Lun had not known the crew of the Whitebeard pirates, but he did not recognize the exact identity of Atmos. He just felt that he looked a little familiar. Boy, are you a member of the Red Hair pirates? But why do I feel that you look unfamiliar? Could it be that you are a member of the Red Hair pirates who was recently recruited? Atmos was at the deck railing, his eyes fixed on Lun, with a suspicious look on his face. The Red Hair pirates had a lot of dealings with the Whitebeard pirates. Just like the relationship between the Beast pirates and the Big Mom pirates. In the New World, Red Hair and Whitebeard have a good relationship, while Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have a good relationship. The 2 are equal, and occasionally they will form an alliance to fight against the other party. That's why Atmos was so confused. He knew a lot of people in the Red Hair pirates, but in his impression, no one fits the facial features of Lun in front of him. Just joined 3 weeks ago. Lun did not hide it and frankly admitted that he was an intern. Intern? Why did this guy Red Hair send an intern to our Whitebeard pirates' waters? Atmos was even more puzzled. The captain asked me to personally deliver a letter to Whitebeard. So, please lead the way and let me complete the task assigned by the captain. Lun told the truth. A letter. Hearing this, Atmos' eyes condensed, his expression slightly unfriendly. So that means Red Hair asked you, a small intern, to deliver a letter to your father. Red Hair is getting more and more arrogant. It would be fine if he didn't come in person. Actually. And asked a small intern to deliver the letter. Chapter 40. Are all interns so fierce nowadays? Angry. Yes. Atmos was angry. He stared at Lun with his eyes unkindly, including the hundreds of pirates beside him. Their expressions were particularly sharp, staring at Lun, as if they had an irreconcilable hatred with Lun. The weird atmosphere. Let Lun, who was on the deck of the sailboat, be completely confused. Speaking of, for no reason. Why did the atmosphere suddenly change? Isn't it just delivering a letter? Lun couldn't figure it out. What was wrong with those words just now? It seemed that everyone on the ship was pissed off all of a sudden. Those pairs of angry and sharp eyes were fixed on his body. Of course, Lun could feel it very clearly. Including Atmos, these hundreds of pirates had flames of anger burning in their eyes. Boy, you are so brave. Atmos had a bad look on his face. He was tall and strong, standing on the deck fence, and stood out in the crowd. A sharp and majestic aura emanated from him, permeating and covering Lun, who was standing on the sailboat in front of him, without mercy. You can insult us. But, insult the Whitebeard pirates, insult your father? Absolutely not. Atmos looked at Lun coldly. Boy, come up and talk. Okay. Although he didn't understand the situation, Lun was not too uneasy. Jumped up. Both feet landed steadily on the deck of this giant pirate ship. At the same time as he was steadily on the deck, the sharp eyes made Lun feel it more and more clearly. By the way, I'm just delivering a letter, is it necessary? Lun looked helplessly at the angry expressions of Atmos and others. He had some inferences in his heart. He really couldn't figure out the so-called face of these big men. Boy, fight with me. If you win, I'll take you there. If you lose, go back and tell the red-haired guy. If he wants to deliver the letter, he has to do it himself. At least, don't let a little intern come to deliver the letter. Atmos raised the big knife with both hands and shouted angrily. Thinking for a moment, Lun narrowed his eyes slightly and drew the samurai sword from his waist. I don't want to run back to the ship with the name of mission failure. If so, I may be laughed at for a year. So, it seems that I have no choice. After speaking, Atmos shouted to a group of men around him, get out of the way. Yes, Captain. Hundreds of pirates quickly withdrew from the surrounding area. The deck left a large and open space. Boy, let me think about it. In the past few years, the strength threshold of the trainees of the Red Hair Pirates has improved. I hope you won't let me down. Atmos raised two swords, his eyes flashing with brilliance. If you want to fight, I will accompany you. Lun's mouth moved slightly. Coincidentally, he also wanted to try it. He can serve as the captain of the 13th Division under the command of the Whitebeard Pirates. How strong is Atmos in front of him? At this moment, the samurai sword in his hand was slowly raised, standing upright in front of him. The next second, a layer of black armor gradually rose up, completely covering the blade. The blade turned into a pitch-black color, like black jade, indestructible and extremely sharp. Hey! Atmos' eyes condensed. Armament haki. He was surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect it. A little intern could actually mobilize the armament haki. But it was just an accident. Seeing the samurai sword covered with armament haki in Lun's hand, Atmos also restrained his contemptuous thoughts and began to become serious. At the same time, the big sword he held tightly in both hands also began to be covered with a layer of armament haki armor. In terms of strength, it seems to be no less than Lun's armament haki. On the side, hundreds of pirates were shocked. Captain, you actually used armament haki? Are you serious? Just a little intern, you actually made the captain serious. Didn't you see it? The little intern is much stronger than us. Look at the samurai sword in his hand, it is also covered with a layer of armament haki. Obviously, the strength of this intern is not bad. While they were talking, Atmos had already launched an attack. With a kick of his feet, his terrifying body, like a buffalo, approached Lun rapidly. Although his body was huge and strong, his speed was not as slow as imagined, but very agile and fast. The oppressive feeling that came over him swept his whole body. Lun's expression did not change, holding the samurai sword covered with armament haki, facing the direction of Atmos. Swinging the blade in his hand. Without any hesitation, cut it down with one knife. Bang! Atmos stopped moving, holding two big knives, blocking Lun's knife. The blades collided, rubbing out dazzling sparks. The huge force spread across his arms. A gleam of brilliance flashed across Lun's eyes. Atmos's power was terrifying. At least, it was not something that Lun, at present, could defeat head-on. Instead, Lun retracted his strength, cleverly stepped back half a step, turned sideways, flashed to the side of Atmos, held the knife in his right hand, and slashed down fiercely. Atmos was about to resist. But the next second, Lun's left hand was covered with a layer of armed color, and his fist suddenly smashed down at Atmos' waist. Hey! Atmos' pupils shrank. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise. His huge body, like a buffalo, was directly knocked back more than 10 meters by Lun's punch, and hit the wooden pillar. The entire giant pirate ship and the deck shook violently. Captain, Captain, was repelled. Hundreds of pirates stared blankly at Atmos's figure being knocked away. Turning their heads, they looked at Lun standing still. For a moment, they couldn't help swallowing their saliva, their lips trembling slightly. Are the interns of this class so powerful now? Even their captain was knocked away more than 10 meters away in such a miserable way. You know. The other party. But it was just an intern from the Red Hair Pirates. But it was such a boy, who was regarded as a little intern in their eyes. He did it, the amazing feat of forcing their captain to retreat. This was really beyond their expectations. P.S. 5 more chapters have been sent. At least 6 more chapters will be updated tomorrow. So, big guys, please give me some flowers. Please give me evaluation votes. Please give me monthly votes. The author would like to thank you. Asterisk. Chapter 41. Are you really an intern? Why don't I believe it? Shocked. Deck. Hundreds of pirates from the Whitebeard Pirates and the 13th Division were stunned by what they saw. Who can tell them? Why is the threshold for interns so high now? Oh my god! Are they going to let people live? The interns are so fierce, how can they, the official crew members, still have the face to be official crew members? Captain, this must be carelessness. A pirate said weakly. That's right. Just as they regained their confidence. See. Atmos crawled out of the ruins, coughing constantly, supporting the deck with both hands, stood up from the deck, holding 2 big swords. His eyes became full of fighting spirit, staring at Lun. He didn't have any serious injuries on his body. Just some small wounds from bumps and bruises. For him, it will not affect the next battle. Boy, I have to admit that you surprised me. Atmos's voice came out loudly. He walked towards Lun step by step. With steady steps and a strong and powerful body, he brought a majestic sense of oppression. It seemed that the entire deck was shaking. Raised the broadsword in both hands. The color of armed was everywhere. Atmos launched another swift attack. This time, he will go all out. Just now, I was careless for a moment, and I didn't expect Lun to attack with bare hands. Boy, come and fight! Atmos shouted and arrived in front of Lun. 2 broadswords covered with armed colors smashed down swiftly. Cooperating with his own terrifying strange power. The broadsword smashed down. Cutting through the air, full of oppression. Bang! Lun raised the samurai sword to block it. A harsh sound, accompanied by dazzling sparks. The huge force spread from the palm to the entire arm. Sure enough. In terms of strength, I'm still a lot less than him. Lun could feel that his right hand, which was tightly holding the hilt of the knife, was slightly numb. This buffalo was too powerful. Even at the moment of resisting the opponent's attack, if Lun hadn't tightly held the hilt of the knife, the samurai sword might have been knocked away. Fortunately, I used the armed color. Otherwise, I always feel that this samurai sword will be broken by one blow. Lun looked at the samurai sword in his hand. Quickly retreated several steps. Step forward, distance yourself from Atmos. Not bad, kid. Atmos looked at Lun in surprise. He thought Lun would hide. Unexpectedly, he actually blocked his sword. Is this really just an intern? Interns nowadays are so powerful. This made Atmos start to stare at Lun suspiciously. He always felt this kid was really fooling himself. Come again! Atmos shouted. The armed sword and the armed sword started a fierce friction and collision. Sparks flashed, dazzling and bright. All around. Many pirates who witnessed this battle were dumbfounded. They looked at the fierce battle in front of them with a confused look. If they hadn't known it in advance, how could they have expected? At this moment, the young man who was fighting fiercely with their captain was just a small intern from the Red Hair Pirates. This world is too crazy. The little intern actually fought so fiercely with their captain. Even, he didn't lose at all. Is this really what an intern can do? I always feel that this guy is lying. How can an intern be so fierce? That's right, this guy from the Red Hair Pirates is too insidious. A group of pirates were talking freely. They had to admit. Even though they were official members of the Whitebeard Pirates, their strength was far inferior to the one they saw in front of them. The intern from the Red Hair Pirates. So, they had many questions in their hearts and wanted to question. How could an intern be so strong? This is too fierce. Boom! There was a loud noise. The entire deck was shaking, and all the pirates grabbed the edge fence to stabilize their bodies, staring at the front with horror and horror. Lun and Atmos fought fiercely and retreated quickly. The two sides distanced themselves. I think if we continue to fight, the result will not change. I can't imagine it in my life. One day, a little intern can fight me to a draw. Atmos put away the two swords in his hands and looked at Lun in amazement, but his expression was very strange. So, now, can you take me to see Whitebeard? Lun also put away his samurai sword, and his armed color was restrained. After this battle, he has an accurate understanding of Atmos's strength. It is similar to his current strength. No. To be precise, Lun is slightly inferior to Atmos. However, the gap is not too big, and it is not impossible to make up. But if it takes a while, Lun will be absolutely sure that he can defeat Atmos with absolute suppression. Of course. But before that, I still have some questions in my mind, and I hope you can answer them accurately. Atmos looked at Lun seriously, took a deep breath, and opened his mouth. Are you really an intern from the Red Hair Pirates? Absolutely genuine. Lun smiled. There is no need to fake this identity. You can find it out with a simple check. Ahem. Atmos coughed violently. He looked at Lun suspiciously, and complained in his heart. Is he really an intern? However, why do I not believe it? Where can an intern be so strong as to fight him on equal terms? This is simply too unbelievable. P.S. First update. Today's update will be at least 6 updates. Big guys, please give me flowers. Please give me evaluation votes. Please give me monthly votes. Thank you, author. Asterisk. Chapter 42. One person subverts the perception of the Red Hair Pirates. Returning from the huge pirate ship to the sailing ship, Lun was on the deck of the sailing ship. He looked up. He looked at the huge pirate ship floating on the edge of the sea, and the burly figure with a pair of bull-horned helmets still on the edge of the fence. Boy, get ready to go, don't fall behind. Atmos looked at Lun. Immediately, under his command, the entire pirate ship began to sail slowly. Control the rudder and change direction. Sail far into the endless sea ahead. The golden halo fell, and the whole sea flashed with dazzling light. On the deck of the sailing ship, Lun drove the entire sloop, following closely behind the giant pirate ship in front. A breeze blew. The huge flag on the giant pirate ship in front was floating in the air. And the skull flag with a crescent Whitebeard was particularly dazzling. And behind the entire ship, the small sailboat was flying a skull flag with 2 red marks on the left corner. The 2 four emperors symbols were clearly revealed. The battle ended in a draw. This was successful, allowing Lun to follow the entire pirate ship and prepare to rush to the Whitebeard pirates' main ship, the Moby Dick. Whitebeard, of course, was stationed on the Moby Dick. Lun's mission on this trip was to hand the letter to the other party in person. Therefore, I can clearly feel that the mission is just around the corner. As long as I see Whitebeard and hand the letter to the other party, Lun's voyage can be declared over. Captain of the 13th Division, Atmus's strength does not seem to be too strong. Lun narrowed his eyes slightly and thought in his heart. Such strength is already the captain of the 13th Division. It's just a draw with him. But Lun believes that his own strength, although it is not the bottom of the Red Hair Pirates, it is impossible to rank in the top 100. However, with such strength, he could fight against the captain of the 13th Division under the Whitebeard Pirates. This made Lun sigh. As expected, Whitebeard. The reason why the Whitebeard Pirates can become one of the 4 emperors is purely because Whitebeard's own strength is really too strong. In terms of average combat power, if nothing unexpected happens, Lun can be sure that the Whitebeard Pirates should be at the bottom of the 4 emperors. In addition to Whitebeard, there is also the captain of the 1st Division, Marco. I vaguely remember. The bounty of Phoenix Marco is about 1.5 billion berries. However, the captain of the 2nd Division, Fire Fist Ace, has a bounty of only 500 million berries. There is only a difference of 1 team, but the strength is really different. In general, the only 2 who can hold up the stage in the Whitebeard Pirates are Whitebeard and Marco. As for the rest, it can be judged from the Fire Fist Ace all the way to the 2nd Division. In terms of the strength level of the crew, Whitebeard is definitely at the bottom of the 4 emperors. Only Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, can be regarded as the one who supports the entire pirate group. The terrifying deterrence in the New World all comes from Whitebeard alone. I am looking forward to meeting this legendary pirate. If I can pick up the attribute card dropped by Whitebeard, that would be even more perfect. It is worth the 4-day trip across so many seas. Lun thought. The sailboat gradually followed the giant pirate ship in front and did not fall behind. At this time, giant pirate ship deck. Hundreds of pirates were looking at their captain Atmus in shock. The atmosphere was silent. A weak voice came from the crowd, "Captain, Captain, that is to say, that kid is really an intern from the Red Hair Pirates." The words fell. The atmosphere became more and more weird. They were stunned. He was able to tie with his own captain, but he was really just an intern. This is too outrageous. Not bad. Atmus nodded. Combining many ideas and clues, he can draw a conclusion with certainty. Lun, maybe he is just an intern. That's right. He actually fought back and forth with an intern, and couldn't even defeat him. This really made Atmus feel very weird. My God! The little intern on the Red Hair Pirates ship actually tied with you, the captain. Now, are all the interns so strong now? Do I have a wrong understanding of interns? Hundreds of pirates were stunned on the spot. They began to doubt that the interns they knew in the past were just used to make up the numbers. Why? They had never heard of it before. The strength of the interns could be so terrifying. Indeed. Atmus said in deep agreement. He also began to doubt his life. At the same time, he used his brain, which was not working well, to think frantically about a terrible problem. What is certain is that Lun is an intern. Then the question is. A question that shocked Atmus came to his mind. Let me ask. Even a small intern is so powerful. Then, how terrifying is the overall strength of the pirate group? And the opponent is from the Red Hair Pirates. Does it show that? In the past few years, the Red Hair Pirates have developed to a very terrifying level. Even a small intern has such a high strength threshold. It is conceivable. How strong are the official crew members in the Red Hair Pirates? So, over the past few years, although the red hair pirates don't make much noise on weekdays, have they actually become so powerful without making any noise? Even an intern is so strong, the overall average strength level of the red hair pirates must be very high. This news must be told to Dad. Could it be that our whitebeard pirates, in terms of average strength level, have really fallen to the bottom of the four emperors? Atmos' forehead was covered in cold sweat. He began to panic. Because of Lun. And caused. Atmos' previous understanding of the red hair pirates was completely overturned. His entire thinking was led astray by Lun. In fact, there is nothing wrong with his thinking logic. But Atmos ignored it. Lun can't be confused with ordinary people. Using the strength of a monster to measure the standards of most interns? This is purely asking for trouble. Chapter 44. The red-haired brat actually sent an intern to deliver a letter. Moby Dick. Deck. All around. Many members of the Whitebeard pirates were sitting in all directions, their eyes fixed on Lun next to Atmos, their expressions full of curiosity and confusion. Dad, he is an intern from the red hair pirates. Atmos answered with admiration. An intern from the red hair pirates. Whitebeard sat in his chair, and his calm face began to stir up faint ripples. Red hair pirates. Red hair shanks. This is really a name that makes people miss. For a moment, he recalled decades ago. It was like yesterday. Those two guys who were interns on Roger's ship dared to stand in front of him. And now, one of the two interns, the red-haired brat. He has become one of the four emperors who are famous in the New World. On par with his whitebeard pirates. Who could have imagined it? The young boy was just an intern on Roger's ship. Now, he has become the top pirate group in the New World. He thought about it. Whitebeard's eyes were slightly absent-minded, and he sighed. Then, he looked light gathered on Lun. At the same time, feeling the gaze of Whitebeard, Lun could clearly feel it. The gaze from the strongest man in the world, the sense of oppression that was intimidating without anger, swept through the body, as if it was difficult to breathe. "What's your name, kid?" Whitebeard looked at Lun, his voice flat. Lun. Lun looked directly at Whitebeard. "So, what's the matter with the little red-haired kid sending you to me?" Whitebeard asked directly. He didn't believe it. The other party would run to his ship for no reason. At this time, being focused on by many eyes, Lun could feel it. The majestic sense of oppression did not only come from Whitebeard alone. There were also all around. With a glance, Lun could see many familiar faces that he had seen on the bounty list. Captain of the 1st Squadron, Phoenix Marco. He was standing next to a wooden pillar at the moment, with a leisurely and relaxed look on his face. His eyes were like a dead fish, and he seemed to have no fighting spirit at all. Instead, he was very ordinary. Whether it was his temperament or his aura, it was unimaginable. Such an ordinary man would actually be the strongest man under Whitebeard. A person with the ability of the animal type, mythical beast type devil fruit, which is rarer than the natural type. Except for Marco. There is also the captain of the 3rd team, Diamond Jaws. He was sitting on the edge of the fence. With his elbows on his knees, his eyes were lightly staring at Lun, his burly and powerful body, with the majestic aura of oppression. The captain of the 5th team, Flower Sword Vista. The captain of the 6th team, Brahmank. Almost all the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were on the Moby Dick. With Lun's arrival, their eyes, invariably, were always fixed on Lun. So, Lun could feel countless eyes staring at him with every move he made. If it were any other person, they would have been oppressed by these terrifying eyes and could not calm down. But Lun was different, and he remained calm. He did not come here to fight with the Whitebeard pirates. What was there to be afraid of? Lun had a broad mind and looked at the Whitebeard in front of him. He looked carefully. He could clearly see that there were many scars on Whitebeard's burly body. It was not difficult to imagine that Whitebeard's life was almost taken away. He was known as the strongest man in the world. Lun was standing in front of him at this moment, less than 5 meters away. At this distance, he could feel it more clearly. The terrifying pressure emanating from Whitebeard was everywhere. This was the pirate with a bounty of 546 million berries. Whitebeard. Sure enough, he lives up to his reputation. A ray of brilliance glided across Lun's eyes. Feeling the pressure from the other party, it is not difficult to imagine how terrifying it would be if Whitebeard took action. Known as the strongest man in the world. Sure enough. As strong as a monster. Even red hair has never given Lun such a pressing pressure. Compared with the seemingly ordinary red hair. In comparison. Obviously. Whitebeard's appearance is more in line with people's impression of a strong man. Pause. Under Whitebeard's gaze. I saw. Lun took out a letter from his arms and handed it directly to Atmos beside him. The captain once ordered me to hand this letter to you personally. Atmos took the letter, walked to the front step by step, and handed it to Whitebeard in person. Take the letter. Whitebeard did not open it, but focused his eyes on Lun. Is this a handwritten letter from Shanks? Yes. Lun nodded. I don't know why. When he finished this sentence, Lun could clearly feel it. The look in Whitebeard's eyes seemed a little different. Really? This is really hard work for you. Whitebeard grinned, his eyes became particularly sharp. Red hair, this kid, is so arrogant that he sent a little intern to deliver the letter. Chapter 45 The handwritten letter torn up by Whitebeard in public. Hard work? That's not the case. Although there were some minor troubles when going out to sea, overall, the process was quite smooth. Lun was in front of Whitebeard, without any trepidation. As for the smoothness he mentioned, this can be ignored directly. To deliver the letter, he was wiped out one after another, and there were a total of 4 pirate groups under the command of the Beast Pirates. Only then did he successfully arrive at the Blue Sky Sea, board the Moby Dick, and bring the letter to Whitebeard. In general, it took a lot of time. A total of nearly 5 days. In the process, killing these small fish under the Beast's pirates also improved Lun's strength a lot. If possible, Lun is really looking forward to encountering more such pursuits. In this way, his strength can also be improved more. In Lun's eyes, these pirates under the Beast's pirates are all a group of cute experience babies. Dad. Atmos was next to Whitebeard and whispered, although he is just an intern from the Red Hair Pirates, his strength is by no means inferior to that of the official crew. Oh? Is that so? Whitebeard's eyes were full of curiosity and interest. Ahem. Atmos coughed dryly and scratched his head. Dad, because just now, at the edge of the Blue Sky Sea, I fought with him. What was the result? Whitebeard didn't ask too much. There is no need to investigate why he fought. All of this. In his opinion, it is meaningless. What is meaningful is fighting. What was the result? Drawl. Atmos opened his mouth and his old face turned red. This record made him unable to brag loudly. At least, he was the captain of the 13th Division. But he actually tied with a trainee from the Red Hair Pirates. In his opinion, this was too embarrassing. However, he had to admit, Lun's strength was indeed completely different from all the trainees he had seen before. Draw. Whitebeard was stunned and looked very surprised. Obviously. Even he had never thought of it. A little intern could actually fight a tie with Atmos? This is a rare and new thing. But even so, an intern is always an intern. The identity is here. And Red Hair actually asked a little intern to deliver a letter. What does this mean? Little red-haired brat. Do you think you don't take me seriously? Send a little intern to deliver a letter to my ship." Whitebeard laughed in anger. Remember, in the early years, the little red-haired brat still knew how to respect. But now, send an intern to deliver a letter. Do you think my old bones are about to fall down? Or should I say, you think that I, a remnant of the old times, will no longer pose any threat to him? This is really infuriating, red-haired. Whitebeard's eyes flashed. The act of sending an intern to deliver a letter. Maybe the specific meaning is not as much as imagined. But this behavior still makes Whitebeard very dissatisfied. Who is he? He is Whitebeard, the leader of an era. He has fought with Roger for decades and never lost. However, a little intern from Roger's ship, now, has completely ignored him. Thinking back to the past, the other party was still a brat. But today, he did such a thing. How could Whitebeard tolerate this? A handwritten letter? Whitebeard fixed his eyes on the letter in his hands and suddenly grinned. Without any hesitation, he grabbed the letter with both hands. Tear. The crisp and pleasant sound lingered in everyone's ears. I saw. The letter was torn directly from Whitebeard's hands. The broken letter turned into countless pieces. Following the trajectory, the pieces fell down and scattered in various areas of the deck. On the ground, the handwritten letter from Red Hair was torn into countless pieces, which looked messy and placed on the surrounding decks. A breeze blew. The broken letter fluttered faintly on the deck. Silence. The atmosphere became particularly quiet. Dad. Beside Whitebeard, Atmos looked at Lun helplessly, then he looked in the direction of his father and shook his head. Sure enough. He knew that things would develop like this. This approach is in line with Dad's character. At this time, looking at the many fragments of Red Hair's handwritten letter scattered on the ground, Lun couldn't help but sigh. It seems that it took me 5 days. Running from east to west, and even killing a few of Kaido's minions, I got the trace of the Whitebeard pirates. Finally, I arrived at the Blue Sky Sea smoothly and met Whitebeard himself. But I didn't expect that the mission I was carrying out would fail at the last moment. I always feel that I have wasted these 5 days without any meaning. I don't know why. My mood has become particularly unhappy at this moment. Chapter 46 What does it feel like to use the Conqueror's haki in front of Whitebeard? Moby Dick, Deck. Many eyes gathered on Lun, and their expressions became playful and interested. Sure enough, Dad is still Dad, with the same bad temper. This is not a bad temper. Red Hair actually asked an intern to deliver a letter to Dad. Isn't this too arrogant? Why didn't he come in person? That makes sense, but this little intern made a wasted trip. Moreover, he became the punching bag for Dad to express his dissatisfaction with Red Hair. Having his handwritten letter torn up in front of him, I think this kid must be in a bad mood. So what if he doesn't feel good? On the ship of our Whitebeard pirates, even if he doesn't feel good, he has to endure it for me. Could he dare to ask for this face back? Among them, including Phoenix Marco, Diamond Jaws, Flower Sword Vista and others, they all cast interested eyes on Lun. They are looking forward to it. Next. What will Lun do? What can a little intern do? When did that little brat Red Hair become so arrogant? Sitting on the chair, Whitebeard glanced at Lun lightly. I am Whitebeard. The loud and harsh voice lingered in Lun's ears. Gulp gurgling. Whitebeard picked up the wine barrel next to him and poured it into his throat. Several female medical staff on the side were trying to dissuade him. Captain, you can't drink any more. Idiot, just a little bit, it won't hurt your body. Whitebeard put down the barrel in his hand and looked at Lun deeply. I can probably guess what the red-haired kid wants to say in the letter. Nothing more than. It's about Ace and Blackbeard. Go back and tell the red-haired kid. Tell him. If he has something to talk to me about, let him bring a pot of good wine to me in person. instead of sending an intern to bring a letter to me. If you understand, go back quickly." The words fell. Whitebeard looked down from above, his eyes indifferently scanning Lun. The terrifying pressure swept in all directions and covered Lun's body. This terrifying breath came from the strongest man in the world. Even though he was lying on the chair, with many needles inserted into his body to deliver liquid medicine. But his momentum was still as strong as before. His strength was still there. Who is he? He is the most feared pirate on this sea, Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard. The atmosphere became quiet again. Many eyes were focused on Lun. The golden halo shone down. Even though Whitebeard was sitting on the chair, the shadow reflected on the deck was still extremely large and intimidating. Lun was covered by the shadow of Whitebeard. "Boy, go back and tell the red-haired guy to stop pretending. If he wants to talk to Dad, let him visit in person." Margot's slightly frivolous voice came from not far away. "Lun, did you see it too?" Atmos looked at Lun and waved his hands. At this moment, under countless gazes, Lun did not move his steps, but looked directly at Whitebeard. His expression did not change much. Even though he was in such a predicament, Lun still did not feel nervous or uneasy. "Just saw." Lun suddenly smiled and said, "The mission failed, so it failed. However, I wasted these 5 days and brought this letter here, but when I arrived, you tore the letter directly. This is a slap in my face. I am naturally very upset." After speaking, the whole audience was slightly silent. Atmos's expression became serious. "Lun, don't be impulsive." "Of course I won't be impulsive. Only a fool would do such a thing as brandishing a sword and a gun on the ship of the Whitebeard pirates. But for me, it's different." Lun's mouth curled up slightly. "Boy, you are just a small intern, and you also care about face." Whitebeard grinned and laughed, then, "Red hair, this kid sent an intern to deliver the letter, where does my face stand?" Pause. Whitebeard fixed his eyes. "I am suddenly very curious now. You are in a bad mood, so what? Boy, do you want to attack me on this ship?" All around, hundreds of pirates looked at Lun with interest. Among these people, there are many captains with top strength. "Boy, I advise you." Marco walked over step by step, still with a salted fish attitude, and said, "Hurry back and tell Red Hair what's going on. If you cause trouble here, the consequences are not something you, a small intern, can afford. Is your face important? Or is your life more important? If you fight here, you will lose your life. Don't blame me for not warning you in advance." Malco was already beside Lun. "Don't worry, I won't be stupid enough to fight. But before I leave, since I'm in a bad mood, I plan to give you a belated gift." Lun smiled meaningfully. "Gulala. Gift? You're an interesting guy. I want to see what the gift you're talking about is." Whitebeard's unique laughter was particularly loud and floating. "Next. Please don't blink." Lun narrowed his eyes slightly. In front of Whitebeard, in the eyes of hundreds of pirates on the entire ship, even under the gazes of more than a dozen captains including Captain Marco of the 1st Division and Captain Diamond Jaws of the 3rd Division, with Lun as the center point, a faint breath began to be released directly. The breath rose steadily, like a turbulent current, surging. The terrifying breath spread rapidly from Lun's body to all directions. In just a moment, every corner of the entire pirate ship was shrouded in this terrifying momentum. This is heroic haki. P.S. 6 more chapters have been delivered. Tomorrow, at least 6 more chapters will continue to be released. So, big guys, please give me some flowers. Please give me evaluation votes. Please give me monthly votes. Thank you, Author. Asterisk. Chapter 47. This is called reciprocity, everyone is even. A gentle breeze blows. Splash. The sea ripples, and the golden halo flickers on the sea surface, which is particularly dazzling. The huge pirate ship, the high-hanging flag flutters in the wind. The Moby Dick floats on the sea, drifting with the current. Deck. The entire ship accommodates no less than 1,000 pirates. As the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates, it can naturally accommodate a large number of pirates. At this time, the atmosphere of the entire ship is very strange. Silence. No sound. Lun is standing in the center of the deck. In front of him is Whitebeard sitting on the chair. His burly and huge body brings a heavy sense of oppression to people. All around. Captain Marco of the 1st Squadron. Captain of the 3rd Division Diamond Jaws. Flower Sword Vista. More than a dozen captains were standing there, motionless. With Lun as the center point, a terrifying domineering aura gradually began to sweep in all directions, spreading to every corner of the entire ship. The majestic momentum covered the entire place. Inch by inch, it extended to the rest of the Moby Dick. Not only the personnel on the deck, but also the pirates farther away were completely disturbed and enveloped by this terrifying domineering aura. Even Whitebeard, Marco, Diamond Jaws, Flower Sword Vista and all the other personnel present. They were the first group of people who were exposed to the domineering aura emitted by Lun. Member. Buzz. Instant. The domineering aura spread further. The whole ship seemed to form a vacuum zone. Not a single sound was heard. At the same time. Then. Plop. Plop. The pirates who were watching the show a few dozen meters away from Lun, their eyes began to roll back, their consciousness was completely dispersed, their whole bodies became weak and fell to the ground. One fell. Yes. There were not just one or two who fell, but a large group. On the deck, except for the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. The other weaker pirates were directly hit by Lun's terrifying domineering aura, and their consciousness turned blank on the spot, paralyzed on the ground, motionless. Plop. Plop. This scene happened in every corner of the Whitebeard pirates. Countless weaker pirates could not resist the pressure of the domineering aura, and fell to the ground paralyzed, their eyes rolled back, and they fainted. It took less than a few seconds. Empty deck. There were originally hundreds of pirates standing. Now, only more than 100 people were still standing, and the remaining more than 200 pirates, without exception, fell down and fainted under the cover of the domineering color. The scene became more and more weird. A pair of terrified eyes stared at the young figure in front of Whitebeard on the deck. This guy. Beside Lun, Marco's face became ugly and solemn, and the salty fish posture was completely restrained. He stared at Lun with his eyes, and he became serious. If I guessed correctly. This is... Flower Sword Vista opened his mouth with a solemn look. Glancing around. Beside these captains, you can see. Many of their men were lying on the deck at their feet. Most of them had fainted and were unconscious. The dozen or so captains present, with their many years of experience in the New World, certainly knew what this power was. But it was precisely because they knew it too well. Their hearts were stirred up with such a huge wave, and their eyes were fixed on Lun. This kid. Diamond Jaws couldn't help but open his mouth. The changes on the scene caught all of them completely off guard. From the very beginning, they didn't expect this meeting gift that Lun brought to them. It turned out to be so precious. Tap tap tap. Accompanied by a sound of footsteps coming from not far away. I saw. Several anxious pirates quickly walked to Whitebeard's side and hurriedly shouted, Old man, they don't know what happened, all of them fainted. This hasty and loud voice wandered around. located in the seat. Whitebeard's expression remained unchanged, and his eyes became particularly serious as he looked at the small young figure in front of him. He did not answer his subordinate's questions. On the side, Marco said, "We know, go do your own things." "Yes, Captain Marco." Several pirates looked at the many figures falling on the deck with horror. They were getting more and more confused. What happened? So many people fell at once. This was really unimaginable for them. The atmosphere was weird. It was so depressing that people couldn't help but sweat on their foreheads. Countless eyes, from beginning to end, were fixed on Lun, never moving. This greeting gift that Lun brought to them. It really shocked them. If I'm not mistaken, this is the domineering. Atma's eyes widened, staring at Lun blankly, and couldn't help blurting out. The words spread. More than a dozen captains stared at Lun, and in addition to the deep shock in their eyes, there was more of a strong sense of ill will. How could they not know that this power was the Conqueror's haki? But what they could not imagine was, a little intern could actually use the Conqueror's haki. This time, the opponent directly gave their Whitebeard pirates a head start. And they could not react at all, nor could they stop this from happening. This really made them lose face. More than a dozen captains were here, but they were turned upside down by a little intern. This talent. It's really scary, Marco said earnestly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lun raised his head slightly. He glanced at the many eyes gathered in the audience. With a smile on his face, he moved his eyes and looked at the figures of many pirates lying on the ground. Then, Lun looked back, fixed on Whitebeard. "I hope you will be satisfied with this gift. This is called reciprocity, we are even. P.S. First update. Today there will be at least 6 updates. Big guys. Please give me flowers. Please give me rating votes. Please give me monthly votes. Thank you. Asterisk. Chapter 48 Little boy, are you interested in being my son?" When Lun's words just fell, the atmosphere became more and more silent. More than a dozen captains stared at Lun, their eyes never moved away from Lun. From beginning to end, they never thought. In their eyes, he was just an intern from the Red Hair Pirates. Surprisingly, he had the potential of a king, the domineering color domineering, which only one person among a million people possessed. The most important thing is, not only does he have such potential, but he has also awakened and can freely control and use it. This is the most valuable part. Unbelievable. This kid actually possesses the dominant haki. Diamond Jaw's voice was filled with deep amazement. Even he didn't have this kind of power. What is needed is not something that can be made up by hard work, but sufficient talent. Dominant color. The eyes of more than a dozen captains looking at Lun became very complicated. The little intern mastered the terrifying ability that even they did not have. "Boy, your gift is really valuable." Marco was next to Lun, and his eyes became very unfriendly. He saw it, of course. Hundreds of pirates fell down because of Lun's domineering color. In addition, the entire Moby Dick, the other weaker pirates should not be spared, and they fainted directly under the sweep of this domineering color. The root cause of all this is a little intern in front of them. If this spreads out, who dares to believe it? It's a small gift, I hope you don't take it to heart. Lun smiled. Seeing the captains of the Whitebeard pirates being defeated, his mood became particularly comfortable. All the unhappiness has been swept away. Everyone should give each other courtesy. This is fair. Although this time, the use of Conqueror's haki did not have much impact on the Whitebeard pirates. However, it finally saved face and successfully cleared the unhappy emotions in the heart. Moreover, in front of the world's strongest man Whitebeard, directly using Conqueror's haki to sweep the entire ship, but Whitebeard was already powerless and the other captains were powerless. This taste, don't mention how sour it is. After the shock of this conqueror's haki, it also made Lun see something clearly. That is, the pirates and the Whitebeard pirates are really too different in strength. Whitebeard is the strongest person in the entire ship, followed by Marco. But apart from the two of them, the strength of the other captains has plummeted. This time, the use of Conqueror's haki, these captains can resist, which is not beyond Lun's expectations. And there were also many stronger pirates who blocked the impact of the Conqueror's haki and did not faint directly. But the number of pirates who fell was not small. There were more than 200 pirates who fell on the deck alone. Adding the rest of the ship, the cumulative number of pirates who fell must be quite large. It can be judged from here. There are quite a few weaker fish in the Whitebeard pirates. In terms of average combat power, they are at the bottom of the four emperors. This conclusion can be confirmed by Lun. Just one conqueror's haki. But so many people fell, and this is the Moby Dick. As the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates, there are still so many people who can't withstand the impact of the conqueror's haki. The number of grassroots pirates is really too much. Lun retracted his gaze and thought so in his heart. Marco stood beside Lun and said with a bad face, "Boy, your action is too much of a fuss. This is the Moby Dick. It's just a small gift, why do you need to mobilize so many people?" Lun smiled. Hearing this, Marco was speechless for a moment. He couldn't think of how to blame the other party. Could it be blaming the other party for using his momentum to oppress the entire ship and causing so many people to fall? With such a reason, he had the nerve to blame the other party? This shows that there are really too many small fish in their Whitebeard pirates. In addition, they fell down because of Lun's momentum. Who can be blamed for this? Even Lun's momentum and pressure could not be resisted. Who would dare to take the initiative to stand up and question Lun's actions? Anyway, Marco didn't have the face to stand up and question Lun. He could only sigh helplessly and turn to look at his father. "I knew that you, Lun, are extraordinary." Atmos looked at Lun and said in amazement. "Domineering color. 1 in a million people have the talent potential. Very rare. I never thought. It actually appeared in a little intern. What's more amazing is, as an intern, surprisingly, he has mastered the power of domineering color and can mobilize and use it freely." This made the dozen captains present amazed again and again. "Kid." Sitting in the chair, Whitebeard spoke. His voice was loud and powerful, lingering in Lun's ears. Turning his head, Lun looked at the strongest man in the world with a smile on his face, and he never felt uneasy. With Whitebeard's measure, it is naturally impossible for him to care about such things. After all, he really didn't do it, let alone brandish a sword or a gun. He just urged the momentum to oppress. Even his momentum can't be stopped, who can he blame? Conqueror's haki? It's really surprising. Kid, you have an incredible talent and potential. But on this ship, you dare to be so rampant. Do you really think that red hair can protect you? Whitebeard stared at Lun, and a terrifying aura swept over. That's too much. In fact, I didn't do anything, did I? Lun said with a smile. Even though Whitebeard's aura was oppressive on him, it didn't have much impact on him. Gulala. Whitebeard couldn't help laughing, and the loud and unique laughter spread. The aura that originally oppressed Lun disappeared without a trace in an instant. A moment. Whitebeard looked at Lun, and his eyes slid across a deep admiration. Kid, I really admire you more and more. Are you interested in leaving the Red Hair Pirates and becoming my son? Chapter 49 An Intern with Conqueror's Haki. Deck. Many captains were confused. From the beginning, they were not friendly to Lun, and then turned to fear and shock. They couldn't help it. They turned their eyes to their father. Just now. What did the father say? This is the rhythm of poaching. And, they are poaching from the Red Hair Pirates. This is just an intern from the Red Hair Pirates. Oh my god! Marco was standing next to Lun, his eyes wide open, his expression dull, unable to speak. His own father. He actually lowered his face and did such an incredible behavior. In front of so many people, he actually openly threw out the interest and words to win over an intern from the Red Hair Pirates. This was really beyond their expectation. It was amazing. Diamond Jaws sat on the edge of the fence, with a serious face, eyes wide open, dumbfounded, looking at his father, and then at the young figure. Dad! He actually poached people openly. And it was just an intern. This is so rare. No. Or rather, this is definitely the first time they have ever seen such a thing. With Whitebeard's arrogance, he has rarely poached people over the years. Of course, it's not that he hasn't, but the number of times is very small. In the past few decades, the number of times he has poached people can be counted on one hand. On the contrary, Roger, the Pirate King who is as famous as Whitebeard, is a professional poacher. But I never thought. One day, they actually witnessed that their father would also poach people. This shocked them deeply, and they couldn't imagine it at all. Many captains rubbed their eyes and scratched their ears. They wondered if they saw it wrong or had hallucinations. Old man, this is a joke, right? Marco couldn't help but blurt out. This is not a joke. Whitebeard smiled and fixed his eyes on Lun very seriously, and then said, So, kid, what do you mean? The words fell. Marco, Diamond Jaws and many other captains looked more and more dull and stiff. Dad, are you serious about this? What virtue does the other party have? He actually made Dad lose face to poach people. But it's just an intern. No. That's not right. Although it's just an intern, on the basis of this intern, one more thing should be added. An intern with the domineering color domineering. At this point, it is enough to prove that Lun is extraordinary. When he thought of this, Marco was also slightly relieved, but he was still deeply shocked in his heart. Could it be? Their Whitebeard pirates are really going to welcome an intern from the Red Hair Pirates? After thinking about it, Marco suddenly felt that things were not going as he expected. It's completely messed up. Who would have thought? Whitebeard actually took the initiative to recruit a small intern. Dad, I'm serious. Atmos' lips trembled slightly, his eyes focused on Lun, his expression was a bit shocked and expectant. He can be sure of one thing. Lun's potential is very high. If he can get him to join the group. No doubt. For their Whitebeard pirates, it is also a very good thing. But, can it really be achieved? Atmos felt a little nervous. Countless pairs of eyes, full of shock and dullness, fixed on Lun. In addition to a dozen captains, there are hundreds of pirates who have not fainted by the impact of the Conqueror's haki, and they are stronger. They all look horrified. What happened just now, from beginning to end, lingered in their minds. It made them deeply shocked and unbelievable. Such a proud dad. I actually lowered my face and personally invited a small intern. However, when I thought that this was an intern with Conqueror's haki, suddenly, they were relieved. Yes. An intern with the domineering aura can prove one thing. The other party's potential and talent are extremely huge, and his future achievements are limitless. Will this kid agree? Many people thought to themselves, and couldn't help but focus their eyes on Lun. Being recruited and even poached by Whitebeard. This is not a treatment that everyone can have. This is the first example in 10 years. It can be seen. How strong is Whitebeard's appreciation for Lun? Under many eyes. Lun looked at Whitebeard in front of him in surprise, and then smiled and shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, but the red hair pirates are very good to me, and I don't want to leave for the time being. Is that so? That's a pity. Whitebeard did not get angry because of this, but accepted it very calmly. All around, many captains became more and more confused. Old Dad was rejected. What happened today made them feel deeply weird all the time. Dad rarely poached a small intern. However, the intern refused the invitation from his father. This made their heads confused. The development of things, from the most fundamental direction, was beyond their expectations. They couldn't imagine things would develop to this point. It's really unbelievable. This kid. Marco looked at Lun with a strange expression. Rejecting the invitation from his father. This is really surprising. But, in Marco's opinion, an intern with domineering does have the confidence and capital to refuse. Chapter 50 flashed. Another blinding golden light flashed. Looking at Lun, Marco was deeply moved. He was deeply impressed by Lun. First, Lun is very young, really very young. Secondly, at this age, he can awaken and control the use of Conqueror's Haki. There are only a few people who can do this, even in the vast sea of the New World. Moreover, I just heard Atmos fought Lun to a draw. This surprised Marco even more. Strength, potential, talent, everything. Lun already has them. Therefore, it is not difficult for Marco to imagine that Lun in front of him will be very strong in the future. If he grows up smoothly, Lun will definitely become the pillar of the red hair pirates. This is an inevitable trend. So, seeing that Lun rejected his father's invitation, Marco did not think that the other party was arrogant or too arrogant. The other party did have the qualifications to refuse. Gulala. Whitebeard laughed and said, "Little boy, not only did you reject my invitation, but you also dared to make such a big fuss on my ship. Tell me, how should I deal with you? If you are willing to be my son, I can treat all this as if it never happened and let bygones be bygones. Little boy, what do you think?" After the words fell, Lun also smiled. "I think, as the strongest man in the world, I am not so narrow-minded. Little boy, are you challenging my majesty?" Whitebeard laughed. His loud laughter lingered in all directions. The momentum that gave people a strong sense of oppression spread majestically. "I dare not." Lun was not nervous. "Now, I admire you more and more. You are brave and courageous. Although your strength is relatively weak, your talent and potential are extraordinary. In time, it is not difficult to judge that you will grow into a real strong man. Red hair, this kid, is really enviable. Surprisingly, I am lucky enough to recruit a little monster like you to the ship. If nothing unexpected happens, you will become the main force of the red hair pirates in the future." Whitebeard's evaluation of Lun is quite high. And this. It also shocked many pirates and captains around. This is the first time someone can make Whitebeard give such a high evaluation. If he can be the main force of the red hair pirates in the future, then one thing is certain. That is, strength will definitely cause great turmoil in the new world. In the future, is this kid likely to become such an existence? For a while, Marco, Diamond Jaws, and others looked at Lun with strange eyes. Fortunately, he is not hostile, otherwise, I really want to kill him on the spot. Kill him before he grows up. Marco looked at Lun with a strange look on his face. Facing a little monster with such high talent potential. I guess. If he is the enemy of the other party, if he does not kill him in advance, but watches him grow to the top level. This feeling must be very uncomfortable. If he is an enemy, the best way It is better to kill him directly before he grows up. This way, we can prepare for future troubles. This kid, his talent is so strong that my father gave him such a high evaluation. Many captains such as Diamond Jaws looked at Lun with strange expressions. If this is true, the other party, not joining their Whitebeard pirates, is indeed their loss. Little ghost, get out quickly, don't hang around in front of me. Before I change my mind, get out of here and leave this ship. Whitebeard waved his hand, and his voice came out loudly. Then, goodbye. Lun smiled. He turned around very decisively. Facing the pirates around him, Lun smiled and said, "Everyone, look forward to meeting you next time." We don't look forward to it at all. To be honest, captains like Marco don't look forward to meeting Lun again next time. If possible, they never want to meet Lun again. Little devil, get out of here. Whitebeard spoke again. Feeling the many unfriendly eyes from all directions, Lun smiled. Looking back at Whitebeard again. Looking at the fragments of the handwritten letter from Red Hair torn on the deck, Lun felt particularly comfortable. Although the letter was indeed torn, but he also gave a gift to the entire Whitebeard pirates. Everyone should reciprocate. In this way, the next meeting will not be so embarrassing. At this moment, Lun glanced around with a slightly surprised expression. This is... His eyes were fixed on the deck next to Whitebeard. Suddenly, that dazzling golden halo quickly pierced Lun's eyes. It was extremely dazzling. It was so dazzling that people couldn't look directly at it. That blinding golden light almost completely covered Lun's vision, filling his eyes, making him stiff on the spot, his eyes full of astonishment. Immediately, astonishment turned into deep excitement. It flashed. It finally flashed. And it flashed from Whitebeard's body. Lun swore. The most beautiful color he had ever seen in his life. That was these dazzling golden lights that were simply blinding. Chapter 51 Extra Attribute Box. Shock Attack Effect. Too dazzling. The golden halo filled the eyes. Lun stood on the deck, the beautiful colors fascinated and intoxicated him, his expression began to change to excitement, and deep expectation. Finally, it fell. A golden attribute card fell from Whitebeard. This is so rare. The golden attribute card is the highest level card. Remember the last time, the golden attribute card picked up from Red Hair was the awakening domineering color. So this time, what kind of terrifying ability can be obtained from the golden card? This made Lun very much looking forward to it. Last awakening, what kind of ability will it be this time? Lun stared at the deck beside Whitebeard without blinking. The most moving and beautiful color he had ever seen in his life. That was undoubtedly the golden light that could blind people's eyes. The second golden card fell. Lun couldn't help but start to doubt. Could it be? His luck has changed recently. Many high-level cards have been released one after another. Recently, my luck has been explosive. Lun smiled. The familiar and kind voice of the system came to his ears. Ding! Detection of golden cards falling around the host. Do you want to pick them up? Without hesitation. Pick them up. Pick up successfully. The golden card is a shock attack effect. Do you want to absorb it? Well. Lun raised his eyebrows and fell into deep thought. Shock attack effect? What kind of ability is this? I can't figure it out. But I can associate it. The shock here must be related to Whitebeard's Devil Fruit ability. Could it be? Let me have the ability of the shock fruit. Lun thought excitedly. If that's the case, then the golden card picked up this time is really too explosive. Compared to the last time, the awakening of the domineering color is more precious and rare. Shock fruit. It is known as the strongest devil fruit. If he can get the devil fruit ability of Whitebeard, Lun feels that he is not far from being able to overturn this sea area by himself. Little ghost, why don't you get out? Whitebeard stared at Lun strangely. Why do I feel? The way this kid looks at me is always a little chilly. Thank you. Lun said something that left Whitebeard confused. Thank you? Why? Whitebeard's eyes were full of strangeness. Lun took a deep breath, calmed down, and suppressed the shock in his heart. Goodbye, everyone. Turning around. Under the eyes of everyone. See. Lun gradually left, leaving only a back figure until he completely disappeared from the deck. Regarding the newly acquired ability, Lun still needs to spend some time to try it. This ability must be related to the tremor fruit. This is the information that Lun can be sure of at present. As for the specific ability, this requires more attempts before an accurate conclusion can be drawn. But compared, the attributes obtained from the golden card are definitely not low, and it is definitely not comparable to the white card that can be picked up from ordinary people on the street. Just before Lun left, in his mind, the sound of the system came one after another. Ding! Detecting the host's surroundings, a white card has fallen. Do you want to pick it up? Ding! Detecting white cards falling around the host. Do you want to pick it up? Ding! Detecting blue cards falling around the host. Do you want to pick it up? No doubt. This time, Lun knew he was going to get rich. The sound one after another almost made him dizzy. Lun staggered as if he was drunk, and he didn't know when he had returned to the deck of his small sailboat from the Whitebeard pirate's main ship, the Moby Dick. Unexpectedly. This time when he came to the Whitebeard pirates, not only did he get a gold card, moreover, he also got many white cards and blue cards. It can be called a big harvest. This trip to the sea is worth it. Lun's eyes sparkled. He raised his head, looking at the giant pirate ship Moby Dick. Lun's mood became very emotional. It was true that the mission failed. But, he got a lot. It was enough to make up for the wasted 4 or 5 days. Just a golden card can declare that the trip was worthwhile. Not to mention, before leaving, he also got so many white and blue cards. I guess this time, the attribute panel will once again usher in a huge leap. Located on the deck, Lun said goodbye to the Whitebeard pirates. Steer the small sailboat and go farther and farther. Until, finally, the Moby Dick can no longer be seen clearly. Lun rekindled his inner excitement and immediately focused his attention on the extra attribute panel box. Call up the attribute panel. Host, Lun. Strength, 112, plus 4. Speed, 107, plus 2. Physical strength, 109, plus 3. Instinct reaction, 89, plus 1. Skills, basic swordplay leave 14, plus 2, swordplay swallow return leave 6, plus 2, armament haki leave 4, 20% plus 1, conqueror haki leave 3, plus 2, observation haki leave 2, plus 1, boxing leave 2. Attribute points, 3, plus 2. Attack effect, tremor wave leave 1. It can be said very accurately. This time when I came to the ship of the Whitebeard pirates, the changes in the attribute panel brought about. It can be said to be earth-shaking. All aspects of the body's attributes have ushered in a huge baptism. Chapter 52 New Ability. Terrifying Shock Attack Effect. After sending Lun away, Moby Dick, deck. Located in the seat. Whitebeard's eyes were full of emotion, and he said with emotion, I really envy the red-haired kid, who actually recruited a little monster with terrible talent. A new generation replaces the old. This era belongs to them. If nothing unexpected happens, this kid will grow rapidly. Ace may be stronger than him now, but after a while, that may not be the case. After the words fell all around, the captains were also emotional. An intern, but he made him we have an illusion. The other party may be able to deter one side in this sea area in the future. A very scary little monster. Marco labeled Lun with this label. At least, under the circumstances known to everyone. Lun is stronger than Ace because he awakened and controlled the use of Conqueror's Haki. Compared to Ace, Lun is younger. Stronger. Yes. Lun can feel it very deeply. All aspects of the body have become much stronger. Compared with the last time when he fought with 3 pirate groups at the same time, the improved strength is more obvious. This is a real leap in strength. Before, Lun's strength was barely close to the threshold of 200 million bounties. And now, it is no exaggeration to say, Lun's strength has completely exceeded the threshold of 200 million bounties. As for whether he can fight against pirates with a bounty of 300 million berries, this makes Lun look forward to it. If possible, he doesn't mind challenging a pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. Who will win or lose is really unknown. Without an opponent, it is difficult for Lun to make an accurate judgment of his own strength. Even he himself doesn't know where the limit of his strength is. In addition to the improvement of the obvious attributes of the body. More importantly, the 3-color domineering has been promoted to a higher level. Lun thought. Indeed. The level of the 3-color domineering has also improved Lun's strength. Clenched his fists. Lun is on the deck of the small sailboat, looking at the endless sea in the distance. The body has obviously become much stronger. This makes Lun impatient to find an opponent to verify it. How much stronger is the body? The improvement of the 3-color domineering will not bring improvements to the panels of physical strength and speed. So, it still requires actual combat to accurately draw a conclusion on how much stronger the strength is. In addition to the 3-color domineering. The more critical part. It's on the extra attribute box. This is the part that Lun is most concerned about. Pick up the golden attribute card dropped from Whitebeard. Finally, the attribute panel has an extra piece out of thin air. Lun's eyes are focused on the extra attribute box. Shock attack effect? Could it be? While attacking the enemy, can shock waves be added? If that's the case, this ability is really impressive. If shock waves are added to the attack, how desperate will the enemy be? Lun was excited. Although perhaps, it doesn't allow him to have the devil fruit ability of Whitebeard. But if the shock wave effect can be added to the attack, this ability is already very good. This move, it can be said to be impossible to defend against. The enemy can never imagine it. In the attack, it can actually add shock waves. Thinking of this, Lun took a deep breath and drew the samurai sword from his waist. That's right. He was going to try it out. Try this newly acquired attribute panel to see if it was as he had guessed just now. Armament color began to bless the samurai sword. A layer of black armor completely covered the samurai sword. Looking at the sea ahead, Lun's mood became calm. Waving the samurai sword in his hand. Secret sword technique swallow return. A purple sword light spread from the blade to the front. In front of Lun, it formed a semicircular arc, and swiftly, it directly cut through the air and quickly hit the Wangyang Sea in front. Boom! A loud noise. This slash penetrated the sea current 10 meters away from the sea ahead. A gap was cut in the sea surface. In addition, Lun could keenly perceive. The cut sea water showed signs of slight vibration. Although it was very weak. But Lun could still see it clearly. Is this the vibration? Lun's eyes flashed with a strong sense of excitement. Sure enough. Just as expected. The attack has a shock wave effect. This means while the enemy is being slashed fiercely. A shock wave will completely sweep through the body and even hit the weapon in the hand. It is simply impossible to defend against. No one could have expected it. Lun's attack can actually have a shock wave attack effect. Using this trick, Lun felt that he could try to kill the pirate who was stronger than him. This shock wave. It's so scary. Lun opened his mouth and looked forward. Splash! Accompanied by this fierce slash, the sea water splashed high and flew all over the sky. Then, it fell and hit the deck under Lun's feet, and slightly stained his clothes. The deck was covered with water stains, and the air began to carry a trace of water mist. Suddenly, Lun's eyes condensed, and he looked quietly at the position of the fence in front. Step by step. Walk to the front. Approach the edge of the fence. Take a closer look. On the fence, there are relatively fine cracks, spreading in all directions like a spider web. Touch it gently. Click. The cracks spread further, as if they could break at any time. What is this? Lun's pupils shrank, and his face changed drastically. He thought of a possibility. The cracks in the fence. It is very likely that they were caused by the aftermath of the shock wave brought by the slash just now. Can the impact range be so large? Lun vaguely remembered that the slash was still 2 meters away from the fence. 2 meters away. Can the aftermath of the shock wave still affect the fence? And this? It's just a shock wave. The effect of level 1 of the movement. If its level is raised higher, what kind of aftermath and power will it be? At this moment, Lun's throat was dry. Now he can realize more clearly. How terrifying is this new ability that he just got? P.S. 6 more updates have been sent. Big guys. Ask for flowers. Ask for evaluation votes. Ask for monthly votes. Author thanks. Asterisk. Chapter 53 Red Hair, are you sure you didn't do anything extra? Lun was on the deck, and it took him a lot of time to move his eyes from the cracks in the fence to the endless blue sea in the distance. He had a specific understanding of this newly appeared attribute box. At present, the vibration wave is still only the lowest level. But at a distance of 2 meters, the aftermath can still crack the fence, which is enough to show its terrible potential. If the level is raised, its power must be very terrifying. This trip, a great harvest. Lun retracted his gaze and exhaled heavily. Indeed. Although he provoked the beast pirates, his strength has undoubtedly been significantly improved. Although the last mission was declared a failure. But he picked up attribute cards dropped from the Whitebeard pirates and even from Whitebeard. Just 1 golden attribute card can make up for the 4 or 5 days of wasted time on the journey. In addition to getting stronger in all aspects of my body, I also got a new ability, and the level of the 3-color domineering was also improved. Finally, even the rare attribute points have been improved a lot. Lun smiled from the bottom of his heart. Attribute points, from 1 to 3. Increased 2 attribute points. But Lun can only mobilize and bless any attribute panel. Whether it is strength, speed, or 3-color domineering, attribute points can be used to improve. But this time, Lun does not intend to improve strength or speed or even 3-color domineering. The attribute panel is presented in front of him. Host, Lun. Strength, 112, plus 4. Speed, 107, plus 2. Physical strength, 109, plus 3. Instinct reaction, 89, plus 1. Skills, Basic Swordplay Leave 14, plus 2, Swordplay Swallow Return Leave 6, plus 2, Armament Hacky Leave 4, 20% plus 1, Overlord Hacky Leave 3, plus 2, Observation Hacky Leave 2, plus 1, Boxing Leave 2. Attribute points, 3, plus 2. Attack effect, Shock Wave Leave 1. Finally, Lun's eyes were fixed on the last newly appeared attribute panel box. Shock wave. After what happened just now, Lun had deeply understood. This is a very rare and terrifying ability. Naturally. This time, he planned to mobilize all the attribute points at once to improve the shock wave attack effect. Take a look. After the upgrade, how much power will be added to the attack effect of the shock wave? System, use all attribute points to upgrade shock wave. Lun did not hesitate at all. Consume 3 attribute points upgrade successful. The voice of the system soon appeared. A force surged to every part of the body. As if instinctive. An innate instinctive power surged into the heart. Lun subconsciously raised the samurai sword in his right hand. Swish! A sharp sword light flashed and hit instantly. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. The barrel 5 meters away from Lun was pierced through the middle by a sharp slash and split into 2. Take a step. Lun approached and took a closer look. Touched gently. Boom! The entire barrel was directly turned into pieces, scattered and messy on the deck under Lun's feet. A wooden barrel with a height of about 1 meter and a diameter of half a meter. Now, it has been broken into pieces. This is naturally not the attack effect brought by Lun's sharp sword. But it comes from the vibration wave. There is no doubt about this. Not only the wooden barrel. Lun narrowed his eyes slightly. From the deck next to the wooden barrel, he saw many cracks like spider webs. It seems that it may collapse at any time if touched. Compared to the vibration wave just now, it is much stronger and can affect a larger range. After observation, Lun can draw a conclusion with certainty. After consuming 3 attribute points, the vibration wave that was enhanced was indeed not wasted. But on second thought, Lun looked at the many cracks on the deck on the ground with a wry smile. It seems. This trip, he must be more careful to avoid the entire sailboat being destroyed by him accidentally. The power of this shock wave still needs more proficient control. Try to condense and compress the aftermath of the shock wave. It will not affect the objects I don't want to attack. Only in this way can it be considered a success. Lun thought. If the level of the shock wave gets higher and higher, the range of the aftermath will get larger and larger, but Lun cannot control the aftermath. Then in the battle, it may affect innocent people, which is troublesome. Call up the attribute panel. Lun's mind moved. Host, Lun. Strength, 112, plus 4. Speed, 107, plus 2. Physical strength, 109, plus 3. Instinct reaction, 89, plus 1. Skills, basic swordplay leave 14, plus 2, swordplay swallow return leave 6, plus 2, armament haki leave 4, 20% plus 1, conqueror haki leave 3, plus 2, observation haki leave 2, plus 1, boxing leave 2. Attribute points, 0. Attack effect, shockwave leave 3, 60%. No surprise. The level of shockwave has been raised. However, Lun was a little surprised that he could raise it 2 levels at once. It's only 40% away from level 4. If I have attribute points next time, I can consider raising shockwave to a limited extent. Lun made up his mind. Next. He took his eyes away from the attribute panel. Lun suddenly thought of it. He almost forgot to contact Red Hair and inform him that the mission failed. Immediately, Lun took out the Den Den Mushi. Pulu Pulu. The unique call of the Den Den Mushi echoed around the deck. After a while, the voice of Red Hair came from the Den Den Mushi. Lun, boy. Captain, the mission failed. Whitebeard tore up your handwritten letter and asked you to take a pot of good wine and go to him in person. Lun told Whitebeard's reaction at the time truthfully. Ha ha ha, this old man is still the same. I guessed it a long time ago. Don't be impulsive. Start returning immediately. I will take care of the next things. Red-haired man laughed loudly. Okay. Lun nodded. He was about to hang up. But then, the red-haired man asked suspiciously, "Are you sure that the letter was torn up by the old man Whitebeard, and you really didn't do anything extra?" With Lun's character, he didn't believe that the other party would be so honest. Nothing. At that time, Whitebeard tore up the handwritten letter. And I also gave him a valuable gift. In front of him, I directly released the domineering color and swept the entire Moby Dick. When Lun's words just fell. You can hear it clearly. On the opposite side of the red-haired man. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound like something fell on the deck and broke. Chapter 55 Leaving the Whitebeard Sea. Found the follower. As the white light on the edge of the sky slid down, the black curtain was pulled up. Gradually, another scorching sun rose above the head and slowly rose to the center, emitting a golden halo, shining down. A breeze blew gently. Ripples on the sea surface. The golden sea water flashed a dazzling halo. The sailboat floated on the sea surface. Deck. Lun looked around and saw the black spot gradually appearing in the distance. His eyes flashed and he smiled. Finally! I saw an island. At this time, it had been about half a day since he left the sea ruled by the Whitebeard pirates. The last time he met the Whitebeard pirates was a day ago. One day, Lun drove the entire ship, left the blue sky sea, and gradually returned along the route he came. One day later, he successfully left the Whitebeard Sea. The process was very smooth and there was no trouble. Except for the occasional sight of a huge phantom of a sea king floating on the sea, the journey was smooth and nothing happened until we left the Whitebeard Sea. Splash! The sea current moved with the wind, making a pleasant sound. Under Lun's control, the entire sailboat quickly approached the black spot in front. The black spot continued to enlarge in his eyes. The vague angular outline of an island can already be seen. Under Lun's control, the entire sailboat slowly approached the edge of the coast and finally stopped at the coast. The sails were retracted and the anchor was dropped. Lun jumped off the deck and landed on the island smoothly. Hey! As if sensing something, Lun looked back, glanced at the distant sea, and raised his eyebrows. Illusion? I don't know why. There is always a feeling of being spied on. A moment. Suppressing this thought, Lun did not stay on the coast for too long. Step by step, he walked towards the island. 10 minutes later. Lun is located in a prosperous town on the island. The town is called Prado Town. There are many pedestrians. There are many stalls on both sides of the street. The hawkers' shouting sounds are piercing, making the whole town look lively. Walking on the street. It took a few minutes. He basically purchased all the items he needed. Carrying a huge package on his back. Lun is not going to stay here for too long. Just when he turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly, the steps stopped abruptly. Lun narrowed his eyes slightly and did not move. But he could feel that a pair of eyes were fixed on him. That kind of sharp feeling of being secretly monitored. Someone is monitoring. Lun's eyes slid across a ray of brilliance, thinking in his heart. He had just set foot in this sea area. There was actually someone monitoring him? Why? And there was more than one person monitoring him. Logically speaking, Lun believed that he was not famous, and it was impossible for him to attract arrows from others as soon as he set foot on an island. But the current situation forced him to ponder the reason. Since he went to sea, there has only been one enemy he provoked. That is the beast's pirates. That is to say, the people who monitor me are most likely affiliated with the beast's pirates. Based on the clues we have obtained, we can infer two possibilities. The first is that they are some local pirate groups who have witnessed and learned my identity to prevent me from making trouble in the place they rule. They have to monitor me. If this is the possibility, I don't have to worry. But, the second possibility is that they are from the Beast's pirates. The more terrifying possibility is, not only are they from the Beast's pirates, but even the arrows they hide here to shoot at me are not purely accidental. If all this is inevitable, then it can prove one thing. I have been followed all the way. From the moment I left the Whitebeard Sea, there was a ship following me all the way to this island. If that's true, I should have been surrounded. Many thoughts were floating in Lun's mind. The most terrifying thing. I was followed by a pirate ship when I left the Whitebeard Sea. But Lun never noticed it from beginning to end. Until now. When he stepped on this island, Lun could feel that the pairs of looming surveillance eyes were fixed on him. Of course. Most of this is just speculation. Until there is no evidence, it cannot be shown whether all this is true. Evidence. That's hard and simple. Lun smiled. It's not difficult to get evidence. Nothing more than catch these little guys who are secretly monitoring and question them on the spot to know the truth. Thinking of this, Lun smiled, his observation haki began to spread, and he carried a huge package on his back, quickened his pace, and quickly blended into the crowd. In a blink of an eye, his figure disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the next second after Lun's figure disappeared, suddenly, 3 men walked out of the crowd. They quickly walked to the place where Lun had just stood, and quickly twisted their necks, constantly looking left and right. They looked very anxious, as if they were looking for something. Just as they were preparing to search further, a voice came to their ears. Are you looking for me? Chapter 56. Finally seeing Sip's head. Dead end? Not necessarily. The street. It was particularly noisy. But at this moment, the air around the 3 men seemed to solidify. There was no sound at all. When they heard a voice, their bodies quickly became stiff, turned their heads in a daze, and looked behind with horror. I don't know when. A young man in white stood in front of them, smiling and looking at the 3 of them quietly. You 3 have been following me for a long time, right? Lun smiled and looked at the 3 people in front of him. From the moment he stepped into the island street, he could vaguely feel that several pairs of eyes were staring at him in secret. But he was not sure. But just before he was about to leave, the eyes gathered on him became stronger, which made Lun sure. Someone was watching him behind his back. Sure enough. A little common sense led to these 3 little characters. Lun certainly did not think that these 3 little characters just wanted to come to him to steal some property. You. The 3 men looked at Lun with horror in their eyes, looking a little flustered. 3, come with me, and tell me who sent you here. Lun patted one of them on the shoulder and said meaningfully. Under the oppression of his terrifying power, the movements of the 3 people seemed out of control. Following Lun's footsteps, he led the 3 people to a sparsely populated alley. Tell me, who sent you here? Under Lun's gaze, the terrifying sense of oppression swept through the bodies of the 3 of them everywhere. They began to tremble all over, with cold sweat on their foreheads and trembling lips. Our boss, let us monitor you. We don't know anything else. Let us go, we don't know anything, please. The 3 people begged. Who is your boss? Where is he? Lun asked. The boss won't let me say it. The 3 people trembled all over, their eyes full of fear. If you don't say it, you will die now. Lun had no expression on his face. Our boss, is Jace, nicknamed Lone Wolf, he is in the tavern west of the town. Got the answer. Lun smiled, you are very smart. Spare us. The 3 people begged bitterly, their faces terrified. Without hesitation, Simple and straightforward. Blood was splattered in the air. Lun didn't expect to get too much information from these minions. Knowing where their boss is, that's enough. So, he showed no mercy. Turning around, Lun was very calm and as usual, carrying a huge package, and walking towards the west of the town with light and steady steps. He wanted to take a look. What does this guy called Lone Wolf want to do? 3 minutes later, Lun arrived at the west of the town smoothly and saw a tavern in front. The tavern is large, and it is estimated that the area can accommodate at least nearly 10,000 people. In the air, a faint smell of wine wafted from afar. One step out. Lun walked to the front, in front of the tavern. Suddenly, his steps stopped abruptly. The smell of blood. In the air, Lun smelled, in addition to the smell of wine, there was also a faint smell of blood. Even so, Lun did not have much emotional fluctuation. Push open the door of the tavern. Creak. After the door was pushed open, what caught my eye? On the ground, there were many corpses, hideous and terrifying. The wreckage was explained everywhere, placed on the ground in a disorderly manner. The pungent smell of blood, blowing in the face, a disgusting smell. In addition to these many corpses, about 200 pirates, sitting on wooden chairs, their eyes focused on Lun, their expressions were a bit cold and excited. The atmosphere was depressing. A terrifying breath oppressed Lun. But at this time, what attracted Lun's attention was not the many corpses on the ground or these pirates. But right in front, at the front desk wooden table, there was a tall man sitting, wearing a pair of sunglasses and a sweater, with Lun's eyes also looked over. Eyes met. The atmosphere was silent. Strangely, from the top of the man's head, Lun saw two black things like horns. This is... Lun narrowed his eyes slightly, and had some guesses in his mind. Although Lun is an intern, it is true. But it does not mean that Lun is completely unaware of many things. As seen in front of him, the two black horns on the top of the man's head. Lun knew what this thing was. This is exactly the main characteristic thing that grows out of the human body after swallowing an artificial devil fruit. Most of the people who swallowed an artificial devil fruit will not be an exception, and two black things like horns will appear on their heads. In other words, the man in front of him is a capable person. Moreover, he is a capable person who has swallowed an artificial devil fruit. Nowadays, the number of artificial devil fruit capable people that Lun knows is very small. Among them, among the 4 emperors, only the beast's pirates have produced many artificial devil fruit users. So, it can be preliminarily judged. The man in front of him is most likely a pirate under the beast's pirates. You are finally here, I have been waiting for you for a long time. The man in sunglasses at the front desk wooden table spoke slowly. Not only him. All around. There are about 200 pirates, all of whom cast meaningful eyes at Lun. Lun can feel it with a glance of his observation color. All the pirates who appear here are not weak. Have you set up a trap to lure me into the trap? Lun thought. According to the current situation, this is not difficult to judge. These pirates have stayed here for quite a while. The reason is to wait for his arrival. Pause. Lun glanced around and fixed his eyes on the man in sunglasses again. I remember that those guys said that their boss was a guy called Wild Wolf. Are you Wild Wolf? Wild Wolf? The man in sunglasses suddenly laughed. He pointed to the corpse on the ground and said, "Is the Wild Wolf you are talking about this guy? Is he dead?" Lun sorted out the current situation a little bit. Wild Wolf was killed. And this group of people used the so-called Wild Wolf to order their subordinates, deliberately arousing Lun's awareness, so that Lun took the initiative to fall into the trap. I can't think of it. Lun couldn't help laughing. One day, I will be caught in this trap by others in this way. My name is not Wild Wolf, but I think you should be familiar with my name. The man in sunglasses said, My name is Sip's Head. Sip's Head, a confidant of Jack, one of the 3 major disasters, drought. Lun really didn't expect that he would meet the other party in the end. You have successively destroyed 4 pirate groups under our beasts pirates, the boy from the Red Hair Pirates. I think you will not forget this, right? Sipshed's anger rose in his eyes, but he suppressed it and never erupted. Of course. So, are you avenging them now? Lun said with a smile. Revenge? They don't deserve it. A bunch of trash is dead. I'm not looking for you for revenge, but just to follow the order of the drought boss and cut you into pieces. Dare to provoke the beast's pirates, the price is far beyond your imagination. Sip's head jumped off the wooden table and looked at Lun with a sneer on his face. Today, this deadly situation, but you took the initiative to jump in, which is a very ridiculous thing. I hope you can remember after you die that the beast's pirates are not something you, a small intern, can provoke. A majestic sense of oppression. From Sipshed's body, it permeated Lun. The pressure from the pirate with 340 million berries is much stronger than any enemy Lun has ever faced. Lun is sure. This is the strongest enemy he has ever faced since he went to sea. Just by feeling the pressure from the opponent, he can tell. Except for Sip's head. In all directions. More than 200 vicious pirates all cast cold and murderous eyes. The situation is very unclear for Lun. But a dead end. That may not be the case. Lun's mouth curled up slightly and looked at Hyde. Chapter 57 Today, I'll use you to test the sword. Chapter 58 That terrifying slash that penetrated the tavern. Chapter 59 The terrible shock wave. Cut Sip's head with a sword. Chapter 60 Purple card. The strength has truly crossed the 300 million threshold. Chapter 61 The battle situation is reversed. Horrible growth in the battle. Chapter 62 In just 3 weeks, I trampled on your half-life efforts. Chapter 63 Dead end? This is your death. Chapter 64 A huge figure with ivory, Drought Jack. Chapter 65 A big boss beyond the current level. Desperate situation. Chapter 66 A brilliant slash shining in the desperate situation. Chapter 67 The Red Hair Pirates, collectively descended. Chapter 68 Desperate situation? It is indeed your desperate situation. Chapter 69 Boy, watch out, this is called the Overlord color. Chapter 70 Drought is bitter, and drought is beaten. Chapter 71 The next time we meet, I will kill you like slaughtering a chicken. Chapter 72 Do you know that it only took him 3 weeks to grow to this point? Chapter 73 Hawkeye was shocked. A swordsmanship genius once in 1,000 years. Chapter 74 Follow Hawkeye from the New World to the Grand Line. Chapter 75 Ding. Detection of golden cards dropping around. Chapter 76 Hawkeye finally understands what a genius is. Chapter 77 Swordsmanship has greatly improved. Strength crossing. Chapter 78 Grand Line, Here I Come. Chapter 79 Privileges of the 7 Warlords. Across the Red Earth continent. Chapter 80 With your strength, it is not difficult to become a 7 Warlord. Chapter 82 Arrival. Stepping on the figure of the Sea King. Chapter 83 How does it feel to have a monster on the ship? Chapter 84 A great pirate returning from the New World. Chapter 85 You know nothing about true power. Chapter 86 One sword, one pirate group. Too easy. Chapter 87 Are all the people in the New World so fierce? Chapter 89 Who is the young man with a knife? Chapter 90 Alarming the warring states. The mysterious bounty list of the swordsmen of destruction. Chapter 91 Are all the pirates returning from the New World so weak? Chapter 92 Let you know the cruelty of the New World in advance. Chapter 93. Isn't it a coincidence that I also come from the New World? Chapter 94. Boss, I just slipped. Chapter 95. Walking into the naval base with a head in hand. Chapter 96. The bounty for exchange is as high as 120 million. Chapter 97. Excuse me, did you really kill Sarko? Shocked. Hobson was almost stunned this time. He thought it was just a bounty of more than 10 million berries, but he never thought that it was as high as 120 million berries. Too high. Yes. Hobson served as the commander of the naval base stationed in the Sabayati archipelago for only 2 years. But in these 2 years, he had never seen someone brought a pirate head worth up to 100 million berries to exchange for a bounty. Even pirate heads worth tens of millions of berries are too few. It is also because of this. When he learned from the beautiful navy that the visitor actually wanted to exchange for a bounty of 120 million berries, he was so shocked and horrified. In the past, it was simply unheard of. Are you sure? Hobson looked at the beautiful navy ladies in front of him and couldn't help but express his doubt. If he was wrong, it would be too embarrassing. 100% sure. Lottie's pink lips 730. Slightly moved, and her beautiful eyes were full of determination. Not only herself, but the rest of the people around her, everyone can be sure of this. That is definitely the captain of the Greedy Wolf Pirates, Greedy Wolf Sarko, whose bounty is worth 120 million berries. This can't be fake. Hey! Hobson exhaled heavily, his eyes flashing with brilliance, unable to hide the deep shock. A pirate with 120 million berries. Even if he faces it, he will feel a lot of pressure. You can imagine. When he found out someone actually came to exchange the bounty for the head of a pirate with such a high bounty, how shocked he was. But who is it? Hobson continued asked. Yes, the captain of the Greedy Wolf Pirates, Greedy Wolf Sarko. Lottie's answered truthfully. Greedy Wolf Sarko. Hobson was shocked. Unexpectedly. The one who died was Sarko. Greedy Wolf Sarko, a notorious pirate known far and wide, was extremely powerful. But I never thought that the other party would die in the hands of a bounty hunter. It can be inferred. The strength of this bounty hunter must be extremely terrifying. Hobson was not confident enough to think that he could kill Greedy Wolf Sarko 100%. But this bounty hunter dared to do it. This is enough to prove that the other party is absolutely sure to kill Sarko. This terrifying level of strength made Hobson moved. Major General Hobson, the bounty hunter said that he doesn't want to waste too much time, please let us prepare to distribute the bounty quickly. Lottie's hurriedly told Lun what he had just said. Take me to see this terrifying bounty hunter. I also want to see what kind of facial features this bounty hunter has. Hobson stood up from his chair. Under the leadership of Lottie's, the two walked down the stairs step by step. At this time, only a few minutes had passed. Lun did not show too much impatience, and stood there waiting calmly. But he was unwilling to be surrounded. The navy who were responsible for defending the base from being invaded by pirates were already full of vigilance and uneasiness. They looked at Lun with eyes that could not hide the deep fear. Lun's terrifying strength made them feel unstoppable. He could kill Greedy Wolf Sarko and take his head. This strength would definitely kill them in seconds. Trample trample step. Accompanied by a sound of footsteps. Lun saw it. Laddies and a middle-aged Navy Major General walked down the stairs. First sight. Hobson was shocked when he saw Lun for the first time. Too young. Yes. He had seen many bounty hunters in his life, and there were many powerful bounty hunters. But, it was the first time he saw a bounty hunter as young as Lun, but with such terrifying strength. Is it really him? Hobson couldn't help but ask laddies beside him. Yes, Hobson Major General. Getting the answer from laddies. Hobson walked to the front step by step, and walked in front of Lun. "Sir, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. My bounty may be taken away at any time." Lun asked directly to the point. "Sir, please wait a moment, let me verify it." Hobson nodded quickly. He walked not far away. When he saw the head placed on the table, his eyelids began to twitch slightly. Finally, he saw it. That familiar face. This face, Hobson can often see from the bounty list. No, there must be a mistake. With just one look, Hobson was sure that this person was Greedy Wolf Sarko. The Greedy Wolf Sarko with a bounty of 120 million is indeed him. Sarko was wiped out. Which means the Greedy Wolf pirates have been destroyed. Hobson sighed in his heart, and was deeply shocked. Captain Greedy Wolf Sarko died. The Greedy Wolf pirates are naturally dead in name only. There is no doubt about this. I never thought that the person who did all this was such a young man. It was this young man who accomplished the terrifying feat of destroying a pirate group by himself. This really made his mood fluctuate violently. Times are indeed changing. Before this, he could never have imagined that a small young man could accomplish the amazing feat of destroying a pirate group. "Major General Hobson, can you be sure?" Lottie's ASKED0 Can it is confirmed that it is Greedy Wolf Sarko? Hobson nodded solemnly. Accurate. A bounty for Greedy Wolf Sarko can be destroyed from now on. Because Greedy Wolf Sarko is dead. Killed by the young man in front of him. Prepare 120 million berries. Hobson ordered Lottie's. It is not a problem for our base to prepare this bounty. Such a big base. If they can't even prepare 120 million berries, then their entire base is too shabby. Yes, Major General Hobson. Lottie's took a long step and left quickly. And most of the people present. Still, most of their eyes were fixed on Lun. After all, this is the monster who attacked and killed the great pirate Greedy Wolf Sarko. Even Hobson, a major general in the navy, felt a wave of oppression when he was in front of Lun. From strength, the feeling of oppression from different classes. This made Hobson certain. Although Lun in front of him was young, his strength was definitely superior to his. "Sir, please wait a moment, and I will prepare your bounty for you soon." Hobson came to Lun and said. "It's worth waiting for a while." Lun nodded. He didn't pay much attention to Hobson. Because Lun could clearly feel it. Hobson's strength was very weak. It was about the same as that of Greedy Wolf Sarko. Even if he was strong, he was not much stronger. Naturally, Hobson could not attract Lun's attention. Even Greedy Wolf Sarko was killed by Lun in seconds. But he was just a Rear Admiral Hobson. Why should Lun pay attention to his purpose of coming here? It was just for the bounty. That's all. In the process of waiting, the eyes from many navy around him were fixed on Lun's body. His eyes were full of shock and amazement. Just then, Hobson took a deep breath, looked at Lun, and asked tentatively, "Although it is presumptuous, I still want to ask, sir, did you really kill Greedy Wolf Sarko with your own hands?" Just now. Hobson was still thinking about a question. Is the young man in front of him really the bounty hunter who attacked Greedy Wolf Sarko? Of course. There is another possibility. That is, the young man in front of him is just doing this for others. So Hobson made such a questioning voice. When the voice just fell from all directions, there were many eyes gathered on Lun, most of them were full of curiosity and confusion. Lun is really too young. At such a young age, he can kill Sarko with a bounty of 120 million berries. This is really unbelievable. Chapter 98 The fierce man you are talking about is actually me. Is this a question that must be answered? Lun glanced at Hobson. No, I'm just curious. If you don't want to answer, you don't have to. Hobson shook his head. I did kill greedy wolf Sarko. Is there anything wrong? Lun told the truth. At that time, the purpose was that he killed Sarko in seconds, and the number of people he killed could be lined up in the Why should he hide it? It won't be long before the news spreads in the Chebayati archipelago. Lun, of course, doesn't need to hiding these things is not important at all, and everyone already knows about it. Sure enough. Hobson was shocked, and took a deep breath to suppress it. You guessed it right. Sarko was really killed by the young man in front of him. All around, the eyes focused on Lun, without exception, with an extremely strong admiration. To be able to kill a pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions. This strength is recognized by them. The strong are always respected by people. And Lun. In their eyes, he is undoubtedly an absolute top powerhouse. Really him. His potential is terrifying. At such a young age, he can do such an amazing feat. I remember that when I was his age, I was still a young boy who could only grumble about joining the Navy. But in comparison, at such an age, he can kill a pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions. This is the gap. A group of Navy soldiers couldn't help but sigh in emotion. 0SOON. Lotties returned along the same route, carrying a package, and walked to Hobson's side. With a little sweat on his forehead and a very disordered breathing rhythm, he handed the package in his hand to Hobson. Major General Hobson, it's ready. A total of 120 million berries, all included. Took the package. Hobson handed it to Lun. Sir, I look forward to the next cooperation. If there is a chance. Lun smiled. Weighing the weight of the package, it was not very heavy. Then, Lun drew out the samurai sword, passed the back of the blade through the top of the package, and placed the blade horizontally on his shoulder. With his hands on his shoulders, he was ready to step out and leave the naval base. The goal of this trip has been achieved. He was short of money. Now, Lun is also a wealthy man. Of course. He is just a very small rich man. Sir, are you interested in joining our navy? Hobson looked at Lun's back and couldn't help but ask. Such a terrible monster, if he could be won over to the navy. Hobson felt that he must have done a great job. Not interested. Lun waved his hand. Carrying a package of 120 million berries, he walked towards the gate of the naval base step by step. Looking at Lun's back as he left. In the original place. Hobson, Lotties, and the people around him, the navy expressed deep regret. What a pity! If such a terrifying monster could stay in their naval base, it would undoubtedly give them a greater sense of security. You know, the Sabayati archipelago is not safe. Even though they are navy, they still face many life-threatening situations. Sir, please leave your name. Hobson suddenly spoke. Lun. Lun did not look back and was about to leave. Just then. Ding. Detect white cards falling around the host, do you want to pick them up? Ding. Detect blue cards falling around the host, do you want to pick them up? Ding. Detect white cards falling around the host, do you want to pick them up? System voice, lingering in the ear. The familiar and kind voice made Lun a little happy and surprised. I didn't expect it. I was so lucky that the attribute card dropped here at the naval base. Without any hesitation. Pick it up. Pick up successfully, white card is +1. Whether to absorb pick up successfully, blue card is attribute speed +2, yes after it is completely absorbed. At that moment, a warm current slowly flows through the body. Lun opened his eyes, flashing with brilliance, and clenched his fists. I can clearly feel it. The body has become stronger again. The feeling of becoming stronger is simply intoxicating. Stronger. It has become a lot stronger since the naval base, which is unexpected. A smile appeared on Lun's lips. This trip was quite rewarding. He didn't waste time and rushed to the naval base to exchange the bounty. In addition to the bounty, he also got the fusion of so many attribute cards. This is the most critical and important thing for Lun. Call up the body attribute panel. Host, Lun strength, 11 plus speed, 11 plus stamina, 11 plus instinct reaction, 92 plus skills, swordsmanship. Basic 1. Swordsmanship. Yan Fan 1. Armament Haki 1. Overlord Haki 1. Observation Haki 1. 2. Boxing 1. Half Fishman's Physique 1. Attribute points, 1 plus attack. Effect, Shock Fluctuation 1%, another fruitful day. Lun smiled from the bottom of his heart. Seeing his physical attribute panel, Lun felt particularly comfortable and happy. Strength, another leap forward. This time the improvement is mainly aimed at the body's functions, not the abilities and skills. But for Lun, it is also a very rewarding improvement in strength. I am very satisfied with your gifts. Lun stopped and suddenly turned back to smile at Hobson and others. After the words fell under the confused and bewildered eyes of the crowd, Lun left. He did not stay for too long. Leaving behind a group of Navy men who kept looking at each other, their expressions filled with deep confusion. Gifts, how come they don't know what gifts to give to each other? Lotties, did you give any gifts? No. When Lun walked out of the gate of the naval base, from a distance, he heard the voices of several Navy officers talking to each other in front of the gate. Have you heard that in the Sabayati archipelago, just half an hour ago, a terrible monster killed the pirate Greedy Wolf Sarko, who had a bounty of 120 million berries? What is real? Is Greedy Wolf Sarko the captain of the greedy pirates? That's him. A pirate with a bounty of 120 million was killed in the Sabayati archipelago. My God, it's really shocking. That's right. It is said that the one who killed Greedy Wolf Sarko is a very young swordsman. Moreover, at that time, Greedy Wolf Sarko was killed instantly by this young swordsman, without any chance to fight back. To kill a pirate with a bounty of more than 100 million berries without any chance to fight back. Anyone who can do this is really a tough guy. At this time, Lun happened to pass by them. A Navy officer looked at Lun carrying a package and preparing to leave, and asked casually with a smile, "Young bounty hunter, how much bounty did you exchange for when you came to the naval base?" The other Navy officers also smiled, with bright smiles. Obviously, they didn't think that Lun could exchange for a high bounty. Not much, just 120 million berries. Lun said with a smile. Silence. The smiles of several Navy officers became particularly stiff, and they looked at Lun with suspicious eyes. Just kidding. 120 million berry. By the way, do you know which numbered area Syaki blackmail bar is in? Lun asked. Number. A Navy officer answered subconsciously. Thank you, and I'll send you a message. The tough guy you just mentioned is actually me. Lun left without looking back as soon as he finished speaking. The few Navy officers who were left standing there stared at Lun's back in front of them, unable to react for a long time. Gulp. A Navy officer swallowed his saliva. He is joking, right? That must base. The rest of the Navy nodded. Then, Major General Hobson walked out of the gate of the naval base and happened to pass by them. He asked 730 casually, "Did you see the young man who walked out of the gate just now?" "I saw him." Several Navy nodded. "You should learn a lot from him. Even though he is young, he can kill Greedy Wolf Sarko alone. The young people nowadays are so scary." Accompanied by Hobson's words, the Navy present had round eyes and their heads were with a humming sound, it seemed to explode, and became blank. That is to say, what he said just now is true. The fierce man who killed greedy wolf Sarko in seconds, which we just talked about, is really him. They were stunned. The whole world view was directly overturned. What do you mean by killing greedy wolf Sarko in seconds? Hobson raised his eyebrows and keenly noticed the key point. Major General Hobson, don't you know? This news has been spread a long time ago. Just half an hour ago, greedy wolf Sarko was killed by a young swordsman. The news has already spread across the entire Sabayati archipelago. Several Navy officers said in horror and shock. Hobson stopped walking and froze in place. His lips trembled, and his face was confused and horrified. One knife. Killed in 1 second. He had never imagined it. The great pirate greedy wolf Sarko was killed in 1 second. How strong must the person who could kill greedy wolf Sarko be? Unimaginable. Killing in 1 second and killing by force are two completely different concepts. That, then. The strength of that young man just now. Hobson opened his mouth, his eyes filled with deep horror. The opponent's strength seemed to be far beyond his imagination. So, including Hobson, and several Navy officers beside him. They all stood in front of the gate of the naval base, their bodies were completely the same, and they looked extremely stiff, motionless, with shocked and dull faces, like statues. Sabayati Archipelago. Here comes a young monster with extremely terrifying strength. Chapter 99. It seems that a monster has come to the bar. Leave from the gate of the naval base. Lun walks in the streets of the town in Area 66. The streets are prosperous and noisy. Occasionally, you can see many pirates walking around blatantly. Even though there is a naval base stationed here, they have never been seen feeling uneasy. The chaos in the Sabayati archipelago is well known. As long as the pirates come here and do not do some extreme behaviors, they can swagger through the city without worrying about being caught by the Navy. For the phenomenon of many pirates gathering here, the Navy stationed here just turns a blind eye. The reason is very simple. There are really too many pirates. Every day, every hour, there are countless pirate groups landing in the Sabayati archipelago. If the pirates here have to be captured every day, then, for the Navy, every day's loss is. The number of navies will also be very large. There are endless pirates. The Navy stationed in the Sabayati archipelago has long been mentally prepared for this. Isyaki blackmail bar in Area 13. A gleam of brilliance flashed across Lun's eyes. He did not stay in this town for too long. Holding a samurai sword with a package of 120 million berries hanging on the back of the sword, he walked step by step towards the transportation places connecting the areas. Every area is connected. However, special means of transportation are required. This kind of transportation can only be seen and used in the Sabayati archipelago. Bubble car arrived at the right place and delivered a certain amount of berries. Lun experienced the feeling of experiencing that kind of unique transportation in the Sabayati archipelago. It took half an hour. Get off the bubble car. Lun successfully arrived at Area 1 domain. The town here has complete facilities, and you can still see many pirates. The streets are prosperous and lively, and there are many navy patrolling the streets, but even if they see pirates, they don't mobilize a large number of troops. This chaotic scene made Lun look surprised. Sure enough, the Sabayati archipelago is a very magical place. It is not an exaggeration to call it the paradise of pirates. Moreover, the human trafficking here is legal. After all, as a place ruled by the celestial dragons, human trafficking is illegal, and no navy dares to raise any extra opinions. Excuse me, where is Syaki blackmail bar? Lun asked a passerby casually. The passerby pointed to the distance of the street and answered, go all the way to the end of the street, you need to pass through an open area, and you will soon see Syaki blackmail bar. But brother, I advise you not to go there. Why? Lun asked with a smile. As we all know, the information sold in Xiaqi blackmail bar is very expensive, otherwise it would not be possible to directly put the word blackmail on it. If you want to get information, I think you can go to other places. Coincidentally, I know a place that is more than 10 times cheaper than Xiaqi blackmail bar. Besides, Xiaqi blackmail bar has many pirates, and each of them is extremely vicious. I see that you look kind, brother. If you go in, I'm afraid you will be oppressed by the momentum of those pirates inside and even have difficulty breathing. The middle-aged passerby said. Lun, who looked kind, became a little playful. If these words were heard by those who just witnessed him killing greedy wolf Sarko in an instant, what would they think? They didn't get involved too much with the passerby. More time. After thanking the other party, Lun followed the other party's description and walked along the street. The voices of people talking on both sides of the street inevitably lingered in Lun's ears. Have you heard that just an hour ago, there was a terrible battle in the zone? Why do you say terrible? Isn't the zone always chaotic? The battles there break out every day, how terrible is it? That's why you are so ignorant. Do you know that the one who died in that battle was a pirate with a bounty of 120 million berries? What's true or false? Of course it's true. This pirate with a bounty of 120 million berries was still the other party killed him with one strike. Can you imagine that? With just one strike, the pirate's head fell to the ground and he was killed on the spot. My God! How terrifying is that strength? A pirate with such a high bounty was killed in one strike. This is unimaginable. That was a very young swordsman. Just looking at his appearance, you can't tell that his strength is so terrifying. He is as strong as a monster. Several passers-by were talking. They didn't know. The monster they were talking about just passed by them. Lun looked back at the people who were talking, with a smile on his face, and walked to the end of the street step by step. According to what the man said. Walking to the end of the street, when he looked up, he saw a green open area. There were huge tree roots winding up on the ground, and the soil under his feet was covered with moss, which seemed a little soft. Occasionally, bubbles could be seen rising from the ground and floating in the air. 3 minutes later, Lun saw a bar. From a distance, he could smell the mellow aroma of wine in the air. He vaguely heard bursts of shouting and noise coming from inside. He walked up the stairs step by step. Pushed open the door. Lun walked in. At the front desk, he could see a tall and mature woman holding a cigarette in her right hand. She had short hair and wore a pink top with a spider pattern. It was impossible to judge her by her appearance alone. Real age, however, it is not difficult to predict. The high-jumping woman holding a cigarette is the owner of the bar that Xiaqi blackmailed, Xiaqi. She was once a famous pirate. But now she has retired from the business and opened a bar, and her main job is to sell intelligence. But at this moment, in front of Xiaqi, a drunken pirate was looking at Xiaqi with anger. He seemed to be shaky, with a sturdy back, a flushed face and some blurred pupils. I only drank a few glasses, and you want 500,000 berries. Do you think I am a fool? I have been sailing for many years. This is the first time in my life that I have seen someone dare to blackmail me so blatantly in front of me. Hi! The thief shouted angrily. The bar, which was originally noisy and lively, became a little quiet. A pair of eyes filled with interest were fixed on the pirate. This guy is really daring. He dared to make trouble in Xiaqi blackmail bar. I have to admit that he is much braver than us. But, this guy, I dare to conclude. Tomorrow his body will drift in this sea, and finally be swallowed by the Sea King. There are such cases of making trouble in Xiaqi blackmail bar. However, these people, without exception, all disappeared. As for what kind of disappearance, of course, it is a complete disappearance from this world. Xiaoqi, holding a cigarette in his right hand, she blew a puff of white smoke gently, and looked at the pirates making trouble in front of her, with an unchanged expression and a calm face. She has seen too many such things. Today, I will demolish your bar. I want to see who dares to stop me. There is no need to open a bar like yours that specializes in blackmailing people. The pirate raised his huge fist and was about to smash the front desk. The name has been chosen a long time ago, but you don't look at it. Xiaoqi sighed helplessly. What is the name of the bar she opened? Xiaoqi Blackmail Bar. The name is here, and you don't look at it. Who can you blame? Seeing the pirate preparing to destroy it, Xiaoqi raised her hand and was about to stop it. But the next second, a bright and dazzling ray of light flashed in Xiaoqi's peripheral vision. Her movements came to an abrupt halt. Yet, Xiaoqi's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise and Zhao Hao's astonishment. Instantly, the pirate who was about to cause trouble in front of her, bang, hit directly in the body by a bright and sharp slash, smashing the window, flying dozens of meters away, and lying on the ground dying, motionless, looking as if he might die at any time. The eyes of many pirates in the tavern were slightly dull. Unintentionally, they quickly looked towards the door of the bar. Even Xiaoqi, their eyes were filled with a bit of surprise. This slash was very sharp and terrifying, horrible. Without certain swordsmanship achievements, it is absolutely impossible to perform such a sharp slash. This is a swordsmanship master. A very powerful swordsman. Crack. The weak aftermath cracked the wooden table at the front desk, and a weak crack appeared, spreading like a spider web, and the cracks spread in all directions. This is... Xiaoqi's pupils shrank, and her expression was slightly moved. Aftermath? But this aftermath is too weird. This is the first time she has seen such a weird aftermath. She couldn't help but look at the door. Xiaoqi saw a young figure holding a samurai sword next to the door, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "It seems that there is an incredible monster in the bar." Chapter 100. Even Xiaoqi's calm mind was confused. The originally noisy and lively bar suddenly became extremely quiet. The atmosphere is weird. A pair of eyes it was fixed on Lun. There were many pirates in the bar, all of them were quite powerful. But because of Lun, they felt the terrifying oppression coming from different levels of power. This shocked them. He was so young. He could already oppress them with his absolute strength. It was conceivable what a terrible freak he was. A very young swordsman. Many pirates thought in their hearts. Lun was indeed very young. The sharp slash just now was just a flash, but it still brought unparalleled pressure to all the pirates present. It was not difficult for them to imagine. If this slash hit their bodies, they will certainly be killed instantly, like that pirate who was about to cause trouble. It seems that a terrible guy has come to Xiaoqi Blackmail Bar. Everyone couldn't help but look at the dying figure lying on the ground outside the window, and their eyes began to flow with a bit of pity. It's really a poor kid who was killed instantly just when he was about to cause trouble. Even the other party may not know what happened at all, and was directly kicked out of the tavern. Kid. Xiaoqi fixed her eyes on Lun and was about to speak. But she saw Lun, step by step, holding a samurai sword and hanging a package, walked to Xiaoqi 730, and said with a smile, "You're welcome." "Thanks." Xiaoqi forced out a strange expression with a fake smile. Could it be she couldn't handle this kind of situation? The reason why she didn't want to make a big fuss here was because she was afraid that it would be too big and destroy many facilities in the tavern. That's all. But just now, Lun obviously destroyed a lot of things. For example, the windows. Also, because of the aftermath, the wooden table at the front desk was shaken and covered with spider web cracks. Boy, I'm lucky that I don't ask you for compensation. Xiaoqi glanced at Lun. Compensation is too chilling. At least I helped you solve a problem. Although it's not a big problem, you can't blame me in return. Lun smiled wrong, said slowly. Boy, if I'm not mistaken, you are the great swordsman who killed the greedy wolf Sarko in one blow this morning. Xiaoqi looked at Lun deeply and spoke directly. Her intelligence network has always been well informed. However, based on what happened in the morning, Lun's identity can now be determined based on his appearance. Of course. This news has already spread throughout the Sabayati archipelago. Just now, in the tavern, there was still a group of pirates talking about the fact that the greedy wolf Sarko was killed in one blow by a young swordsman. But I never thought. At this moment, the real master is here. Just as the rumors said. Very young. Swordsmanship. The level is very superb. That was Xiaoqi's first impression of Lun. I just happened to pass by and took care of an insignificant guy. Lun did not deny it. As soon as the words fell around, a group of pirates were dumbfounded, looking at Luli in horror and shock, with awe. Sako was killed in seconds, is it him? He is really young. Just as the rumors say, a very young swordsman just from the slash just now, I can tell that this young swordsman is very powerful, as strong as a monster. Many pirates talked in low voices. Their bodies became a little dull and stiff. The oppressive feeling swept by Lun made them dare not move at all. This is a second the fierce man who killed Greedy Wolf Sarko. Greedy Wolf Sarko, the bounty is as high as 120 million. If they encounter such pirates, they have to take a detour. But this big pirate was killed instantly by the young swordsman in front of him. It is not difficult to infer. How terrifying is the strength of this young swordsman? What do you want to do when you come to me? Xiaoqi still held the cigarette in her right hand, and did not have too much emotional fluctuations because of Lun's identity. Since the moment Lun appeared. Until now. The only thing that made Xiaoqi feel surprised and amazed. The only thing that made Xiaoqi feel surprised and amazed. The only thing that was brought by that slash was the terrifying and weird aftermath. This kind of aftermath was simply unheard of by Xiaoqi. She had never seen it. A swordsman's slash, it can bring such a strange aftermath. Although the power is not too terrible, if this aftermath can be enhanced with the power of the slash, then it must be a terrible killer move. Moreover, it is an irresistible killer move. The slash is easy to resist. But the terrifying aftermath that comes with it is impossible to resist. A very strange young man. Xiaoqi looked at Lun and thought. Come to find out some information. By the way, if I can meet the legendary pirate, it will be even more perfect. This is the goal of my trip. Lun told the truth. Yet, Xiaoqi's pupil shrank. It seems that the other party knows too much. The legendary pirate she knew who the other party was talking about. Apart from Pluto Rayleigh, who had served as the vice-captain of the Pirate King's ship, she could not imagine that there was another pirate here who could be called the legendary pirate. She herself was certainly not a legendary pirate. At most, she was a former pirate. She could not afford the word legend. So the question was, how did the other party know that Pluto Rayleigh was in the Sabayati archipelago? In addition, how did the other party know that? If you want to find Pluto Rayleigh, you need to come to her. Many questions lingered in her heart. This puzzled Xiaoqi. She had not encountered such a thing that made her confused for many years. As the saying goes, the legendary pirate, I don't have it here. Maybe, somewhere in the Sabayati archipelago, you can find it yourself. Xiaoqi said. It seems that he is not here. Lun looked at Xiaoqi and said with a smile. Who are you? Xiaoqi's eyes became serious and solemn. The one who can know these secrets must have an extraordinary identity. Who told the other party this news? It seems that Sister Xiaqi still can't recognize my identity. Lun smiled. Who told you this news? Xiaqi eyes staring at Lun. She seldom encounters things that even she cannot see through. But now, Lun is indeed a person that she cannot see through. Although she knows that Lun is indeed a great swordsman who can kill greedy wolf Sarko in seconds. However, Xiaqi does not know Lun's name or where he came from. That is to say, her understanding of Lun is completely blank. All around, a group of pirates were noisy and lively. But with the arrival of Lun, their words stopped abruptly, and the sound of conversation disappeared completely. They looked at Lun with awe. N's figure did not dare to interrupt the conversation between Lun and Xiaqi. The oppression from absolute strength made them clearly feel that their strength was very far away from Lun. Naturally, they would not be so arrogant as to dare to maintain their so-called great pirate's arrogant attitude in front of Lun. Hawkeye asked me to come here to find you. Then, Lun's words just fell. Xiaqi's expression was very rare to be stunned for a moment. Hawkeye, Hawkeye. This answer really made Xiaqi completely unexpected. Less than. What does this mean? This young swordsman in front of him has a close connection with Hawkeye, and Hawkeye can tell him such a secret. Obviously, Lun must be a person that Hawkeye can trust. When did such a monster who can convince Hawkeye and has a very high level of swordsmanship appear in this sea area? But why? She had never heard of it before. At this moment, even if Xiaqi was calm, Lun's words directly disrupted the clear veins in her mind, and turned it into a mess.